Good morning. We're now on the record. It's 9 a.m. on Monday, October 27th, 2025. This is the evidentiary hearing and proceeding number 23A-0633G, the application of Black Hills Colorado Gas for approval of its 2024-2028 Clean Heat Plan. I'm Eric Blank, the chair of the commission. Can my colleagues introduce themselves for the record, starting with Commissioner Gilman?
Good morning, Commissioner Megan Gilman.
Good morning, Commissioner Tom Plank.
Thank you. By decision C-250387, the commission scheduled this evidentiary hearing last week at the October 22nd CWM. The commission vacated October 29th, 2025 as a hearing date. So we expect this hearing to conclude hopefully today, although tomorrow is also available. With that, if we could jump to party appearances, that'd be great, starting with Black Hills.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Emmanuel Koshin, representing Black Hills Colorado Gas.
Trial staff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Assistant Attorney General Ross Smith, on behalf of trial staff, I'm joined by my colleague, AAG Josh Horman.
UCA.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and parties. I'm working without a net. Tom Dixon up here on behalf of UCA, and I have no one working with me.
How do you feel about that, Mr. Dixon?
I'm ready.
Oh, you're ready. Maybe not your first rodeo. Sweep.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Michael Hyatt with Earth Justice on behalf of Sweep. Also like to enter appearance on behalf of my colleague, Leslie Coleman.
Thank you. CEO.
Morning, everyone. Senior Assistant Attorney General David Banas, representing CEO. I'm also working without a net.
Ms. Dundas.
Good morning, Chair Lindsay Dundas, Assistant AAG, representing the Commission.
Thank you. We're going to conduct this hearing using electronic exhibits. A spreadsheet marked as hearing exhibit 601 lists the latest versions of the pre-filed testimony and attachments. With that, any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 601? Mr. Koshin?
No objection.
Any objection from the parties?
No objection from UCA, Your Honor.
Thank you. With that, hearing exhibit 601 is admitted. Is there a stipulation admitting all the items listed on hearing exhibit 601 or any objections to admitting all those documents? Mr. Koshin?
No stipulation. The company would so move and does not object to the admission of all the exhibits on hearing exhibit 601.
Mr.
Your Honor,
Dixon?
UCA does not object, but would note that a large portion of these exhibits were admitted in the prior hearing.
Fair enough. With that, all the exhibits, any remaining exhibits that weren't previously admitted are now in. Any other issues on the evidentiary record before we go to witness excusal? Mr. Hyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One, I guess, just question or request for clarification on the evidentiary record. The transcript from the hearing last year is on the docket. Just want to clarify, mainly with an eye towards statements of positions, but it might impact the questions we asked today to a certain extent. That prior hearing transcript, is that still a document we can cite in our SOPs? Is that still on the record? I think it would be helpful for maybe all of us to hear some clarification on that.
I am open to being corrected by Ms. Dundas, but I would view that transcript as evidentiary and would request that the parties not try and reduplicate all the questions they asked at the prior hearing. So I'd encourage the parties to rely on that transcript as well. Mr. Dixon?
Yes, Your Honor, I just want to point out our witness, Leslie Henry Sermos, is not available today. She's out of the country. She returns today later and is available tomorrow. There is no cross-examination scheduled for her, but I wanted to check and see if the commissioners intend to ask her any questions so she can be available on the 28th.
Let me just make sure there's no more questions on the evidentiary record, and then we'll jump to witness excusal. Anything else on the record? All right. Let's go to witnesses. I have Mr. Lefevers. I have no cross. All right, before I go to that, Mr. Hyatt and then Mr. Bonas.
Thank you. One update from Sweetson, and this might be relevant to excusals. We'd like to ask permission to slightly adjust our cross times, not extend the overall amount of time, but we'd like to waive our cross for company witness Downey and instead use that 30 minutes for company witness Cottrell. So we would have 0 for Downey, and I think that would be no cross-examination for Downey, and then 75 minutes for Cottrell.
Okay. Mr. Bonas? Oh, you're muted.
CEO, thank you, Chair. CEO's witness Jocelyn Durkay recently has left the energy office. There's no time on the matrix for her, but if necessary, Keith Hay can adopt her testimony and answer questions on behalf of the energy office, but we'd like to know if Mr. Hay can be excused.
Okay, I'll get to that in a second. I'm sorry to hear Ms. Durkay left, and hope
We are
she's,
sorry too.
hopefully she's gone on to do even greater things. All right, Commissioner Gilman, any questions for company witness Lefevers or Downey?
I do have questions for Lefevers. Downey, I'm gonna check. I didn't have that on my list since there was scheduled cross there, so I will confirm that within 20 minutes or so.
Well, it doesn't matter, Commissioner Plant. About Hagler? Well, go ahead, Commissioner Plant.
No, I do not.
Okay, nor do I. Commissioner Gilman, Hanglin, Lemire, or Turner? Do you have questions for those 3 witnesses?
I'll have questions for only Hagland, none for Lemire or Turner.
Commissioner Plant, questions
None.
for Lemire, Turner?
Not for Lemire Turner, no.
Lemire and Turner may be excused. Commissioner Gilman, questions for Ms. Durkay?
I did have some brief questions. I wasn't aware she wouldn't be available. So I think for now, if Mr. Hay is just standing by and available, we can do it. If it's too much trouble, could forego the questions, I guess.
We're happy to have Mr. Hay stand by.
Okay.
And Commissioner Gilman, do you need him to listen to the hearing, or are you okay just asking him your questions?
No, that's fine. If there's something that goes on that I want to reference, I'm happy to explain to him what happened prior, if one of my questions would rely upon that.
So, Mr. Bonas, there's no expectation that Mr. Hay will be listening to the first probably couple hours of the hearing. But if he could be standing by at the appropriate time this afternoon, that'd be great.
Sounds great. Thank you all.
Commissioner Plant, anything for Ms. Durkay or Mr. Hay?
No.
Nor do I. Commissioner Gilman, questions for Ms. Henry Sermos?
Yeah, kind of same situation. I had some brief questioning for her. If we finish today, I'm not gonna make us come back tomorrow just to get that done. If we're still going tomorrow, then I'll ask her my brief questions as I think how I'll proceed with it, if that works.
Okay. I don't have questions for Ms. Henry Sermos. Do you, Commissioner Plant?
Nor do I.
Okay. That's it on the witness excusals. Anything else before we jump into the hearing? Mr. Harrington, are you out there?
Your Honor, before Mr. Harrington takes the stand, I wonder if it makes sense during the Commissioners' weekly meeting on October 22nd, you shared a couple comments to help provide direction to parties and concluded by stating, so at hearing, I'd like to explore seeing sufficient beneficial electrification investment in this case, certainly enough to constitute a case in controversy so that these legal issues can start to get addressed now instead of after the next clean heat plan. It sounded as if you were encouraging legal argument to be addressed, and I wonder if it might make sense to deal with those issues at the outset.
I was just trying to share my interest. Given that this has already been fully heard and fully briefed, I was just trying to share my interest in the case. I don't know that we're gonna somehow resolve those issues orally at the beginning of the hearing. I mean, I think it's for a statement of positions, and I mean, I have an idea, but I don't know where my colleagues are going to come down with this. I was just sharing my personal thoughts to help frame this up, especially given some of the confusion that existed with the CEO motion for a pre-hearing conference, the resubmission of a settlement agreement that had already been denied by the commission. So I was just trying to provide some clarity in a complicated situation. So I guess my preference would be to just jump into the witnesses and then take the legal arguments and the statement of position. But Ms. Dundas, do you have any thoughts? Mr. Dixon, you want to jump?
Yes, just one thing. I do also recall, and I think you said that you did not intend to have witnesses be asked questions on the legal issues as part of the cross-examination.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not going to ask legal questions. I don't think the witnesses can answer those questions. I was just trying to frame my interest in the case as one commissioner. Mr. Smith?
Yes, Chair, and I would just be remiss. I want to just make sure that the commission has has the expectations set for SOPs. I think that one issue that we've struggled with here with this is that to the extent that the commission wishes to have legal argument in the statements of position, I mean, my understanding of a statement of position is that it's based on the record of evidence. The truth is that regarding this legal issue, there hasn't been a briefing. There hasn't been a really evidence presented in that regard, nor is there going to be. So I just want to set the expectation that I mean, at least as far as staff's concerned, I don't know exactly what the commission would be expecting to see in a statement of position when that legal issue was not necessarily litigated. I think there's just some confusion here about exactly how we're supposed to solve a legal issue, and to the extent that this is to prepare for a potential appeal down the road, I think that we're pretty uncomfortable with the idea of preparing an argument for the commission's defense of an appeal. So I just wanted to raise that as a concern that we have, just to make sure the expectation is set.
Ms. Dundas?
Thanks, Chair. I guess I hopped on because you said my name, but the only thoughts I'd add for your consideration, Chair, are that, like you said, we have expert witnesses in policy and factual technical evidence before us today. I don't think your intention is to ask them to practice law, so you're not expecting any legal analysis beyond the scope of the witness's testimony today. We can readdress what should be, if there's any questions to prompt for SOPs at the end of the hearing today or at a CWM, in line with what Mr. Smith is discussing now. However, my perspective at the moment is that this is a comprehensive settlement presented by by staff, UCA, CEO, and the company, but there's also still sweeps arguments in the record that support some of what you said you had an interest in last week. Therefore, to address sweeps case, I do feel like SOPs will likely address a lot of the legal arguments that may have been presented earlier in the case.
Ms. Dundas said it better than I did, and consider our expectations adjusted accordingly.
Thank you,
So thank
Chairman.
you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Cushion?
The company then would call Mr. Harrington.
Mr.
There we go.
Harrington, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm here in my office by myself.
If anything changes, will you let us know?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Cushion.
Thank you, Chairman Blank. Mr. Harrington, can you please spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Michael Harrington. It's spelled, my last name is spelled Harrington.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Black Hills Energy Service Company, and I am the Director of Regulatory.
And did you prepare and cause to be filed in this case direct testimony, supplemental direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and the second settlement testimony of Mr. Harrington?
Yes, I did. I have hard copies here with me at my desk of those testimonies, and I also have adopted the direct testimony of Matthew Christofferson. He's no longer with the company, and that is hearing Exhibit 105, which I previously adopted his testimony the first hearing. So just to confirm.
Perfect. And all of those have already been admitted into the record. Were you a signatory to the second settlement agreement that was filed recently with the commission?
Yes, I was.
And that has also been moved into the record. Do you have anything, or can you just provide a short description of the second settlement agreement?
Yeah, happy to provide a brief overview. And just first, good morning, commissioners. Thanks for holding this second hearing today. This has been quite a lengthy proceeding. As we find ourselves now, it's shaping up that the biggest issue here is whether or not it's in the public interest to force Black Hills to provide electrification for our gas-only customers, and forcing our customers to pay for that electrification program. And I think it's really important to note the settling parties and who they are. The settling parties all agree that it is not appropriate, nor in the public interest or just and reasonable to do so. The settling parties represent Colorado Energy Office, which represents the policy of the state of Colorado. PUC staff represents a balancing of the interest between the company and our customers. And we have the consumer advocate representing consumer interests. And so all of these parties, really came together to negotiate, compromised, and resulted in a very good settlement agreement. Because it's been almost 2 years since we filed our initial clean heat application, many of the inputs and the assumptions, especially around electrification, are outdated and stale. There's been significant changes in the economy, significant changes at the federal level, significant changes with our customer interest and our customer feedback that lead us to the second settlement agreement, which would call for a new electrification study. As you'll see between the two parties, between Black Hills and SWEEP, there are significant differences in the assumptions used for electrification. Talking about cost differences, participation levels, and even emission assumptions. They are very, very different. And again, since it's been almost 2 years since both parties performed their study, the inputs and assumptions are now very stale and outdated. Other aspects of the second settlement agreement remain similar to the first settlement agreement with regards to the cost cap calculation, the cost recovery method, the energy efficiency programs. Those are similar to the first settlement agreement. But just in sum, overall, the settling parties in the company came together, negotiated, compromised, and presented a second settlement agreement that results in reasonable cost to our customers, and it's in the public interest. And we respectfully ask the commission to approve the settlement agreement without modification.
Is Mr. Harrington ready for cross, Mr. Cushion?
He is. Thank you, Chairman Blank.
Thank you. Sweep, I have 90 minutes and it's 9:20 in the morning.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Harrington. We haven't met before. My name is Leslie Coleman, and I'll be asking you questions on behalf of SWEEP.
Morning, nice to meet you.
You too. So just to give you a roadmap, I have 5 overarching topics for our discussion today. The first is the second settlement agreement. The second is emissions reductions. The third is the Clean Heat Plan cost cap. The fourth is DSM, and the fifth is beneficial electrification. So starting with the second settlement agreement, Mr. Harrington, you filed settlement testimony in support of that agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And staff, CEO, and UCA are the other parties to that agreement?
Yes, that's correct.
CEO and UCA did not file settlement testimony to your awareness, did they?
That's correct. They did file first settlement testimony, I believe, but did not file settlement testimony on the second settlement.
So earlier this year, the company withdrew from the first settlement agreement after the commission modified that agreement. Is that right?
Yes, as a condition in all settlement agreements that I've seen, there's conditions where if the commission materially modifies a settlement agreement, any party, any signing party of the settlement has the ability to withdraw. And so when the first settlement agreement was materially modified, we notified the commission that we were withdrawing from the settlement agreement.
If we could pull up hearing exhibit 123, attachment MJH4, please. Thank you. Mr. Harrington, this exhibit uses red line to show the changes between the first settlement agreement and the second settlement agreement. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'd like to walk through some of the substantive changes with you, and we can pull up specific pages if it's necessary, so just let me know. You'd agree that one change is that the Clean Heat Plan timeframe has been shortened from 3 years in the first settlement agreement to 2 years in the second settlement agreement. Is that right?
Right, that's correct, because this proceeding has been delayed pretty extensively. The first year of the original plan was 2025. So obviously we're now in the end of October 2025. So simply we cut off the first program year 2025. And so now the program is 2026 and 2027.
Understood. And you explained in your settlement testimony that due to delays in this proceeding, the company is unable to achieve any emissions reductions in 2025. Does that sound right to you?
Well, since we don't have an approved clean heat plan, we don't have a clean heat plan approved. So, I mean, we are continuing to do energy efficiency programs through our energy efficiency. But as far as, having an approved clean heat plan, we do not have an approved clean heat plan yet for 2025.
Mr. Harrington, would you agree that, generally agree that the delay in losing 2025 that you referenced are a result of the rehearing of this matter based on Black Hill's RRR application?
I think in part, not entirely. I think if I'm trying to remember, the ALJ's decision approving the settlement was late last year, I believe. So I think in part, having the RRR and the withdrawal of the settlement agreement, it certainly did delay the implementation of the clean heat plan. We would have likely started implementing the clean heat plan, assuming that the commission approved the first settlement agreement. That would have been implemented probably early 2025. But certainly the modifications and the changing and then the delay in this proceeding here has definitely delayed the implementation of our first clean heat plan.
Okay, I want to talk about another substantive change between the first and second settlement agreements, and that is the reduction in the budget due to losing the year 2025. Would you agree that's another change?
Right, shortening the plan from 3 years to 2 years. Of course, that reduces the overall budget.
And related to that, the second settlement agreement will achieve fewer emissions reductions than the first settlement agreement.
Yeah, again, if you're looking at the 3-year total, of course, going from 3 years to 2 years would make that smaller.
All right, if we could move to page 10 of hearing exhibit 123 attachment MJH4, please. And then let's go ahead and zoom into table 1. So, Mr. Harrington, this table compares the first and second settlement agreements resource budgets. Is that right?
That's correct.
Would it be fair to say that the company reduced the RNG budget by $300,000 and added an electrification study budgeted at $300,000 as well?
That's correct. That was part of the settlement negotiations with the parties. The parties were concerned, and the company was concerned about the overall budget. And so in agreeing to the new electrification study, the settling parties agreed to reduce the RNG budget accordingly. So that's that shift of the 300,000.
So the electrification study is a new line item in the second settlement agreement. Would you agree?
Yes.
And would you also agree that it's the only new line item in the second settlement agreement? In terms of a new program?
Yeah, I guess I'm as far as I guess I would answer with regards to the other programs listed there on the line items, the specific the specifics of each of those programs have not changed. So the original DSM proposal stayed the same, and same with the AMLD and the RNG, and same with the Rocky Ford pilot. The aspects of those programs are the same, and the electrification is the new line item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harrington. We can go ahead and take down this exhibit now. So I'd like to ask you about the company's intentions if the commission does not approve the second settlement agreement as presented, all right? So under both the first and second settlement agreements, as you mentioned, there's a term allowing any settling party the right to withdraw if the commission modifies the agreement in a manner that a party views as unacceptable. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if the commission determines again that the public interest requires modifying the second settlement agreement, Black Hills would certainly view withdrawal as a potential option, wouldn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, hypothetical and calls for a legal conclusion.
Ms. Coleman?
I'm not asking him to speculate. I'm merely asking him to confirm that the company would view it as this withdrawal as an option that's provided for in the second settlement agreement, especially considering the similarities between the first and second agreements.
Overall, if you could answer Mr. Harrington, that'd be great.
Yes, I'm not sure, to be honest. I think that it could be an option. However, we've already utilized and have used that option. And so I guess, I'm not sure if the company would try this whole process again. So I guess I'm not sure if it's an actual option or not. I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that if Black Hills does indeed withdraw again, if it does choose to do that option, we'd basically be right back where we started, even though we've already had 2 hearings in the case?
Yeah, that I don't know. I'd have to rely on legal counsel and the commission's counsel to understand what the process would be on a second withdrawal. I don't know where we would stand.
All right, thanks, Mr. Harrington. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next topic, which is a lack of emissions reductions. Mr. Harrington, is it safe to assume that you have a general familiarity with the clean heat statute?
Yes, I do.
And would you have any reason to doubt my representation that the statute expressly states that the purpose of a clean heat plan is to achieve clean heat targets by reducing carbon dioxide and methane emissions from gas distribution utilities?
Yes, I would.
You doubt that representation, or you agree with it?
Yeah, I don't think that's an accurate representation. There's plenty of caveats in the statute that talk about the commission can implement a clean heat plan as long as it's cost effective, just and reasonable in the public interest. So you're not quite quoting the entire commission's responsibility in what it approves.
I agree. I did not quote the entire statute, just the purpose section. So let's talk about those emission reduction targets. So for gas utilities, the statute establishes a 22% emission reduction target for 2030 relative to a 2015 baseline. Would you agree with that?
Yes, agree.
Okay, so my next questions are going to involve some simple math. So thanks for bearing with me, but I don't think it'll be too complicated, hopefully. If we could please pull up hearing exhibit 123, executable attachment MJH2, please.
Sorry, it's just going to take me a second to get the executable version. MJH2, you said, right?
That's right.
Give me just a second.
Thank you. Okay, and then if we could please go to the plan summary tab, which is the second tab. And then maybe we could just zoom in on the cells with text on them, and if that's possible. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Harrington, this worksheet shows the emissions reductions that are expected under the second settlement agreement. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and if we could look at row 4, column C, which is right under baseline year 2015. This cell states that the company's 2015 baseline emissions are approximately 1.1 million tons CO2e. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then looking down at row 31, column E, we see that the company's total forecasted emissions in 2030 assuming implementation of the second settlement agreement, are going to exceed 1.4 million tons. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, right. That's due to the growth of customers and the load growth for new customers. Correct.
And so under the second settlement agreement, the company's emissions will actually increase by more than about 300,000 tons compared to the 2015 baseline.
Well, again, I mean, the company has an obligation to serve our customers. And so as our customers, new homes, new neighborhoods, new construction is continuing to be installed in Colorado, the emissions associated with those will continue to increase. And so this is not unusual. This is the same situation that the other gas-only utility is experiencing in Colorado as well. And so, but I think it is important to show that the clean heat plan will reduce emissions. So there is avoided emissions associated with our clean heat plan. But yes, the overall total emissions we're forecasting to be higher than the baseline.
All right, we can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to move on to the next topic, which is the cost cap. And we'll discuss the cost cap and its relationship to the clean heat plan budget. Now, the settling parties have agreed that the clean heat plan budget will not exceed the statutory 2.5% cost cap. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. That was an important aspect to the company and to the parties, that the overall program result in reasonable cost and stayed within the 2.5% cost cap.
And for purposes of calculating the budget, the settling parties use the 5-year average of the company's annual revenues from 2019 to 2023, plus an assumed annual growth rate of 2%. Did I get that right?
That's correct. Yes.
All right, and we can pull up your testimony if needed, but does it sound right that the average of the company's 2019 to 2023 annual revenues is approximately $230 million?
Maybe if you can pull my testimony to help me on that.
Sure. We can pull up hearing exhibit 108, please. And this is your rebuttal testimony. And if we could go to page 20 and starting at line 21, please. All right, and then line 21 states here, the 5-year average revenue for 2019 through 2023 is $230,830,279 when that number is escalated 2% a year. Oh, sorry, let's just go ahead and stop right after the $230 million.
Yeah.
So having seen this document, would you agree that the 5-year average of 2019 to 2023 annual revenues is approximately 230 million?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. We can go ahead and take this down. Thank you. So I'd like to ask you about the assumed annual 2% growth rate that's assumed in the settlement. You're aware that Black Hills recently concluded a rate case before this commission, aren't you?
Sorry, you kind of glitched on my side. Can you repeat that question for a second?
Sure. Are you aware that Black Hills recently concluded a rate case before this commission?
Well, okay. Talking about Black Hills, Colorado Gas, the last rate case for Black Hills, Colorado Gas concluded in 2023. So we had new rates, base rates that were implemented in 2023. So that was a little while ago, so I don't know how definition of recent, but that was the last base rate case change.
All right. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 510, and this will be in sweeps box. And if we could just zoom in a little bit so that we can kind of see the information at the top there. All right, so Mr. Harrington, I'll represent to you that I downloaded this document from Black Hills website, and the title is Black Hills Corp reports 2024 fourth quarter and full year results and initiates 2025 earnings guidance. And then the date on this is February 5th, 2025. Do you have any reason to doubt the authenticity of this document?
I wouldn't doubt the authenticity of this document, but I would question the relevance of it for Colorado Gas. Black Hills
Okay.
Corporation has multiple mini utilities. We serve 8 different states. Black Hills Corporation has 8 different states, multiple utilities in all states. And so this is just a sum of the entirety of Black Hills Corporation. And so it really has no bearing on Black Hills Colorado Gas.
All right, so if I could just address that response there, if we could go ahead and turn to page 2. And under gas utilities, if we could zoom into the 4th bullet point there that begins on February 13th. All right, so this bullet point states on February 13th, new rates were effective for Colorado Gas, resulting from an approved settlement agreement for its rate review request filed in May 2023. The settlement provides for $20 million in new annual revenue based on a capital structure of 51% equity and 49% debt and a return on equity of 9.3%. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
All right, and would you agree that this bullet point does pertain to Black Hills Colorado Gas?
It pertains to Black Hills Colorado Gas. So if that's what you're using this for, that is true. I think as it relates to the overall budget, base rates are just one aspect of total revenues. And so one of the biggest contention or the differences between the company and sweep is when we look at our total revenues, right? Our actual gas cost, so the revenues from GCA, is actually far significant more greater than base rates. And so what we're seeing, and this is commissioners, this is a big difference between, sweep's budget and our budget. And as you all know, gas costs have gone down recently. And so when we look at our total budget and our total revenues, they've actually gone down. 2023 was one of the highest years for our revenue, but that wasn't because of a rate case. That was because of gas cost. And gas costs have gone down since then. And so even though we had a base rate change in a rate case, when you look at our total revenues, gas costs are going down. So our total revenues are going down. So when we multiply the 2.5% times our total revenues, we're actually right in line with what the settlement has. So sweep's proposal here grossly overstates the 2.5% calculation, again, because of gas cost.
Great. I'll have some more questions about this in a second, but right now, since we've got the document up, I'll move for the admission of hearing exhibit 510.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
All right, so Mr. Harrington, sticking with this 4th bullet point that we just read that discusses the settlement in the rate case providing for $20 million in new annual revenue. That's what I'd like to focus on here. So recalling from our earlier discussion that the company's average annual revenue from 2019 to 2023 is approximately $230 million, wouldn't you agree that $20 million is more than 2% of $230 million?
Well, again, that was offset by the decreasing gas cost. So you can't just take one aspect of our total revenues. So again, we can increase base rate revenues, and we did increase base rate revenues by approximately 20 million. But gas cost revenues decreased. And so again, you have to look at the net total. And again, our budget and the budget for the clean heat plan that's in the settlement agreement is within the 2.5% cost cap. It's just slightly less than our current overall revenue. So if you were to look at our 2025 revenues, and I'm sure we'll bring that up on redirect, our 2025 revenues here would again support where we're at in our budget, and we look at our 2026 forecasted revenues. So again, the settlement agreement is within the cost cap of the 2.5%. Sweep's proposal would exceed the cost cap.
Mr. Harrington, $20 million is more than 8% of $230 million. As a matter of math, you can agree with that, can't you?
I would agree with your math, yes.
Okay, we can take this exhibit down now. Thank you. All right, I'd like to switch gears and talk now about DSM. So do you recall that in the exceptions decision issued after the first hearing in this case, the commission restricted the DSM funding in the company's clean heat plan to weatherization and envelope related measures only?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'll represent to you that in the decision, the commission found that the company's current DSM programs provide rebates for high efficiency furnaces, boilers, and water heaters without any assurance that the new equipment is replacing less efficient equipment. Do you recall that general reasoning from that decision?
I do recall that, although I would suggest that we do track those types of replacement costs. And so if the commission was really interested in assuring that it was a replacement of an efficient, that's an easy fix that we can add, or an easy requirement that we can verify with the customers that are switching or taking those rebates.
You didn't specifically address that issue in your second settlement testimony, did you?
No, I did not.
All right. The second settlement agreement itself does not include a term restricting clean heat funded DSM to new gas equipment that replaces less efficient gas equipment, does it?
It does not restrict the DSM fundings in that manner.
And you're generally familiar with the company's DSM program and offerings in Colorado, is that fair to say?
Yes, at a high level. If you have specifics on measures, and then Mr. Cottrell would probably be the best one. He supports our DSM program. So, but at a high level, I'm familiar with them.
Okay, great. Let's pull up hearing exhibit 512 from Sweep's box, please. And I'll represent to you that I downloaded this document from the Black Hills website. And the title of it is 2025 Residential Rebates, Colorado Residential Natural Gas Customers. And then I think it's only a 4-page document. So if we could just kind of scroll down slowly so that Mr. Harrington can see the whole document, please. Thank you. And then we can go ahead and go back up to page 1. Mr. Harrington, do you have any reason to doubt the authenticity of this document?
No, I do not.
And Chair, I'll move for the admission of hearing exhibit 512.
Any objection?
First time I've seen it, but no objection.
So moved.
Mr. Harrington, you'd agree that hearing exhibit 512 is an application form that Black Hills customers use to obtain rebates for installing efficiency measures?
I'm not entirely sure. It's the first time I'm seeing this document as well. I'm not responsible for the program administration of our DSM. It does appear to be an application. I can't say if this is all that's required or what's exactly required. I'm not sure.
Got it. So page 1 of this document on the right-hand column lists terms and conditions. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to represent to you that the terms and conditions listed on this document do not include any requirement that new gas equipment must replace less efficient equipment. Do you want to take a moment to review and confirm, or subject to check? Are you okay with that representation?
Yeah, I'll agree with your representation. And as I was talking earlier, this would be a very easy add to this document if that was an important condition or requirement that the commission would like. That's an easy modification of this document we can easily do.
All right. We can go ahead and take down this exhibit. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to turn to my last overarching topic, but I will say it's a big one. It's beneficial electrification. So we're going to break it into several different sub-issues. The first thing that I want to start with is customer exit. So, Mr. Harrington, I understand that one of the company's reasons for not pursuing BE is a concern that if some of its customers fully electrify and exit the gas system, then the remaining customers would have to bear a higher portion of fixed cost. Is that your position?
Not necessarily fully exit. I think, yes, if a customer fully exits, we have that concern. Even if a customer, though, significantly reduces its usage, we still have the same concern. So it's a concern on both sides. And the issue with DSM, when you think about DSM, the commission and the commission rules allow the company the ability to recover our cost, and we have a mechanism that can track the lost revenues. When we're talking about clean heat, there's no recovery right now. There's no ability for us to go charge the electric utility or to have the electric utility compensate us. And so, yes, it is a concern, not just on if a customer leaves entirely. Obviously, that's a concern, but even if a customer significantly reduces, that still is a concern.
Okay, so for purposes of this line of questions, we're just going to focus on the leaving entirely portion. Now, the company believes that its customers generally prefer to have natural gas as an option for space heating, water heating, and cooking. Is that right?
Well, there's a couple of recent polling and surveys that kind of help support that, help the commission understand kind of our customer preference and preferences of general citizens of Colorado. And I provide this in my settlement testimony. There's a polling study conducted by Coloradans for Energy Access that shows what the preference is for electrification for the kind of state as a whole. And then we followed up that with a specific survey of our customers. And so that's attached to my settlement testimony. And overwhelming response from our customers was, they want to keep their natural gas. They prefer natural gas for cooking and heating. And, and so, that information was provided in my settlement testimony.
And we're going to get into those sources you just referenced in quite a bit of detail later. So for now, I'll keep my questions more high level. You're aware, Mr. Harrington, that no party in this case has proposed a BE program targeted at gas cooking equipment, aren't you?
I'm not sure. I think most of the focus has been on like heat pumps. I don't recall from Sweep, exactly if they've had anything other than that. I know that it's focused on heat pumps. So I'm not sure on cooking. I don't know.
You don't recall any specific proposals from any parties on cooking equipment, though?
It certainly hasn't been a part of the conversation or the dialogue. I don't know if it's buried somewhere in Sweep's testimony. I'm not sure.
All right. Are you also aware that for Sweep's proposal, Mr. Brandt assumed that 75% of customers who participate in a BE program would install hybrid heat pump systems that still retain the gas furnace?
I don't recall that testimony.
Now, Black Hills engaged the consulting firm GTI Energy to conduct a report on energy use and emission reduction potential for the Colorado residential sector. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, I know Mr. Lefevers has adopted some portions of your testimony about the GTI report, so I'm not going to get into the details today, and we're just going to stick to the portions that Mr. Lefevre has not adopted from your testimony. So the GTI report did recommend the use of hybrid heating systems that use both electric heat pumps and natural gas, didn't it?
Well, maybe it might help me if we can pull up which portions of my testimony, since
Sure.
you adopted certain pages, so maybe that might be helpful.
All right, we're going to pull up hearing exhibit 101, please, which is your direct testimony.
Okay.
And then we'll go to page 40, please. And then at page 40, lines 4 to 5, the question is, what are some of the notable findings from GTI's analysis? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then if we could scroll down to page 41. And then lines 1 through 3 here state that one of the recommendations for the question on page 40 is using hybrid space heating systems whereby electric heat pumps operate at milder temperatures and natural gas heating systems operate at cold temperatures avoids a host of issues associated with electric heat pumps. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, so going back to the original question, you would agree that GTI Energy did recommend the use of hybrid space heating systems for the company's clean heat efforts. That's fair to say?
No, I wouldn't say their report recommends that we use hybrid heat pumps. I think their report was simply a study. It wasn't recommending that we adopt certain things. We asked to GTI to conduct a study, review different options, and so not quite agreeing with exactly how you framed that.
All right, we can go ahead and take this exhibit down, please. So, Mr. Harrington, can you point me to any analysis in this proceeding that specifically examines the likelihood that customers who accept an electrification rebate will subsequently disconnect their gas service?
think, I mean, it'd be hard to speculate on that. I mean, obviously, we haven't implemented one. So it's hard to speculate on what a customer would do or would not do once upon receiving the rebate. So I can't really speculate on how or, you know, what would happen there. I think it's still a pretty significant concern we have. You know, without the proper public policy in place to support the gas utility in those situations, I think we have significant concerns. And until that public policy gets addressed, it's going to be a significant concern for gas-only utilities, not just Black Hills, but for Atmos Energy as well.
Understood. And my question was, you can't point me to any analysis in this proceeding that specifically examines the likelihood of disconnection, can you? It sounds like the answer is no.
I would suggest maybe to ask the same question of our modeling expert, Mr. Cottrell. He might have some other information. It's not in my testimony. You know, I don't have that evidence in my testimony, but potentially Mr. Cottrell could answer that.
All right, will do. And the company did not perform, to your knowledge, any quantitative analysis of how different levels of customer electrification could affect the fixed costs paid by Black Hills non-participating customers, did it?
We've looked at some of that in the past. I know we've provided some testimony. I've provided testimony in energy efficiency proceedings that discuss the lost fixed cost that's associated with DSM, for example. We didn't do a specific study in this case. I think in my testimony, I discuss the policy problem that this creates and that an electrification program creates for a gas-only utility. It creates significant policy problems for us. And those are not addressed here. And so I bring up that issue as a policy concern, and something that the state and the commission need to address. But as far as specific calculations and quantifications of the fixed cost shifting and the cross subsidization that would occur, we haven't done the specific analysis to define what that dollar is, but certainly it is a concern. And it could be, something significant that we're concerned about.
Okay, Mr. Harrington, you just referenced the term cross subsidization, and I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about that. So the company administers DSM programs, which you've mentioned. That's correct?
Yes, correct.
And those are approved by the commission in the company's DSM plan?
That's correct.
Not every Black Hills customer takes advantage of the company's DSM offerings, do they?
No, not every customer takes advantage.
But under the company's approved DSM plan, every customer does contribute toward the company's DSM costs.
Yeah, and again, there's a significant difference here. Okay, we're talking about a gas only versus shifting a customer to electric. Whereas Black Hills customers don't get the benefit, we don't get the compensation from the electric utility. So there's a significant difference here between simply reducing gas usage versus shifting that usage to electric, where our gas customers don't get that benefit. So there's a significant difference here between simply gas DSM versus now shifting that load to an electric utility where we can't get compensated from them. And that is an unjust cross subsidization that has to be addressed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harrington. We're going to move on to another electrification subtopic, and that's the Rocky Ford beneficial electrification pilot. Am I correct that the Rocky Ford pilot originally resulted from a settlement in the beneficial electrification proceeding for Black Hills Colorado Electric?
That's correct. And I think it's important to remember the timing kind of the statutory framework that happened here, where at the same time that the clean heat statute was passed in 2021, a similar statute was passed for the electric utilities, requiring electric utilities to offer a beneficial electrification. The beneficial electrification statute that was passed did not mandate that gas utilities offer a beneficial electrification program. So I think the commissioners, you'll see this in our statement of position. I think it's very important to consider the overall statutory framework that the legislature laid out for us, where we had a clean heat plan, and then we had a beneficial electrification plan passed in the same year. And so as a result of that beneficial electrification plan, Black Hills Gas Affiliate, so our Black Hills Colorado Electric utility, it implemented a beneficial electrification plan. And as a part of that beneficial electrification plan, Black Hills Colorado Electric agreed to work with Black Hills Colorado Gas in the Rocky Ford area, because that is where we have dual fuel. And so there is an agreement between Colorado Electric and Colorado Gas to coordinate with each other on those customers. It's about 2,000 customers in the Rocky Ford area.
Okay, you mentioned that Black Hills Colorado Electric and Black Hills Colorado Gas are affiliate companies. So I'm assuming that they're separate legal entities.
Yes, that's correct.
And do they have separate financials?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and so through the second settlement agreement in the Clean Heat Plan proceeding, Black Hills Gas would direct additional funding toward the Rocky Ford BE pilot using clean heat funds. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, and again, it's also important to understand what the type of funding is. So what Black Hills Colorado Gas has agreed to do is partner with Colorado Electric. So the funding that is coming from Black Hills Colorado Gas is helping customers with education and marketing information. The rebates themselves, so let's say it's a rebate on an electric heat pump. The cost of that rebate from the electric heat pump is coming from the electric utility. So Black Hills Colorado Gas customers are not funding an electric rebate, but Black Hills Colorado Gas customers are funding education material, information, and we're partnering with our electric utility. And the electric utility is the one that has the funding for the specific rebates.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful. Based on the description of your job duties in your direct testimony, I'm assuming you're generally familiar, and it sounds like you are, with the experience Black Hills Electric has had with the Rocky Ford pilot. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I would agree. I'm not here testifying for Colorado Electric, but but I'm familiar with it. Yes.
Okay. Has Black Hills Electric begun implementing the pilot yet?
Yes, we have, or they have.
And when did that start?
Ooh, that I don't recall. I mean, I know we filed a plan. It's approved by the commission, so I know Black Hills Colorado Electric has an approved plan. I do not remember when it was started.
Can you generally describe for us the types of activities, if any, that Black Hills Electric has done so far to promote and implement the pilot?
Yeah, I'm not the program administrator, so I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that Black Hills Electric was offering rebates to customers. Do you know what the value of those rebates is?
I don't know specifically, so I'm not sure specifically. I think it might be around $2,000 for an electric heat pump, but I don't recall specifically.
Do you know about how many customers have signed up to participate in the Rocky Ford pilot?
It would be very, very few, if any, is what I'm hesitant to say zero, but I do know it would be very, very small number.
Do you know if the company expects participation to grow in the coming years?
Well, based on the survey data and the public polling that's conducted, I mean, I wouldn't expect from our customers or even customers across the state would go significantly start adopting electrification measures.
Okay, that's a great segue to our next topic, which is the customer survey. You described and provided a copy of Black Hills customer survey in your second settlement testimony. Is that right?
Yes, well, what we provided there, it's attachment 3 is got summary of the questions and answers and the results of the customer survey.
And in the company's view, the results of its customer survey indicate that it should not pursue electrification on a larger scale. Would you agree with that characterization?
Yeah, I think it was pretty overwhelming response from our customers. They're not interested in paying for it. They're not interested in it. They're not that interested in electrification. So it was an overwhelming response from our customers that gave us helpful, meaningful insight.
All right, I'd like to pull up the survey, which is hearing exhibit 123, attachment MJH3. Please. All right, and as you mentioned, this exhibit shows the results and some of the questions of Black Hills customer survey. Is that right?
That's correct. It's kind of a summary document of the questions and the responses that we received.
And I'm assuming that responding to the survey was voluntary.
Yes, it was an email. So we sent out an email survey to all of our 200,000+ customers. It was a voluntary email or voluntary survey.
All right, I would like to turn to page 12, please. And this is question 6, and here it states, are you aware that the Colorado Public Utilities Commission is considering a policy requiring Black Hills Energy natural gas customers to help fund programs that assist other households in switching from natural gas to electric appliances, like stoves, furnaces, or water heaters? Did I read that question right?
Yes, you did.
Now, this question does not state that the survey respondent themselves would also be able to take advantage of any programs to switch to electric appliances, does it?
Can you repeat that question? I didn't quite understand that.
Sure. So this question 6 here refers to programs that assist other households in switching to electric appliances. Do you see that part of the question?
Yes.
And so this question does not indicate that the survey respondent themselves and their household would also be able to take advantage of those programs, does it?
This question itself does not. I think there's other questions that kind of get to that, to get to your issue there, but this question, it does not ask that.
All right, and then let's go to question 7, please, which is on page 13. And question 7 states, the Colorado Public Utilities Commission is considering a mandatory fee on Black Hills Energy natural gas bills to pay for your neighbor's conversion to electrical appliances like stoves, furnaces, or water heaters. Do you support this decision? Did I read question 7 correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and so similar to my question about question 6, this question 7 does not indicate that the fee would also help pay for the survey respondent's own conversion to electric appliances, does it?
No, it does not.
Okay, so stepping back from these specific questions that we just looked at, I'm wondering if you can tell me whether this survey asked customers whether a rebate would influence them to consider installing a heat pump or a heat pump water heater?
I think we were taking more of a high level. If you go back up to question 2, it's more of a understanding of our customers, what their interest in electrification is, and whether or not they would like a choice in what energy is provided to their home. And I think an overwhelming majority, they want energy choice. They don't want to be forced to electrify. They don't want to be forced to pay for an electrification program. They don't want the unjust, unfair cross-subsidization. And those were all very telling evidence and information that we received. The comments that we received from the survey were quite informative. We provided just a few here in the testimony. We're ready to provide the entire list of comments that our customers responded, and it's very informative and very informational as to the desires and the choices that our customers want to keep.
And we're going to walk through some of those comment responses in a minute here, but I just want to kind of close the loop on my question there. You're not aware of any question within this survey that asks customers whether they would be interested in a rebate for an electric appliance. There's no question in here about that. That's correct, right?
It's correct.
And in the survey, Black Hills did not ask its customers whether they support policies or fees that fund DSM programs, did it?
Well, this wasn't a DSM survey. This was simply focusing on beneficial electrification and whether or not, our customers' interest, input, assumptions, whether or not they're interested in, as a gas-only customer, electrifying their home.
And so I assume that the survey also didn't ask the customers whether they support policies or fees that would fund purchases of renewable natural gas.
Again, the survey was focused solely on electrification.
And so it didn't ask about advanced monitoring and leak detection programs either.
No, again, it was an electrification survey, trying to get an understanding from our customers on their interest, desires of electrifying their home.
Okay, if we could please go to page 1. And then we may zoom into certain parts of this in a minute, but just speaking high level, this page shows the conclusions that the company drew from its survey. Is that right?
I think we'll characterize it as key findings, maybe not necessarily conclusions, but these are key findings that we found in the respondent and the response that we received.
Got it. If we could kind of zoom in on that right-hand side under the awareness and support correlation header, which is that middle section of text. Thank you. Okay, so in the first bullet point here, that begins awareness increases support, the company states that respondents who are fully aware of the Colorado PUC's proposed fee were 18x more likely to support it than those unaware. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And then let's move down a little bit to the strategic insights header that's just below. And then the second bullet point here, beginning with communication need. So here it states that low awareness signals a need for proactive education and transparency. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and then finally, I want to look at that last bullet point on the page that states engagement strategy. And here the company found that increasing awareness may improve support and reduce opposition. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so the last part of this document that we're going to walk through is page 6, please. And then I think it might be helpful. I'm going to focus on the responses that are under Q. I believe that's 6, but it's all of the text on the right-hand side. So we could probably blow it up a little bit so we can zoom in on that right column text a bit more, please. Is that large enough, Mr. Harrington?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this page appears to contain survey respondents' narrative responses to the question about whether they have any thoughts, concerns, or comments they'd like to share about electrification or the policies related to switching from natural gas to electric appliances in Colorado. Do you see that portion up at the top there for question 8?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so we're going to read through some of these customers' narrative responses. Towards the top of the page here, I believe it's the first response under question 8. One respondent stated, "Your survey seems biased, like a push-pull." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And the very next response after that says, "Your questionnaire, I'm sorry to say, is somewhat flawed since some of the language you use is front-loaded. Be careful when making policy from the results." Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
And then at the very bottom of this page, the last customer response listed here states, "You're obviously opposed to these measures, but I think that long-term moving away from fossil fuels is important." Did I read that one correctly?
Yes, you did.
All right, we can go ahead and take down this exhibit. Thank you. All right, so we're now on to my last sub-issue around beneficial electrification. And that is the requirement in the second settlement for an electrification study. So if we could please pull up hearing exhibit 123, attachment MJH4. And this is the red lines to the second settlement agreement that we've already discussed earlier today. And can we please go to page 15? And then scroll down a little bit to the text underneath section K. That's great. So, Mr. Harrington, is it fair to say that the electrification study is essentially a requirement for the company to analyze electrification opportunities, costs, and benefits within its service territory?
This is the very similar study that the commission ordered the other gas-only LDC in the state to do. That is Atmos Energy. So the commission has approved a clean heat plan for Atmos Energy, which does not have an electrification program. And when the commission approved the clean heat plan for Atmos Energy, the commission required that Atmos perform a study. And so when we were working with the settling parties, CEO brought up a framework, brought back a framework to the settling parties that included this electrification study. And so we agreed. I think that it's also important to note that in our in this language that in developing the study, the settling parties will get together and discuss all the inputs and the data and the cost assumptions. Because one of the problems that we have here in this proceeding is we have a very different electrification studies between what the company thinks is reasonable and what SWEEP, which we think is unreasonable. And so the assumptions that SWEEP is using in their modeling are completely outdated and unreasonable. And so what this study does is it attempts to get the parties together. We'll talk about the cost, we'll talk about the inputs, we'll talk about the assumptions, try to get alignment ahead of time, rather than where we find ourselves today, where we have completely different opinions on cost, abatement cost, emission reductions. So the idea is that we will get together with the parties. The company has agreed in our best faith efforts to work with the parties to define and understand what those inputs are. And so then we can have a much better framework for a discussion. Because right now, we're so far apart on what is justification for cost and what is reasonable for cost. We're so far apart between our assumptions and SWEEP's assumptions. It's really hard for the commission to make a meaningful decision on what's the best electrification program, if any at all. And so that's the objective of what this study will do. It'll help us, it'll help the parties, it'll help the commission make a more informed decision.
I think the answer is that SWEEP can participate in this process, but I believe earlier in your testimony you stated that you would convene the settling parties for the stakeholder group. SWEEP would be allowed to participate in that settlement or the stakeholder group. Is that right?
That's correct. We'd have no intentions of excluding SWEEP, even though they didn't sign on to the settlement party. We have no problem if SWEEP wanted to join in those conversations.
Okay, so looking here at paragraph 37A towards the bottom of the page, it states that the company must use publicly available third-party neutral data for all inputs and assumptions related to the costs, efficiencies, and market demand for electrification. Do you see that provision?
Yes, I do.
What types of publicly available third-party neutral data does the company envision would qualify under this settlement term?
Well, I'm not exactly sure specifics. This language was frankly just copied right from Atmos Energy's decision that the commission ordered for Atmos Energy. And so this was actually language that the commission came up with for Atmos. So I think what this question is, as far as the specifics, Mr. Cottrell could probably best answer what that data would look like. Mr. Cottrell is our, the consultant we've used to model. I'm not exactly sure what that data would look like for third-party assumptions. So I think, again, Mr. Cottrell would probably be better to answer what that could be.
All right. And setting aside the issue of what type of data would qualify, does the company interpret this settlement term here in paragraph 37A to mean that the company may only use publicly available third-party neutral data for the electrification study?
No. I think the intent is that we would work with the parties ahead of time so that we all have a better understanding of the difference of opinions or what does go into the cost effectiveness calculations. This doesn't necessarily bind the company to a specific or any party to a specific assumption, but rather what this does is it really allows the parties to get together ahead of time in a good faith effort of communicating and working together to understand and perform a survey or a study that discuss costs, abatement issues, emission reduction estimates. So So that's kind of the intent of this study.
And so if I'm understanding you correctly, the company's interpretation of paragraph 37A is that if the participating parties disagreed on whether a particular set of data was publicly available, third party, or neutral, paragraph 37A does not bar the company from using that data in the electrification study. Do I have that correct?
That's correct. It also wouldn't bar SWEEP from filing something different if they so choose.
All right. We can take down this exhibit now. Thank you. So, Mr. Harrington, we've discussed a few times how Black Hills submitted a report from GTI Energy in this proceeding, haven't we?
We briefly talked about it. Again, we've got another witness that's supporting the report, but yes, we briefly talked about it earlier.
And you'd agree that the GTI report assessed consumer impacts and societal benefits and costs associated with various electrification scenarios?
Sounds like you might be reading from my testimony. Maybe help me
Yeah.
find that.
It's hearing exhibit 101, which is your direct testimony.
Okay.
And we can go to page 37, please. Lines 16 to 20, so scrolling down a bit. And I'll just read this out loud. The GTI report provides a quantitative assessment of Colorado residential consumer economic impacts, e.g. capital costs and annual energy costs, and societal benefits and costs, e.g. GHG reduction and dollar per metric CO2 equivalent reduction, stemming from various future natural gas, electric, and hybrid natural gas electric scenarios. Do you see that portion of the testimony?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay. In the company's view, the GTI report identified various cost and feasibility barriers related to the electrification of home heating.
Yes, that's true. Correct.
All right, I think we can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you. Mr. Harrington, I'm assuming, aware that SWEEP's witnesses raised significant concerns about the credibility of the GTI report, aren't you?
Yes, that's true. I don't recall the specifics of what they raised, but I do recall they raised some issues that they found or had with the GTI report.
Would Black Hills consider the GTI report to qualify as third-party neutral data under the settlement term?
But potentially, I think GTI is a accredited entity. They do a lot of good work, and I think it's a good source of information. Certainly understands we may not agree, but I think that's the point of the electrification study and working with the parties is we can present it and have some discussions about it. I think it would be used as one data point. SWEEP may not agree, but other parties, may agree. And so I think it's a good data point that we could use and discuss.
Okay, so stepping away from the GTI report, I'd like to talk in more detail about something you referenced earlier, which is a study by Coloradans for Energy Access, or CEA. And in your second settlement testimony, you referred to public opinion research conducted in December 2024 by CEA. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And generally speaking, that research analyzed attitudes toward natural gas and electrification.
Yes, that's correct.
And in your view, CEO's public opinion research showed that Coloradans prefer having access to natural gas for heating and cooking.
I think the research talks about just preference for, yeah, this is on page 33 of my settlement testimony, if that's where you're referencing.
It was.
You know, okay. We're on the same page. When given a choice, homes with all electric appliance or one that includes gas for heating or cooking or other appliances, 64% of Coloradans prefer choosing to have natural gas.
Black Hills is a member of CEA, isn't it?
The coalition is made up of over 50 organizations across Colorado, and Black Hills is one of the 50 that's a member.
Could we please pull up Exhibit 513 from Vox? And then I think, well, we can leave it like this for now, and then I may ask us to zoom in a few portions. But Mr. Harrington, I'll represent to you that this is a PDF of the webpage that you cited in footnote 42 of your second settlement testimony. And that's on page 33, I believe. Looking at this, is it fair to say that you're familiar with hearing Exhibit 513?
Yes.
Chair, I'll move for the admission of hearing Exhibit 513, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
So the organizations, well, actually, if we could just briefly scroll through this document, I think it's only a couple of pages. So just so the witness can get a sense of what it contains as a whole, please. Perfect, thank you. And then could we please go back to page 1? So in addition to Black Hills, I'll just ask you about a couple of other members of CEA. Atmos Energy is also a member of CEA, is that right?
That's correct.
American Public Gas Association?
I'll take that. I didn't see him in the scroll, or I can't quite see it, but
Yeah,
agree.
if we could just zoom in a bit on that first row, it's small text. Let me know when you can find it.
There we go. I see it.
Okay. And then Colorado Petroleum Association, is that also a member? That'll be in the 4th row if you'd like to confirm.
Yeah, I see it. I agree.
Okay, we can take this down, please. Mr. Harrington, as the Director of Regulatory for Black Hills, can I assume that you're generally familiar that the company has a DSM plan and strategic issues filing for 2026 to 2027?
This is for Colorado Gas, or gas DSM.
Correct.
Yes, and I believe it's still pending approval with the commission right now. I don't think it's been approved. I think I recall we've filed settlement, and I think that is still pending approval.
That's my understanding as well. It wouldn't surprise you if I told you that Black Hills cited the CEA public opinion research in that proceeding as well, would it?
No, I know we did. We've cited it there as well.
Okay. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 514 from Box? And this is staff witness Nick Bondradina's answer testimony for Black Hills 2026 to 2027 DSM filing. And that's proceeding number 25A-0176G. Did I characterize that document correctly, Mr. Harrington, from what you can tell?
That's what it appears to be. Great.
Okay, and if we could please go to page 31 and scroll to line 9. And the question here states, please summarize why the commission should disregard the CEA public opinion research in this proceeding. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then if we could just scroll to also capture the very top of the next page. So we'll see these 3 bullet points here. Thank you. And at line 12, the answer is the commission should disregard this public opinion research as unreliable because, and then the first bullet point states, the source of the research is documented as having a pro-gas bias and is not a reliable source of neutral information on customer preferences. Did I read that text correctly?
You read it correctly, and I completely disagree with the conclusion there.
Understood. The second bullet there states the survey methodology, including the sample of respondents and demonstrated bias in the survey questions asked by the firm, is flawed. Did I read that bullet correctly?
You read it correctly, and I completely disagree with the conclusion there as well.
And then that third bullet point at the top of page 32 states that the results do not align with actual market trends for electric and gas appliances. Did I read that correctly?
You do, and I disagree with that as well. I think it aligns perfectly with what we're seeing in the market.
All right, we can take down this exhibit now.
Yep.
So, Mr. Harrington, based on our discussion about the CEA research that we had just now, the public opinion research, would Black Hills consider the CEA research to qualify as third-party neutral data under the second settlement agreement?
Yes.
Okay, so turning now to a related issue with the second settlement agreement. One of the requirements, as you mentioned before, is that the company must lead a stakeholder technical working group for the electrification study. Is that so?
Yes, that's correct.
And that working group, in addition to being open to the parties in this proceeding, must also be open to any third-party organization that provides neutral technical assistance and expertise regarding the electrification study that may be interested in participating. Is that your understanding of the settlement term?
I'm trying to find the exact language, but I guess, sake of time here, I'll agree with you. The intent of the company is, to have a technical stakeholder working group with, technical experts to discuss the inputs and assumptions. We will conduct the working group in a good faith effort, gathering feedback, gathering information. And so it's our commitment to the parties and to the commission that we would conduct a working group session and a good faith efforts.
Mr. Harrington, does the company interpret the terms around the stakeholder working group in the second settlement agreement to mean that GTI Energy would be allowed to participate in that working group?
Potentially. We haven't contracted them to do so, but potentially.
How about CEA?
I would say they'd be less likely to participate. I guess I would say potentially, I mean, if there was some publications or research or data that they've performed that could be useful, I think it would be open for them, for that type of information to be included.
So it sounds like Black Hills would be open for CEA to be a participant in the working group.
I don't know, I would say a participant. I don't know that that's how they're structured. But I don't think that organization is necessarily structured to be as a participant. So I would probably say no to that. But it could be that they perform some more polling studies or more research papers, and the results of that could be used or brought up or discussed. But I don't think they would be necessarily a participant.
All right. Mr. Harrington, you and I have at this point discussed 3 different studies or reports on electrification that the company relies on in this proceeding. Those are the GTI Energy Report, the CEA Public Opinion Research, and the company's customer survey. Would you agree with that?
No, I mean, not entirely. I think Mr. Cottrell, he's our modeling expert and did a lot of the cost estimates. He has relied on some data and some analysis. So certainly those 3, the GTI, the CEA poll, and the Black Hills customer survey have been informative. I wouldn't say that's all or the sole source of information. Mr. Cottrell uses a lot of other data in his studies and analysis.
Understood. But in terms of the discussion you and I have had today, we talked about those 3 different sources, didn't we?
Yes, you and I talked about those 3.
All right. And it's fair to say that the company believes that each of those 3 sources counsel against Black Hills expanding beneficial electrification in its clean heat plan, isn't it?
I certainly caution and provide a lot of information, and it's very informative as to the needs and the desires of our customers. And we have, based on that feedback and that information from our customers, it's pretty evident and clear to us that it's not in the public interest to order or force Black Hills customers to pay for an electrification program, especially when they're not getting the benefits of electrification. We're not getting compensated. They're not getting compensated for those benefits. So certainly that feedback that we've received from our customers has helped us and has provided us information as to the needs and the desires and the wants of our customers.
So, Mr. Harrington, despite the company's reliance on those 3 studies that you and I have talked about, under the second settlement agreement, the settling parties want to spend up to $300,000 of ratepayer money for the company to conduct yet another study on beneficial electrification.
That's correct. Again, as I mentioned earlier, one of the big differences we have between the parties, especially between SWEEP and our consultant, there's significant deviations between what is a realistic assumption for cost. We have very different opinions. SWEEP has extremely overly generous opinions on cost. SWEEP is using extreme amounts of participation assumptions. The participation levels SWEEP has assumed are not possible, not going to happen. And so we are so far apart in modeling that right now it is difficult to really get a true estimate of what electrification potential actually is, what cost would actually be required or needed. And so this study is an attempt to bring the parties together to at least try to find some common ground so that we're not having such wide-ranging estimates of cost, participation, abatement issues, emission reductions. We're very different. We have very different opinions on that right now.
And there's no requirement for party consensus in the second settlement agreement related to the electrification study, is there?
No, there's not.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. I have no further questions.
That took exactly 90 minutes. So,
I've got my stopwatch going.
let's take a 10-minute break till 11 o'clock and we'll come back with, I'm told council doesn't have any questions, so we'll come back with commissioner questions, starting with you, Commissioner Gumming, 11 o'clock. Mr. Dixon, did you have something?
Yes, thank you. I just want to give you a heads up that Ms. Sermos, Henry Sermos, is in Houston and expects to get in sometime later today. So she's going to let us know if she might still be available, say around 3 or 3:30 today. So I just wanted to pass that on, if that's acceptable, to Commissioner Gilman.
Commissioner Gilman, comments?
Yeah, thanks. I think that's fine. I mean, to me, I have a few questions I intend to ask her, but if it doesn't fit into the natural course of the hearing, we can move on without it. If she happens to be available at the time she would come up, then that also works.
Thank you.
for the update.
Thanks for the update, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Harrington, you still out there?
Still here.
Commissioner Gilman.
Good morning, Mr. Harrington.
Morning, nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. First, kind of an overarching question. So broadly within the plan document that you had sponsored, as well as in Mr. Cottrell's testimony, there are listings of abatement costs and cost effectiveness results for both different kind of clean heat resource categories, as well as the portfolios in total. Are you familiar generally with that?
No, not specifically. I think if you have kind of some questions on those specifics, I think it'd probably be better for those witnesses to help.
Okay, I'm happy to ask him. My question was a little more broad, was trying to understand within the record, if you're aware if there are any calculations or other documents that list the assumptions or inputs that went into the calculations that are presented for abatement cost and cost effectiveness.
I can't point you to it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think Mr. Cottrell would be the right witness there to point you to where in the record you could find that.
Okay, thank you. I'll be sure to ask him. I have a couple questions for you about forecasting in terms of what the company used. So to my understanding, the high forecast that the company uses 2012 data and added the same use per customer based on anticipated population growth. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, that does, and maybe you could help direct me to what you're looking at.
Let me see. I think it's in Mr. Christopherson's testimony, where he lays out. I don't have an exact page number for you yet, but I could probably get it. But do you need me to stop and find that, or?
Well, just give me a pull it up here.
Yeah,
But yeah, I agree with you. That is correct.
Okay. And then my broad understanding is the base forecast essentially takes that high forecast, but reduces the throughputs based on some DSM projection, which is essentially the projected annual energy savings from the DSM SI, as if it just kind of continued through 2050. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then in Mr. Christopherson's testimony, this one I know is hearing exhibit 105, page 15. Sorry, I don't have notes on all of them. He basically said that the customer count forecast used for the base forecast is the same as for the high because the company's DSM forecast doesn't include any BE. So as he said, the base case customer count forecast does not assume any customers are removing gas service through the adoption of DSM implementation, which is essentially the only difference in the two forecasts. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, DSM is not, the forecasting with DSM is not necessarily removing customers. It's just focused on reducing the emission or reducing usage.
Okay. And just curious, in your view, is the company's DSM plan the only potential avenue by which you might see customers making a choice to remove gas service or install electric appliances instead of gas moving into the future?
I don't think it's the only. I think I think customers would have the ability kind of on their own outside of the DSM program if they choose. They could do those measures outside of DSM or even outside of clean heat. So it's not it's definitely not the only avenue for a customer. I mean, a customer could do that on their own without support or assistance from DSM or electrification program.
Okay. But your base forecast would assume that essentially none of that goes on.
That's right. Correct.
Okay. And then your low forecast only assumes some BE, and then you don't assume any DSM anymore in the low forecast. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was the basis of that assumption?
Just to again, just to be able to provide the parameters of options. I think that's kind of the intent of a low forecast is I mean we're not really seeing a lot of customers leave our system or shut off their gas service. And so we're trying to provide a realistic low percentage rather than some significant change from what we're seeing. And I think so, trying to provide a realistic range of where we think the high and the low would fall.
Okay, and within that low forecast, what's kind of the mix of customers you assume leave the system versus just reduce their usage through the deployment of BE?
That I'm not sure we were that specific between residential and non-residential type. Bless you. We have some information there on page 16, but that's not quite exactly what you're looking for. We didn't really forecast that split between residential and non-residential. It's more of a total look.
And I'm not necessarily asking between residential and non-residential, between the difference of the customer count going down and just the use per customer going down as a modeling assumption for that low forecast.
Oh, that we do by residential. So we have that by residential and non-residential. Correct. And so when we look at our forecast, we look at the use per customer for residential. And then we look at it from with the other commercial classes. So that is a breakdown between residential and non-residential.
Okay. But you're not sure the degree to which you reduce customer count versus reduce usage per customer to come to that low forecast?
No, I do not recall. I do not know.
Okay. So would that so when I look at both the base and the high forecast, those essentially assume that no market electrification or electrification that would be outside of Black Hills gas program exists, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Are you aware if the company's low forecast, which assumes some BE, in the company's low forecast, which assumes some BE, the company's customer count from 2031 through 2050 look to me to be held constant to the customer count in 2030. Is that an accurate assumption, or I don't know if you had any better insights for me to understand?
That I do not know.
Okay. I think in let's see, hearing exhibit 101, which would be what your direct testimony on page 39, there is figure MJH10. Do you see that figure?
Yes.
So this figure appears to show that Colorado gas use per home has been steadily decreasing kind of during the entire time period sampled here. Would you agree that's kind of shown on this graph?
Yeah. This is from that from the GTI survey or study. the GTI study. So yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that appears to be what's happening in the state of Colorado with regard to use per customer?
No, I think that, I mean, well, with the exception of a few years, I think this is what we're seeing too as the overall general trend, that the use per customer, even for our customers, over this, long period of time has been going down. I think there's a lot of factors for that. Efficiency, more efficient appliances, certainly as customers start to replace their old appliances, they become a lot more efficient. So yeah, this is definitely the trend that we're seeing.
Okay. But my understanding of how you conduct at least your base and high forecast is that you kept the same usage per customer that you saw in 2022 and essentially assumed that stayed unchanged through the duration of the forecast. Is that accurate?
Well, we did reduce, so the low forecast does reduce.
Yeah, just high and base.
Oh, okay, high and that's correct then. Yeah. That's
Okay.
correct.
And so we have this graph here showing that at least during the entire 21 years shown on here, there's been pretty consistent reduction in usage per home, but it's the company's assumption that that reduction does not continue anymore.
I think there's certainly a point where the use per customer, there's a bottom, there's a floor that we'll see. I think the difference that we're starting to see a little bit is we're still continuing to hook up customers, so the overall sales are still going up. Use per customer, we are seeing it slightly declining. I think that the long-term modeling aspects, it's there is a floor, so that's partly why we kept that flat through our base plan.
So if most of the reductions kind of come from DSM deployment, is my understanding of kind of what you're saying.
Right.
Does the floor indicate like no more available potential for DSM?
Certainly does. Yeah. I mean, this has been an issue we bring up in DSM proceedings, all the time, that with new building codes, building standards, appliance standards, certainly there, the opportunities for DSM as you start to replace more and more old appliances, right? The opportunities for energy savings, starts to decrease as we update building codes, new homes are built, right? So that's an issue we bring up all the time in DSM.
Okay. Good segue into local building codes.
Yep.
In your supplemental direct testimony, on page 10, you had said, to the company's knowledge, none of the municipalities or counties for which the company serves natural gas have modified their local building codes as compared to 2022. And that was filed in April 2024. I know it's been a long timeline, so I looked at the date to figure out. So I was curious, what resources did the company use to develop that statement?
So this would be based on information that I got from our public affairs team that's out in the field, that interacts with our local government entities. And so we have, public affairs professionals that are out talking to different towns and municipalities. If you're looking for an updated number, I do not know if in the last year there have been any updates. There may have been, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, I do have that question on my list if you have updated information on that. So I'm curious, is the main strategy just talking to the public affairs and kind of expecting them to, or talking to the municipalities and expecting them to volunteer? Do you ever check their websites where you can somewhat obviously see when new building codes are adopted?
Yeah, I mean, I don't personally. It's not part of my necessarily duties and jobs, but our building, our public affairs team, our business development team, that when they are working with new developers, new home developments, I'm sure they are more aware of it. I don't really check those. It's part of my duties.
Okay, so is there some kind of formalized process internally to track changes to building codes, such that you can understand and incorporate them into forecasts as required by rule?
Yes, I think so in the context of our gas infrastructure plan, our GIP, the commission has rules on the GIP. And so when we're preparing those reports, that is one of the things we check on is when we're looking at our forecasting. We'll go through the building codes. We'll ask our business development team and our public affairs team what's changed and so that does factor in when we're doing our gas infrastructure plan report.
Okay, but it doesn't sound like it's so formalized as you have an actual list of the towns and municipalities and tracking their websites or building ordinances.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And do you have any idea how many towns and municipalities y'all serve?
A lot. Our gas territory is pretty widely dispersed across the state. We have about 200,000 customers. The exact number of towns and municipalities, I'm not sure. But I would probably say it's probably over 20, pushing to 30 different towns and cities. Just be a guess.
Being that the International Code Council's kind of new codes come out generally on like a 3-year basis, does it sound reasonable that none of all of these towns or counties would have updated their building codes in that time frame?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure some of them have, or some of them might, but I don't know what their schedules are.
Okay. Well, I will offer to you that you can go on their websites and find it pretty easily. And I did.
Yeah.
And you happen to find some that updated theirs. Also in your supplemental direct testimony, you indicated when we asked a question about the impact of line extension allowance policy changes. So this was on page 12 of your supplemental direct. You said, notwithstanding the status of pending line extension policy proceeding, the company believes developers will continue to request natural gas service regardless of modifications to the line extension policies. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
So as a result, the company's consideration of line extension policies results in no modification to anticipated greenhouse gas reductions, and I suppose, and also like fit and forecast projections. Is that right?
Well, certainly in this proceeding, we didn't forecast. If I'm trying to remember the timeline, when I wrote this back in April 2024, the immediate effects of the line extension changes, which came through Senate Bill 23-291. I don't know if any of that was fully implemented yet. So certainly when we're looking at the forecasting that we presented here, right, this was done a lot sooner than those line extension changes. But I will say what we're seeing though is even post the line extension changes, so even the last year, we're still seeing we're still seeing home developers requesting natural gas. And so, yes, we've changed our line extension policy and our tariff has been updated. But we're still seeing inquiries. We're still getting inquiries from new developments. New homes are still wanting natural gas, and the developers are still, wanting us to provide service, natural gas service to their development.
Do you do any tracking to understand their percentage of, new building permits or anything like that? With regard to, I don't doubt there are still requests, but more the question is, how does that change the forecast, does that have a bearing on the decisions people are making? Do you have any like trending or understanding on any changes?
I've not seen any trending analysis on that. No, I haven't.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify, does your testimony, I had originally read it and essentially interpreted to say you were saying that line extension policies or not have no bearing on if developers or different facilities will choose to have natural gas. Is that your testimony, or is that it's too early to tell the implication of the changes in policy?
Yeah, I guess I would say certainly when I wrote this testimony way back when, it was too early to tell. Because the policies were just changing then. I would say, yeah, at that time the testimony would be it's too early to tell. I think as we think about it now today, I think it's a mixed. I think there has been situations where we've seen developers, implement or build an all electric neighborhood. I know of an example for that, but we're also still seeing developers building home neighborhoods requesting gas. So I think as of today, it's been a bit of a mixed result or mixed change. I haven't seen specific, trending analysis. We haven't updated any of that I'm aware of.
So I'm just trying to understand, like for the next clean heat plan, for the next GIP, if this is a consideration required to be included in your forecasting, and before it was too early to tell, is the company making any efforts to kind of trend or understand any differences in development, kind of post implementation of changes to line extension policy?
Yes, in fact, actually, when we're in this context for a clean heat plan, when we look at the AQCC workbooks where we're then estimating the emission reductions, one of the requirements or one of the fields that we're required to fill out is the avoided emissions. And so as we move forward, tracking the avoided emissions, which means did a neighborhood go all electric versus a gas, that would be an avoided emission. So we will start tracking that because of the clean heat planning requirements here.
So if a neighborhood goes all electric, I guess how would you know about it?
Well, our business development team and our local operations team in each of the towns that we serve, they're aware of the developments that are happening in our service territory. So they would be aware of it and kind of report it to our forecasting team.
Okay, and then your assumption is your team would include in the AQCC workbook, basically credit for avoided emissions.
Right.
For a project that you had no role in.
Right. If we have avoided emissions, right, I think that is that's one of the calculations in the AQCC workbook.
I'm just curious, how did Black Hills Gas avoid those emissions if development simply chose to not take your service?
Well, that's avoided. Yeah, I mean that would just be avoided gas emissions, right? So instead of hooking up the customer, it's the avoided gas. So it's not really a ton of gas or a ton of emissions. It's just that avoided part. So we would estimate what that avoided emissions would be. So instead of hooking up the neighborhood with gas, right, they went all electric, and we would estimate what that avoided emissions is.
Okay, by getting what publicly available building permit data or something?
Building permits, estimates of the customer usage, use per customer, and so we would estimate it. Yeah.
Okay. And is taking credit for that in the AQCC workbook akin to assuming that was a clean heat resource that the company deployed?
Don't think that's an eligible resource if thinking about the clean heat statute. And when in the clean heat statute it lists out the eligible resource, that I don't think is listed as an eligible resource. But when we're doing the emissions verification, it is something that we can add as part of the emission verification process.
Okay. And then on page 12, the company also considered the price elasticity of demand, but made no adjustments to the forecast based on it. Because I quote, research suggests that natural gas demand is inelastic, meaning buyers are relatively insensitive to changes in price in natural gas. And what was the main basis for that statement?
Well, I mean, we saw this back in 2023. If you recall, we had a period of really high gas cost. And so what we found or saw was, even though we had really high gas cost, our GCAs, not just Black Hills, everybody's GCAs, Excels, Atmos, our GCAs went really high because of the gas cost. And what we found was certainly customers did modify their usage a little bit, but it wasn't a significant change because of the price. And so that's common with all utilities. Customers, the response, the change in response from a customer versus the change in supply, or the change in price versus over the change in supply, that's an inelasticity. That's pretty common with utility service. It takes a significant price change to drive a change in supply or demand. And so that's pretty common, and specifically we saw that in 2023 when we had those really high gas costs and our GCAs were really high.
Okay, and that sounds like somewhat, and I think that is addressed to some degree in the 2018 Berkeley study that you cited, that that kind of short-term elasticity. I think I have a question with this with regard to forecasting. What, if any, data does the company have about what experiences like the 2022-2023 winter that had really extraordinary gas costs does to customer heating preferences over the longer term in terms of their choices for equipment? Not necessarily did they reduce their consumption the next week, but does this impact their view of the cost effectiveness?
Yeah, I guess that's a good question. I don't think we've seen significant, or we don't have significant data on that to show what impact that had on a customer's long-term view. I don't think we have any data, or I haven't seen any information on that.
Okay. And is the 2018 Berkeley study that you had cited in a footnote there the primary source of data for your analysis that demand is inelastic?
Well, that's certainly, that's a good publicly available source that we use. We've got, when we look at our use per customer, changing pricing, that event that happened 2023 when we saw high gas prices. So we have some internal data and the internal analysis that we do on our customer use per customer. That's the data that I have or that I've seen.
Okay, yeah, because this was just the only one that was cited in there. And I was curious if there were specific findings in that report that you used to come to that conclusion, because I did find several references to winter usage being moderately elastic, which is different than inelastic.
Yeah, again, we've not really seen it on our specific customers, that it really changes. When you have a high price or a price increase, it really doesn't change the customer usage behavior that much at all.
Okay. I have a few questions for you on DSM plans and measures. I think some of this was Mr. Christopherson, so hopefully we can answer these. So as I understand it, the company's plan, including under the second settlement agreement for the DSM funding portion of the portfolio, is to use that clean heat plan investment in DSM as expanded funding, as the company calls it. So as I understand it, this would be used in the event and only in the event that the company exceeds their current year DSM budgets from their DSM plan. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, this would be expanded or incremental funds available to those DSM programs.
Okay. Are there any enhancements to those rebates, like expanding the dollar value of certain rebates, that you expect to occur as part of this, expanded funding?
No, it uses the same measures. So the same rebate levels that's in the DSM program. So it's the same measures, not any expanded or enhanced incentives. It's the same
Okay.
as what's in the DSM.
So it's like you took your DSM plan and now you just have a bunch more money in case you burn through all the money for the year, is basically what's going on.
Right. Some additional incremental funds, right, for the DSM.
Okay, and then you also suggest that you would use the 10% budget flexibility in the DSM prior to using any clean heat plan funds, and I was curious why that is.
Well, it gets complicated. At least it's complicated right now with this inaugural plan. When we have two separate program managements and aspects. One of the things that in the settlement agreement is we've agreed to combine the two. So in the next time, right? So we've now, assuming the commission would approve this 26 and 27 program, that would now align perfectly with our DSM plan. So when we file the next plan, which would be filed in 2027, it would be a combined DSM and clean heat plan. And so then these questions about incremental 10% funding, all of that then kind of gets moot. But so that is kind of it's a complicated arrangement right now because of just the way the legislature set up the timing of this. It didn't really align very well. And so that's really the only reason why is we let the DSM program kind of and the conditions of that 10% in the DSM program kind of go first, and then the clean heat will come on top.
Okay. And since we're really talking about only expending this funding, if your DSM program is essentially oversubscribed over 110% for the year, I'm curious, has the company been exceeding its budgets in the immediately prior years with regard to gas DSM?
I'm aware of maybe one or two programs that we have, but I'm not sure specific program, which ones we have.
Well, and I'm more curious in total.
Oh, in total?
Total annual budget, have you been exceeding that?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. I did look up the company's 2024 annual report that was filed in proceeding 23A-0331G. And to my understanding, that report shows that the company achieved about 51% of their program target for 2024. Do you have any different information than that?
No, I would not.
So if, let's say, just for the sake of this discussion, we assume that's the case, in that we're 2026, let's say, then essentially the company would expend $0 from clean heat plan DSM in that year.
Yeah, that's correct. Right.
Okay. And I'm curious, so in your portfolio modeling, you kind of assume that the funds do get used and they do achieve the greenhouse gas reductions, right? And I'm curious, what's the basis of the company thinking there is this DSM potential, especially at the rebate levels not being increased or augmented with this funding? What leads you to think that suddenly we'll have a significantly increased demand to tap into for DSM?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think Mr. Cottrell could probably help you with that. I mean, I think you're getting into kind of participation levels, participation assumptions. That I think, yeah, maybe Mr. Cottrell could help explain why we think that incremental funding might, be used or not used. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. You also, there's the expanded funding for DSM, and then there's some, I think it's called incremental DSM, which is kind of another concept that perhaps measures that were not among the most cost effective would be deployed as kind of like a second step or something to increase the breadth of the DSM offerings. Does that sound accurate?
Yes. Yeah. Correct. Yes.
Do you have any examples of what sort of things you're considering for this funding that is planned?
Yeah, again, I have to punt that one to Mr. Cottrell on the specific, program measures.
Okay. And should I also ask him why the company determined that that was the most appropriate route rather than perhaps enhancing existing DSM rebates?
Yeah, that'd be a good question for Andrew.
Okay. And let's see. So the number one recommendation listed in the GTI energy report, which you all submitted into this proceeding, was to have a core focus emphasis on building envelope efficiency improvements. Are you familiar generally with that recommendation from GTI?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
It's on page 41, I think, of their report, but it is their number one listed recommendation. So I'm curious, what if any adjustments? It sounds like no adjustments have been made yet in any DSM offerings. Is the company considering any adjustments to DSM offerings as part of the Clean Heat Plan to enact or pursue this core focus on building envelope improvements as recommended by GTI?
Yeah, again, the program specific measures, I think Mr. Cottrell probably better to handle those kind of specific measures of, yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah.
No worries. The fourth recommendation from GTI in that study was the expanded use of hybrid space conditioning systems based on the concept of a high efficiency natural gas furnace and an electric heat pump system as an upgrade to a conventional whole house air conditioning system, working together with smart controls at the home and utility level to optimize costs, energy delivery system, asset utilization, and greenhouse gas reductions. Does that sound familiar?
Yes. Yes.
And I was curious if the company, and this might be Mr. Cottrell also, was planning on considering that as part of the DSM offerings, and just more broadly, probably more in your wheelhouse, does the company endorse that outcome of the GTI study?
Yeah, I think I'd have to defer that over to Mr. Cottrell.
From a policy perspective as well, you'd like that to be his question?
Yeah, I guess I defer that, yeah, to Cottrell, as Mr. Cottrell, as to what, how we've assumed that into the modeling, whether that's an appropriate assumption. I think he could best help us with that.
Okay. So do you kind of from a policy perspective not have an opinion on their recommendation that that sort of hybrid heating be pursued?
Oh, I think, yeah, I mean, from the policy perspective, that's certainly one of the, the proposals with the, that we're discussing here is a hybrid approach. I think even the electrification analysis that Mr. Cottrell has performed is a hybrid approach. I think he's performed an all electric approach and a hybrid approach. And so, I mean, we've definitely studied both approaches. And so I think from a policy perspective, it's certainly, you know, it's certainly reasonable and appropriate to kind of study both approaches.
Okay. And the GTI study purportedly studied that approach and recommended specifically that hybrid approach. Is that a policy position that the company disputes or endorses?
No, yeah, we don't dispute it. I think it's yeah, among the options to look at. It's certainly something to consider. Certainly, I think, you know, one of the things that we found is the hybrid approach is probably the more likely approach that customers would take. And so looking at and making sure we study that is certainly appropriate.
Okay. Getting back to a conversation you had a little bit earlier this morning with regard to replacement of gas equipment and what the existing condition was. You had indicated to my understanding this morning that the company already tracks some information related to the existing equipment when customers are, I suppose, applying for rebates for new efficient gas heating equipment. Is that accurate?
Yeah, my understanding, and if you have specifics, we could ask Ms. Gardunia. She's one of our program managers. And she's our program manager on DSM. So if you have specific, we could bring in Ms. Gardunia. But my understanding, Commissioner Gilman, is that right now we do have some of that information. It is not, though, required. So when we were looking at that application form, that information is not necessarily like, you know, a requirement to fill out. But my understanding is we do have some information. And so if that becomes, you know, something that the commission really wants as maybe a requirement, that we require the customer provide us that feedback and that information, then I mean we can add that to those forms and gather that data.
Okay. And so I take it from that response that does the company have any percentage of existing gas heating equipment that you understand to be or presume to be already of the efficient variety?
That, yeah, I don't know specific numbers. We could maybe see if Ms. Gardunia has any, but I'm not aware of any specific percentages.
Okay. And are you aware, you know, I think it was the commission's first deliberation on this, a discussion on a concern that I was also brought up this morning, that rebates could be provided to replace efficient equipment with more efficient equipment, essentially resulting in no greenhouse gas savings for that transaction. So I just wasn't sure from your conversation before, you had said, I think, something to the effect of that's an easy change to make. Was that with regard to just asking or limiting rebates to only be applicable when there is an actual efficiency improvement?
Well, certainly easy to ask. That's an easy change that we can make on the form. The second question about is, should that be required or should that be a condition? That's maybe a little bit more complicated. And I think I'm not exactly aware of all those conditions and the requirements through the DSM. That might be something that Mr. Cottrell or Ms. Gardunia could help us with. Certainly it's easy to track it. I would suggest that. Whether or not it's something we would require, that I don't know.
Okay, I'm happy to follow up with them.
Okay.
Okay, I have a few more questions. Let me see. More than a few, but just looking. With regard to the second settlement agreement, specifically, the company commits to a few things. One was providing an explanation, I believe this is in the next clean heat plan, with regard to specifically how building energy codes and standards impact its baseline high and low gas use forecasts. The company will assume reasonable adoption of low and no carbon energy building codes within its service territory in its high use forecast. I anticipate that would be used in all of the forecasts if it's used in the high use forecast, or
Yeah, I would agree. Yes.
okay. And then what will be the basis for that? Will you do some sampling or more extensive outreach to understand the actual implementation of low and no carbon building energy codes, especially within your service territory?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and as our forecasting process is getting more mature, especially with the gas infrastructure plan requirements, and as we're starting to, have additional requirements and reporting from the commission, our forecasting is getting more and more mature, I would say. I think we will start to incorporate, changing of the business codes. I think it's still difficult to forecast and model the impacts. But as the codes are starting to be implemented and we start to get more of those changes, based into our actuals and through our actual data, that then helps drive those forecasts. Because a lot of times the forecast is based on, econometric modeling using a lot of historical data. So as we start to move down the line, and these cities and municipalities are updating their business codes, and homes are changing, and businesses are changing, then that starts to show up in our actual historical data that then gets forecasted out.
Okay. And then another commitment is the company will clearly identify how its cost effectiveness analysis complies with Commission Rule 4731D1E. And I'm curious, I had asked this before. I think you referred me to Mr. Contrell to understand on this record where we can see any identification of the inputs and actual calculations regarding the cost effective analysis. So I suppose the answer is the same. I should go to him and ask him what we've got here for this proceeding.
Yes, I would agree. Yeah, he calculates the cost effectiveness. He'd be the best one to answer that.
Okay, got it. So you take the position that the company is firmly opposed to offering any electrification for its gas-only customers, correct?
Well, I think kind of briefly touched on it a little bit this morning. Is we raised some significant policy questions about the unjust, I call it the unjust cross subsidization that's happening here. And so those policy considerations we believe needs to be addressed prior to a significant or massive electrification program being implemented for our customers. And so that's a bit the kind of conditions or the considerations that I'm raising, and the concerns that we're very concerned about gas only utilities, Black Hills, Atmos, Summit, or CNG, and the potential, the issues that are facing these gas only utilities without having these other policy considerations addressed. We're very concerned about it.
Okay. Will anything within the planned $300,000 electrification study that is in the second settlement agreement, will anything planned within that study alleviate those concerns? Is that the purpose of the study in any part, to kind of address your policy concerns about beneficial electrification?
I mean, but it potentially could. I think the intent is really the main focus is on the modeling and the cost effectiveness of the modeling. We could continue to explore those policy considerations that need to be addressed. I mean, I'll note Public Service brought up these same issues in their clean heat plan, and they haven't been addressed yet. And so I mean, we could continue to work on, you know, those policy aspects, how to address the unfair cross subsidization that occurs, how do gas only customers receive those benefits from electrification? Right now, they don't. And so, I mean, we could continue to work on those solutions, and that could be something we add to the report. You know, if the commission would like.
Was that part of the intent of the electrification study?
Not necessarily the, oh, I think I guess I would say answer no, wasn't necessarily the intent. It's certainly something we could though add to the report if that's, again, if that's what you would like to see.
Okay. So if that effort's kind of not added to the electrification study and we just have the electrification study essentially as it was proposed for in the second settlement agreement, is there a result? As I understand it, like the electrification study would primarily deal with how do we calculate cost effectiveness, get to some agreement on some of the analysis and inputs of like the mathematical calculations. Is that fair?
That's fair, correct. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm curious if it doesn't address the policy considerations, and that wasn't the main purpose of it, will just that mathematical electrification analysis in any way change the company's policy standpoint?
Potentially. It's, I guess, difficult to speculate now exactly what that would change. I mean, I think, you know, we still have a lot of those concerns, you know, about the compensation for switching customers to electric. It's potential that the study could help alleviate those concerns or even address those concerns. There could be other policy changes that happen between now and our next clean heat plan that would better inform us. So it's hard to speculate right now, Commissioner Gilman. I mean, we still have those concerns that need to be addressed some way, shape, or form.
Okay. Question about the Rocky Ford pilot that's identified in the second settlement agreement. And maybe this is a different witness, but to better understand kind of some of the details that you have planned for the Rocky Ford electrification pilot with just a budget of $20,000 per year. I'm curious, how many premises are we planning on electrifying, at what incentive cost, you know, how comprehensive of a pilot are we being able to achieve for that cost?
Yeah, I think I hate to keep on deferring, but that would be probably better for Mr. Cottrell.
Okay. Also for the outreach related to the pilot, Mr. Cottrell?
The outreach would be Mr. Cottrell or Ms. Gardunia.
Got it. Thermal pilot feasibility study.
Okay.
So with regard to this study, in the electrification study, and as I understand it, you maybe borrowed some language from elsewhere, with regard to that working group and kind of the idea to make sure it's an impartial analysis. I don't see similar language with regard to the thermal pilot feasibility study. And so I was curious, does the company anticipate having kind of the same working group concept and inclusion and involvement of other parties, or is this solely a Black Hills Gas effort?
No, I mean, at the time that this was that we kind of wrote this language, Colorado Energy Office was kicking off kind of their own little study on thermal energy networks. And so what the concept here was that we would work with CEO and leverage some of the knowledge and expertise that they're using. I'm aware of even a more recent thermal network study group that has been developed here in the last couple of months. In fact, I'm one of the members, or I'm part of the team. So there's a lot of new studies that have been kicked off since we originally kind of wrote this language. But the intent is really to try and gather, you know, different organizations together and help us kind of study different opportunities, different resource zones that's in our territory, and then be able to maybe understand better, for Black Hills to be able to better understand what this opportunity might be for our territory and our customers.
What's that new effort that you discussed?
I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's mostly led by NRail. Is kind of kicked off a team. I could get you the name maybe later if you'd like, but it's again a kind of a thermal energy study and network of looking across Colorado for different opportunities.
So do you think this study identified in the second settlement agreement is a standalone effort, or do you think it's involved with one of these other efforts going on?
Well, I think the idea is that it would be a standalone effort that, a third-party consultant that we would hire. But I don't think I think though it would certainly involve some of the knowledge and expertise from these other organizations, and we would partner with them, specifically CEO. I mean, we reference CEO here in the settlement. That we would certainly leverage their knowledge and expertise, but it would be a new third party to come in and do the study.
Okay. Do you anticipate the siting analysis would include soliciting any interest from municipalities and counties in your service territory to kind of use that as maybe a threshold issue to ensure at least you're studying areas where you have significant local support?
Yeah, certainly. Yes. I mean, yeah, in addition to the, the availability of the resource zone or the resource itself. Yeah, certainly if there's interest in the municipalities, yeah, that we would want that part of the study.
Okay. And would the siting analysis also include interaction with the local electric utility in the specific area to understand what that might look like?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. In your supplemental direct testimony indicated at that time that the company had not evaluated thermal energy networks as a clean heat resource because thermal energy networks is not currently defined as a clean heat resource in the commission's rules. So I'm curious, is it the company's position that thermal energy networks don't or couldn't constitute a form of beneficial electrification?
Good question. I guess it's possible. I mean, I think we need to go back and read the statute definition a little bit. So there may be a statutory interpretation there that I'd have to rely on our legal counsel to advise us on. So I guess my answer would be I don't know. It's a good question.
Well, it may have gotten easier for you because I was going to ask if you're familiar with the 2023 Thermal Energy Act, which was House Bill 23-1252, which Mr. Haglund cites in his settlement testimony. That was passed in May 2023. I don't know if you're familiar at all.
No, that does not ring a bell.
And understandably, it occurs at an odd time in this proceeding that's been going on a very long time. But that legislation does appear to add thermal energy networks to the definition. So perhaps this is an issue of the pendency of this proceeding in terms of interpretation there and whether or not you actually have to make that other determination. I'm curious though, from a general policy standpoint, does Black Hills Gas consider thermal energy or thermal energy networks to have the same policy issues as other beneficial electrification? Do you view them differently or not yet have an opinion on that?
Well, I guess it depends a little bit on the setup of the thermal energy network and just how that's set up, how the cost is designed, who pays the cost. So, I mean, the concerns that we have on electrification, they could be mitigated through a thermal energy network. But it depends on kind of how that's set up and how that's created and, who pays the cost, where the cost recovery is coming from. Is it a part of our rate base? Is this a new class? Is this a new, service? So a lot of those questions I think would have to be sorted out. But it is possible that it could alleviate a lot of the concerns that we have on electrification.
Okay. And as part of the study, as I understand, this is more like a technical feasibility study. Will you be looking at any of those kind of policy considerations that might form your support or not for thermal networks as part of a clean heat process in the future in the study, or is that something you'll do as a separate effort? Just trying to understand how we actually take the results of a study and understand if they're actionable. You know, if Black Hills is still not supporting the concept at all, that could be of limited use.
Yeah, I think at least the way I envision it is the study will certainly help us inform kind of where do we want to go with thermal energy networks. Do we want to propose something in the next clean heat plan? Is there a need? Is there interest? Is it cost effective? And so the study will certainly help us inform us of those kind of policy decisions and that approach that we could then incorporate into the next clean heat plan.
Okay. Chairman, I'm so bad at estimating this, like 20 or 30 more minutes for Mr. Harrington. So I don't know what you want to do with regard to lunch, but I want to stop and give you enough option.
Yeah, why don't we see if we can get through your questions and then maybe take a later lunch.
Okay. With regard to advanced mobile leak detection, AMLD. So to my understanding, in 2025, the company, well, and this might have been honestly updated in the settlement agreement, so I want to check my math with you. My notes say the company wanted to spend $243,000 in O&M and $2.8 million in capital costs, resulting in a $728,000 revenue requirement for AMLD. All told, is that appropriate description of the cost, or has your proposal changed in the iteration?
Well, the cost has not changed, so no, so that's still accurate.
Okay. And so to my understanding, this includes the deployment of the AMLD technology to some degree or in full, maybe not entirely clear, and then also some costs for mitigation of some leakage. Are both of those accurate?
Right. Yeah, that's right. So the technology itself, right, is new technology, it's new equipment that we would go purchase and make that investment in. And then there's some O&M costs associated with it. The replacement or the repair of the methane of the leakage. So that cost is not factored in. So this is really just focusing on just the equipment to go out and do the monitoring and the leak detection, not the repair of the leak if one is found.
I see. Okay. That was a misunderstanding on my part, so I'm glad I asked. Okay. So this is really like deployment, capital expense, O&M of that equipment to get the program going.
Right.
But any actual physical work on the pipes to mitigate the leaks is not estimated here or included here from a cost perspective.
That's correct. Right.
Okay. So in calculating the abatement costs and cost effectiveness of deployment of AMLD, did the company then use just these costs that we talked about in kind of capital and O&M related specifically to the leak detection equipment? And then attribute an expected savings from fixing those leaks to just the cost of the AMLD equipment?
I'm not, I'd have to punt that one again to Mr. Cottrell.
Okay.
For those abatement questions there, which costs were factored in or not, I'm not sure.
Okay, got it. And then the second settlement agreement also includes renewable natural gas and states the company can make purchases beginning in 2027 with a budget of $700,000. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's right.
Is that an annual cost, total contract amount? How do I interpret that cost?
Yeah, that would be an annual cost. An annual cost beginning in 2027.
Okay. And then Is there any other understanding? I know the settlement agreement has set up a different review process for those specific projects, but is there any specific agreement or understanding among the parties as to if there's any limitation on the term or total cost associated with the procurement of RNG?
No, I mean, those would, those specific terms of the project, that, I mean, that would be kind of fleshed out when we, if we found, a project that would be viable. At the time when we were initially doing this, the three utilities, Black Hills, Excel, and Atmos, we actually did an RFP or an RFI across the state, trying to gauge interest in potential projects. And so we have some information about potential projects that could go forward. I can tell you though that all those efforts have kind of been put on hold, but been put on pause. So we would need to kind of re-engage that effort, to start engaging with developers again to see if there may be any projects that could qualify and that would be available to us.
Okay, got it. And then questions on the abatement costs associated with RNG and the actual RNG price assumed here should go to Mr. Cottrell.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so on pages 43 to 45 of your direct testimony, you list what you call policy considerations for electrification, essentially objecting to the company offering electrification incentives for several reasons. Sorry, I'm trying to skip a few little things to move us along to lunch. On page 33 of your direct, you also indicate that utilities cannot encroach on each other's service territory. Thus, if Black Hills Colorado Gas provided electric service, it would be violating the incumbent's utilities certificated service territory rights. And that's
Right.
that's part of your policy analysis with regard to offering electrification rebates.
Well, it kind of dovetails into the cross subsidization issue that goes on. Black Hills is very differently situated than Public Service Company of Colorado. So PSCO has both gas and electric. They have a division. So, they have gas and electric dual fuel customers. We don't. And so we don't have that ability to get the benefits of the electrification. So those electrification benefits, right, increased load, those don't come over to the gas as a gas only customer.
Right, but that's maybe a separate question. Like, is anyone suggesting that Black Hills Colorado Gas is infringing on an incumbent electric utility certificated territory by offering rebates to your gas customers?
No, I don't think.
I just want to make sure I'm like understanding the arguments here.
Yeah, no, that's not the argument. Yeah, no.
Okay. And then so another challenge that you point out with implementing BE programs is essentially Black Hills Gas overlap with 23 different electric utilities. So you note the difficulty associated with serving gas across 23 different electric service territories. And I was curious, as part of the second settlement agreement electrification study, would you plan on involving all or most of the 23 electric utilities to help to address your unknowns and concerns and questions with regard to this being a major issue for you?
I guess that's certainly a possibility. I didn't really kind of scoped out the study exactly. I think that, one of the concerns we have is trying to better understand, do the electric utilities have a DSM program? Right? For example, Core Electric does not have a DSM program. and we have a significant number of customers in Castle Rock. So understanding what those 23 other utilities offer, we could add that to the study certainly, but that is definitely one of the challenges that we see, is trying to better understand that. So we could add that to the study if that's something Commissioner Gilman you'd be interested in.
I'm just trying to understand the broad scope of like what all of your concerns are addressed by what we'll learn in the study and what's still unknown. Is that an effort the company's undertaken to date, given all your concerns in this area, to try to understand either what programs exist or you know, how you would interact with any of these 23 electric utilities?
I would say it's more on an informal basis with our energy efficiency team. They do interact with some of these utilities. Excel, we interact with Excel quite frequently. And so it's more on an unofficial basis or informal basis where
But not specifically around this question of this specific interaction with beneficial electrification.
Yeah, that's correct. Correct.
Okay. And I'm curious, so you note that coordination and administrative efforts associated with aligning 23 different electric service providers on any program would be difficult and burdensome. And I was curious, what do you imagine is the role of the electric utility exactly as it would relate to incentives being offered by Black Hills Gas?
Yeah, I think that's the good question. That's part of the issue that we have concern about. I mean, I bring up Core as an example. They don't have a DSM program, and so, you know, again, should our gas only customers in Castle Rock fund an electrification program for Core, where Core's customers benefit? It just presents all kinds of problems, public policy problems that need to be addressed.
So it seems to me that's kind of back to the cross subsidization issue that you've brought up before, but more notably, like, is there actual coordination that has to happen for Black Hills Colorado Gas to offer an incentive to their gas customer? Do you necessarily have to coordinate with the electric utility to do so?
Well, I think as part of the statute requirement and the definition of beneficial electrification, you know, we have to explain and define that the result of the beneficial electrification results in a net reduction in emissions. And so, you know, we'd have to go to Core Electric in this example and say, okay, did a gas customer in Colorado switch over to Core Electric? Did that result in a net reduction in emissions? And we don't have that information here.
So it's your position that every beneficial electrification rebate you hand out, you would have to necessarily do an individual analysis of the carbon profile of that electric utility?
Yes.
On a per unit basis?
Yeah, again, that's the challenge when you have a gas only utility versus public service, where public service is switching a gas customer of Excel to an electric customer of Excel, where they can verify the emissions.
Well, that's fine. Excel aside, I'm asking, it is your interpretation that on an individual customer basis, Black Hills Gas would have to make a mathematical verification with regard to the specific greenhouse gas situation on each customer?
No, I don't think on a specific customer. That would be overly burdensome on an individual customer level. But we would need to know the emission profile of Core Electric. We need to know the emission profile of PSCo and be able to verify that, you know, customers in those areas, that it would result in a net emission reduction.
Okay, and with regard to this analysis on beneficial electrification and meeting the definition, you know, that you refer to, is beneficial electrification defined in the Clean Heat Statute, SB 21264?
Well, it was originally, if I recall right, and then subsequent legislations, subsequent bills changed. And so the Clean Heat Statute references the definition for BE. And so beneficial electrification is defined in another section of the statute. So the clean heat statute itself does not define it, but it's referenced. The definition is referenced in other section of code.
So you're saying Senate Bill 264 specifically references that a definition from a specific statute other than the clean heat statute should be used?
Yeah, I got the reference here. It's, if you want, it's 40-1-102 parentheses 1.2 subpart A. And that's the definition of beneficial electrification.
Okay, and that's from Senate Bill 21-246, right?
Well, again, if I recall right, the initial bill had a definition, and then that got subsequently modified later. And so now it does, the statute references the definition of beneficial electrification. It has a reference point.
Okay. With regard, going back real quick to this coordination with electric utilities, are you familiar, and I can obviously ask Mr. Cottrell, but I wanted to like stick on this other utilities line for a minute. Are you familiar what assumptions he made with regard to incentive levels for electrification in the supplemental direct analysis that was completed for those electrification scenarios?
No, I'm not familiar. No, sorry.
Okay, so you're not sure what quantity of electrification we're talking about per overlapping electric utility?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned that many of the electric utilities that you overlap with are small with limited resources without their own generation, which makes it more difficult to understand the feasibility of electrification impacts, efforts and impacts on these incumbent utilities, right?
Right.
Have you done any specific outreach to those utilities to try to make progress on answers to those questions?
Well, I think the simple answer is no. I think kind of a lot of this has been just put on pause while this proceeding has been pending. So
Okay.
I'd say no.
Okay. And I know you referenced CORE a few times with regard to an example of an overlapping electric utility with no DSM program. I think implied no BE program, probably as part of that. But you know, I don't know if you'd be surprised if I told you that I looked it up, and it looks like the vast majority of the 23 electric utilities served by your gas territory appear to have some form of electrification program or incentive themselves. So that appears to be more common than the CORE example. I don't know if you have any knowledge on programs or incentives offered by the majority of those utilities.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if you're thinking like PSCO, Holy Cross, I mean, those are the overlap. Some of the overlaps. CORE serves Castle Rock. That is a significant portion of our customer base. That serves CORE Electric. I'm not sure about the others. We have Delta Montrose. There's 23 others. I know that there's about 5 or 6 main electric utilities that would cover a majority of our customer base. But going through all of the electric providers, that we haven't done that. Not quite sure what some of those other utilities offer.
Okay. And with regard to going back to our discussion on net emissions reductions, especially related to the overlap of these electric utilities. Part of your stance, as I understand it, is because the commission doesn't regulate the munis and co-ops, that we can't require that they procure emission-free power or ensure there's some emissions reduction there. Is that part of your concern?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. I mean, I'll give you an example. Colorado Springs utilities just pulled back their clean energy plan just recently because of cost concerns for their customers. So Colorado Springs utility said, hey, we're not gonna do this because of cost. So yes, I mean,
Do you serve gas in Colorado Springs?
Not entirely Colorado Springs, but there are areas where we overlap with CSU.
Okay.
There's some, like in the Monument area and the east around the base. We serve gas there.
Okay. And you indicate though that it's more predominant that the utilities that overlap with you, especially these municipals and co-ops, are not procuring their own power individually, but rather generally are customers of Tri-State or Public Service Company of Colorado. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, I just highlight the challenge that we have to verify the net emission reduction if these communities and co-ops are getting their power source from somewhere else. It just makes it challenging to verify the net emission reduction.
Sure, but are the majority of them served by Tri-State or Public Service Company of Colorado as wholesale providers?
Yeah, I'm not sure the number of customers. I don't know.
Okay. Do you understand Tri-State and Public Service Company of Colorado to both have formal proceedings before the commission to anticipate future emissions reductions on their electricity sales?
Yes. Yep. I'm aware of that.
Okay. Let's see. Do you have any understanding as to if most of the electric utilities you overlap with are summer peaking or winter peaking utilities?
Well, I don't think I've seen any specific data. I mean, I would assume they're summer peaking still. I don't think we've seen significant electrification enough yet to shift the peaks. But I haven't seen any specific information on that yet.
Okay. And as I understand it, the statutory definition that you referenced with respect to beneficial electrification also mentions a more efficient utilization of grid resources. So curious to the extent that, in your understanding, most of these electric utilities likely are currently summer peaking and would be increasing utilization of their system in the winter. Would the beneficial electrification likely help to fulfill that requirement specifically?
I mean, maybe. I think we're getting into legal interpretation of the statute, which might be a little outside my bounds, to kind of give you that legal interpretation of the definition. But I mean, I guess I do note that the statute I quoted in my testimony, it's got an and. So beneficial electrification has to result in a net reduction, and it has to result in a more efficient utilization of the grid. So, I mean, but how whatever program or not program, gets applied here, I don't know that I can opine too much on kind of the legal interpretation of it.
Okay, but from a technical sense, would adding load in the winter on a summer peaking grid generally improve the grid utilization?
Yes, I'd agree with you there.
Okay. Just a few more questions. We might make 12:30. Does the company have any information regarding BE implementation in its service territory currently? Like, do you have any information on air source heat pump proliferation or changes in heating systems on new construction or any information like that related to your service territory?
Well, I'm not aware of any, but maybe Mr. Cottrell or Ms. Gardunia could. They might be able to help you with that.
Okay. Let me see. I will ask them these details. All kind of electrification adoption. I should ask them probably. Sounds like
yes, if you're kind of thinking about participation levels, participation assumptions, that'd be for Mr. Cottrell.
Do you have any information? You had said not a lot of customers are terminating their gas service. And I was just curious if the company has any trending of that or information for us to help understand. Is that something you're tracking? And do you have any trending available for us to understand what you're seeing?
Yeah, we do. We do track that. Yeah, I could have some information available maybe after the break. We've tracked, and I've seen some reports on, a number of customers that have removed their meters or have discontinued. It's a little hard to know sometimes the justification or the reason for that. A lot of times we'll have like house remodeling or something like that, or a home will be remodeled and kind of have to have their meter removed. So some of the exact data, the details of the data, they're not quite as accurate, but we do have some information on the number of kind of meters that have been removed over the last few years, and we can certainly provide that here later today or maybe after the break.
Yeah, thanks. When a customer's terminating their service, do you have no longer desire the service or have electrified or something along those lines as a choice that they can pick to tell you why they're eliminating their service?
Yes, I think it kind of depends on what the customer is willing to offer as far as why or the reasons. But when a customer calls, our call agents take notes, and we do have some of that information. I don't know that I would say in every situation we have the greatest notes, because some of it's kind of voluntary what the customer offers. But yeah, if a customer informs us, our call center agents would take that information down and kind of note it in the system.
Okay. Okay. I think those are my only questions for you, Mr. Harrington. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we take a break till 1:15 and we'll come back with questions to Commissioner Plant. Do you have a lot, Commissioner Plant, or? Oh,
No, I'd say maybe 15 minutes.
okay. Yeah, let's take a break till 1:15 and we'll come back then. Thanks. Can you guys take down the notification?
She may not be back quite yet.
Mr. Harrington out there?
I'm coming. Buttons aren't working. There we go.
There you are.
You're mostly there. There you are.
Right.
Commissioner Plant, you're up.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Harrington.
Hey, yeah, good afternoon.
This actually may not take 15 minutes because I think Commissioner Gilman addressed a lot of my questions. So jump over some things. The settlement increase indicates an increase in the DSM budget for most of the budget that's within the CHP. And you identify sort of a bulk amount per year that would go to augmenting that budget. And as you were talking about with Commissioner Gilman, that's sort of after the existing programs have expired, the DSM budget, then that would add on top of that. But do you anywhere in the evidence do you have a breakout of what the DSM budget is by program? And so we can get a sense of what the components are of that DSM budget.
Well, I think in this record, I would say there's probably, I'm not sure. In this record, we did just file a new settlement agreement for a new DSM plan. And so the new budget for the 2026 and 2027 DSM budget that's kind of pending right now before the commission. So it would be based on that new DSM plan.
Can you submit both the specific budget elements that are in that plan as well as the incentive levels for each of the DSM programs?
Yeah, we can do that and maybe kind of simplify that, put that in this record.
That'd be really helpful, I think, to understand.
Yeah, and then cross-reference it back to well, I'm not sure. I guess we could cross-reference maybe back to the DSM proceeding, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know how you do that, but yeah, sure. And then so that's based on the same incentives that are in the DSM budget would then be applied to the CHP budget, assuming that all of the DSM budget were used. I was wondering, in your analysis of the impact of that, do you assume then that the entire CHP budget is implemented in all those DSM programs at a certain level, and that you've expired the CHP budget? So I don't know how the budgets compare here, but say the CHP budget was 100% more than the DSM budget. Would you then take the impact of the DSM budget and basically you double that and make that the impact of the CHP budget? How did you do that calculation of what the emissions impact would be of the CHP?
There is some spreading that goes on because we have to address the income qualified kind of conditions. But I think Mr. Cottrell might be better to answer exactly how it was, which program budget, that it went to.
And this might actually be a better question for him as well, but I'm wondering if when you were trying to figure out how you were going to structure your CHP program, and did you do an evaluation of different incentives levels? For example, if you were to increase the incentive in this measure, then that would get greater adoption that could then be attributed to the CHP budget, or did you look at different levels of adoption that might be associated with higher incentive levels in certain areas?
Yeah, that I'm not sure. I think Mr. Cottrell could help answer that one.
Okay, I'll take those questions to him.
Yeah.
And you discussed with Ms. Coleman, I think, that the proposed Rocky Ford beneficial electrification program would be done with rebate money from your electric company, Colorado Electric. And so I'm talking about the areas that would be outside of the Rocky Ford area. If there were to be a beneficial electrification program as a component of the clean heat plan, how would the company operate those programs?
Well, I think if if we had a kind of a system-wide or a statewide beneficial electrification program, we would operate it similar to how we operate DSM. So a customer would apply for the rebate using that form that we went through, and then process the rebate. So if it's for a heat pump, we would administer it the same way we do kind of DSM program.
And so with the budget that would be incurred, that would be then expended to the extent that people took advantage of the program.
Right.
And so would that be through an annual true up in the CHP?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So the cost recovery mechanism that's in the settlement agreement, it's closely aligned with how we do energy efficiency DSM. And so we would establish a rate based on the budget. So whenever the commission approves for our 2026 budget, we would start to implement that rate and start to recover that cost. If we did not use all the money or did not use all the funds in the budget, then there's a true up process. And then we would true that up to whatever the actual costs were.
Okay. So the only money that would be expended would be the amount that
Right.
it was actually. So I'm curious in terms of the settlement proposal, since it doesn't apply any funding until after the DSM budget is expired and the DSM sort of rider is also going. How do you determine, do you start to collect CHP dollars the next year after you've already, or how does that work in terms of?
Yeah. I think, I mean, you're kind of highlighting some of the challenges here when we have these two separate programs, this kind of interim time, but until our next cycle where we can combine them. We would track the revenue separately. So the revenue from the DSM and the revenue from clean heat, they're different line items on the customer bill. And so we will be able to track those separately. And then as far as the processing of the rebates, we also process them separately. And so when the energy efficiency budget gets extinguished, then we'll start to tag on the clean heat budget dollars. So there is a tracking process that will keep them separate.
So would you collect the CHP dollars beginning at the beginning of the year, even though you're also starting DSM at that point, and you wouldn't actually use the CHP dollars until the end of the year? Or whenever?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. We start to collect the funds and then true it up at the end of the year.
Okay. And I'm assuming that true up happens with WAC if for example you over collect.
That's right. Yeah, it's that's correct.
I think you answered that question. In your discussion with Commissioner Gilman, you were talking about the avoided emissions associated with new developments. Does that apply to customers that participate in electrification but not in a new development? So if you have customers within your territory who take advantage of their electric systems rebate or whatever it might be, and they convert to a heat pump, say, does that count within your report?
I think it would qualify under the emission reduction, the verification. However, it would be really difficult for us to know that from a customer. There'd have to be some kind of reporting, maybe either from the electric utility to let us know. Right now, it would be really difficult for us to identify those customers who did that.
And within those new developments, I'm assuming sort of as you were talking about before, you would use the emissions profile of that electric service to calculate that.
Yes, yeah, that's the idea, is to try to verify the net emission reductions.
Okay.
Those other utilities.
And so that's sort of similar to what Commissioner Gilman was asking you about. If you were to implement a beneficial electrification program, you do the same thing. You just use the emissions, what you're doing right now with new developments, you'd basically use that same process and apply it to an individual customer. And that emissions reporting requirement, that's through CDPHE, through the air pollution control.
Right. That's right.
And is that based on beneficial electrification? Is that what the basis of that emissions reduction is?
Yes, they've got kind of requirements, the emissions tracking and how we report the emissions, the baseline amount that we established. So they have their process to report the emissions and to verify the emissions.
Do they identify that, or would they identify that those new developments, I'm assuming they're putting in something like an air source heat pump instead of a gas furnace or gas boiler, and so therefore that's a beneficial electrification credit, or how does that work?
Yeah, that I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure.
So let's see. I think that was already covered. Hold on just a second. Okay. I guess I just really have one more question. You stated, I think, a couple of times that you have significant policy concerns related to beneficial electrification, and that those policy considerations need to be addressed. Do you recall saying those?
Yeah, that's right.
I was wondering, did you raise those policy concerns with the legislature?
Yeah, I mean, we've been very clear when we testified during the bill and in 2021 when it was being introduced. We had a number of concerns. From the goal standpoint, the 22% emission reduction goal is not feasible. No utility is on close to even getting close to that goal. So we've been very clear at the legislature, at the commission's rulemaking, that the goals were not feasible, not realistic. We also had issues with the emission tracking. So what the state decided to do was use a mass emission tracking method rather than a rate emission tracking. And so what's happened is, as Colorado has seen significant growth in our communities with the number of new customers, new homes, people moving into our state since 2015, we've seen a growth in our emissions. And so now, when we look at having to do a 22% reduction from the baseline, we have this in our testimony, that when you look at the emissions reductions more current, it's a much more significant hurdle to overcome. And so we've been very clear with the legislature all along during that process that the goals were unachievable. The tracking methods were not appropriate, were not fair. And then as we went through this specific clean heat plan or application is where we addressed or raised the issues of a gas only utility and having, you know, challenges with electrification on a gas only utility.
And so when you raise those policy concerns with the legislature, and were there amendments offered, or you know, or did you just oppose the legislation, or how did that consideration happen?
I recall, I mean, I recall I was a part of the process with our team. I did not specifically testify at the legislature, but I know our team did. And we tried to work with the bill sponsors in the draft to get amendments in. If I recall correctly, some of the amendments that we were advocating for did make it into the final bill. The cost cap was one of the ones that we were advocating for. And there is some language in the statute that that we helped advocate for, as you know, that a reasonable cost to customers and the cost cap. So those did get in.
So the policy concerns that you're talking about here, they were considered. In some places they were accepted, in some places they were rejected by the legislature. Is that fair?
Some of them were. I mean, I don't think that we specifically brought up this cross subsidization issue with the legislature because the clean heat statute has a number of eligible resources. So, you know, electrification is just one of the eligible resources. It's not the only resource. And so we didn't really bring up the unjust cross subsidization issues of a gas only LDC. I don't recall bringing that up.
One more question, actually. I think in your maybe in your introductory comments, or might have been your introductory comments, you said that beneficial electrification component of the modified settlement agreement in the last settlement agreement was what made you leave that settlement agreement. I think we had two modifications. One was limiting the efficiency to envelope measures, and one was the beneficial electrification for the balance of the budget. Was it specifically the beneficial electrification that you were opposed to, or was it both?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think certainly the electrification and the kind of the shifting of the dollars to electrification, I would characterize that as our primary objection. I still think that if you're looking at the limiting DSM to only weatherization and envelope, I think that overly restricts what the statute allows. I would say that's maybe more of a secondary concern, but still a concern.
Yeah, I think it's the first thing listed in DSM measures is weatherization, and weatherization, then conservation, load management, beneficial electrification, and DR. Okay, that's I think that's all the questions I had, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you. Hey, in terms of calculating the potential emission impacts of customers switching to electric, can you help me understand why we can't calculate the additional electric emissions based on either the day-ahead market, Markets Plus, or SPP RTO West? I just didn't follow why you think you need to somehow do it on a utility by utility basis. I think both markets are going to provide you with transparent real-time data on marginal emissions. And if SPP does its job, I think those two markets are going to equilibrate. So I was just lost on your argument why you think you need to do this utility by utility.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's still yet to be determined. We haven't joined the market yet. I know got the Markets Plus issue. And I think certainly the emissions tracking with those markets is one of the key issues. So I think it is potential that we can track those emissions, but I don't know that that has happened yet. We still have concerns that some of, where the emissions are for some of the utilities, like I mentioned, Colorado Springs pulled back their clean energy plan. I'm aware that Colorado Springs is leaning towards or has made some announcements or commitments to join SPP. So I think some of those emissions we certainly can track, but some of it we don't know yet.
Well, but even now we have an energy imbalance market, so can't we use that in the meantime?
Well, for modeling purposes, I believe we just use statewide level emissions, not anything specific. So for, just looking at Colorado as a whole, but it's really difficult when we have 23 different electric providers to really verify that there would be a net reduction in emissions.
I still am struggling with that piece. I mean, all you have to do is look at the energy imbalance market, what the marginal generator is, what the marginal emissions is. I'm lost why you'd have to go utility by utility if there's a regional market.
I mean, there could be. Again, I don't know if the 23 utilities are going to be all participating in that market. If they're not,
well, they're going to have to follow the balancing authorities. As long as WAPA and Excel are participating, you would think all the market participants are going to have to, right?
We're in that boat, so
yeah. All
right. I should say our electric utility is in that boat.
Fair enough. The proposed beneficial electrification study is expected to cost $300,000, and that's $150,000 per year for 2 years, 26 and 27. Did I get that right?
That's right.
And instead of doing the study, what would you think about using the $300,000 to implement a small beneficial electrification program across your entire service territory? It seems like that would not involve any incremental customer money versus doing the study or versus not doing the study, may produce more useful data as compared to a desk study, and could get us started now resolving the legal and policy concerns you've raised. So it seems to me like it could make sense, but curious to hear thoughts, concerns, guidance if the commission wanted to go down that path.
Yeah, I guess just hearing this for the first time, I think we'd have to really kind of consider that. I think we're certainly open to ideas to try to find pathways for solutions to try to address and identify the big issues that we've called out. I guess we'd be open to consider it. It's kind of how I guess I'd say now without really looking at it. I think that's something we could consider.
Okay. In your response to questions from Ms. Coleman and Commissioner Gilman, you stated that B programs somehow cause greater, you've said both cross subsidies and non-participant rate impacts as compared to a DSM program. And I guess I'm also struggling to follow that. More specifically, why would the lost revenues and non-participant rate impacts be any different for a Black Hills gas customer, whether the reduced sales result from DSM or beneficial electrification? I get you don't like losing electric sales to competitors, but from a perspective of a non-participant rate impact, if you were calculating a rim test, it seems to me that the beneficial electrification is exactly the same as the rim test for DSM.
Well, I guess the one key difference is that with the DSM, those electric benefits of utilizing the grid more efficiently, gas customers don't would not get to benefit that in a beneficial electrification program. So those are the benefits that the gas customer would not see. Certainly there'd be reduced electric use or gas usage. That would be similar. But what happens is the gas only customers get left kind of holding the bag. And now we have stranded asset risk where, the electric utility should be compensating the gas customers for those stranded assets, right? And so, the difference is the gas customers don't get to see those benefits. Whereas a dual fuel customer, gets to see that.
Well, it seems to me the benefits on the electric side depend on when the electric usage shows up, right? If it shows up on peak, marginal cost may exceed the revenue. So it's not clear. It's not necessarily clear it's a benefit on the electric side. Maybe.
Maybe, but we're talking about heating your home, which is done in the winter time. So generally we're talking about the winter usage shifting to electric, which would increase winter electric usage.
All right. I think that's all I had. Mr. Koshin, redirect.
Thank you, Chairman Blink. Mr. Harrington, just want to walk backwards. You were just asked a series of questions about whether it's clear that there's a benefit to electric utilities if customers convert. What happens to the revenues from those customers once that customer leaves the gas system?
Well, the electric utility would increase its revenues. And again, if we're talking about just a winter heating load, then potentially the marginal cost for the electric utility is zero or very small, but yet they're getting all of the revenue. And so that's a big issue, right? Those electric utilities then should be compensating the gas only customers.
And the gas only customers that are left behind, what risk would they face?
Well, they still face the cost of the existing infrastructure. The fixed infrastructure isn't going away, and so they still face those costs. And then there's potential for stranded asset risk if we're seeing whole entire neighborhoods or significant portions shift to electric.
You were asked a series of questions about the legislature and the policy concerns and whether the company addressed them. Do you know whether or not the clean heat statute requires electrification as part of a company's clean heat plan?
No, it doesn't require it. Again, it's one of the available options. And I think, again, it's important for the commissioners to understand too, that during the legislative cycle, at the same time that the clean heat statute was being passed, a beneficial electrification statute was being passed. So the legislature clearly recognized that the electric utilities should be required to provide beneficial electrification programs. And yes, the clean heat statute does have beneficial electrification as an eligible resource, but it doesn't require it or mandate it.
So you discussed with Commissioner Gilman unjust cross-subsidization, and Commissioner Gilman indicated that the vast majority of the 23 smaller electric utilities have electrification plans. What's one way that the unjust cross-subsidization could be resolved?
Well, again, if these if these electric utilities have already incentives for electric heat pumps, then those customers should pay for it. And those electric customers are the ones who get the benefit of it, not the gas customers.
You were asked some questions about the abatement cost tied to RNG. Would you agree with me that those questions are best handled by Ms. Garduña?
Yes.
And you were also asked some questions about AMLD, and you testified that the cost of repairing leaks is not included in the AMLD budget. Would you agree with me that Mr. Downey might be best suited to answer questions regarding AMLD further?
That's correct. Mr. Downey's testimony has the specifics of kind of how that accounting for that.
And then you were asked a series of questions about forecasting and line extension policies having an impact on the company's forecasting. And you were describing that there's a mixed result associated with the line extension policy change. Wanted to have you talk about developers requesting service and what the company's requirements are.
Well, we have an obligation to serve as part of our CPCN authorization to serve a territory. And, generally when a customer or a developer requests gas service under the policies of our tariff, we provide that service. Our tariff changed recently that removed the line extension. So those developers have to pay for the line extension cost. But if they still request the gas service and they pay for the line extension, then we provide the service.
Thank you. You asked a series of questions about electrification in the Clean Heat Plan. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Does Black Hills Colorado Gas provide any electric service to any customer?
No, again, we're a gas only utility. We do not provide electric service.
Could we pull up hearing exhibit 129 from the company's box folder? Mr. Harrington, can you tell me what hearing exhibit 129 is?
Yeah, this is kind of an accompaniment to the my attachment MJH3, which is hearing exhibit 123, attachment MJH3. In that attachment on page what's that? On page 6 of 13, it provided an example of the comments that we received from the customers for our survey. And what this is the entirety of all of the comments that we received from the customers that filled out the survey.
And so this is just the completion of that hearing exhibit 123 attachment MJH3. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Chairman Blank, at this time, I would move for admission of hearing exhibit 129.
Any objections?
Yes, Chair, I think this should have been provided along with the settlement testimony. It's apparently the complete set of comments to the more summary document that we reviewed earlier on cross. And I think out of fairness, this entire document should have been provided with the settlement testimony.
If I may, I'm
Mr.
happy to
Koshin.
confirm, Chairman Blank. The summary was developed from an app called Power BI. If you look at the survey with all the responses, you can actually use the app to go back and forth. We printed as part of the preparation from Power BI what we could pull onto a screen, and which is why page 6 has some of the comments, but not all of them. All this is doing is fleshing out the record to have a full list of all the comments that were provided as part of the survey in response to question number 6, which was admitted into the record already.
Ms. Dundas, I think I would admit this with Mr. Koshin's explanation. It seems like it's a value add to the record and maybe probative, but doesn't seem prejudicial. Any thoughts on that, Ms. Dundas?
Thanks, Chair. I think I was understanding from Mr. Koshin's comments that this was technically available if you followed the links in the settlement testimony.
I don't know
how you
if
understand?
it was available as part of the links. So we tried to print everything that was in the app itself, the Power BI app that the company uses for the survey. And one page of the responses is found on page 6. But because of the app conversion process, the entire list of responses from the customers wasn't included in the attachment. This just fleshes out that page 6 with all of the responses from customers to the survey.
Thanks, Mr. Koshin. Chair, that's fine with me if you want to admit it, with the understanding as raised by Ms. Coleman that the other parties haven't reviewed the entire document up until now.
All right, I'll admit it. Back to you, Mr. Koshin.
Thank you, Chairman Blank. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 101? And if we can go to page 41. And looking at lines 1 through 3, Mr. Harrington, you were asked a couple questions regarding lines 1 through 3 there. Can you describe what lines 1 through 3 are trying to explain?
Well, I think it's just, again, trying to, explain that the hybrid, avoids a lot of the issues with, gas or electric only. And converting the entire home. I think, studying kind of those hybrid systems, it just avoids some of those issues about the cross subsidization, and it kind of mitigates it a little bit.
And if you use heat pumps due to the colder weathers in Colorado, would hybrid systems be needed to kind of fix those issues?
Yeah, I think so. I think Mr. Cottrell might be able to help better on some of the technical aspects, but my understanding is that, in really cold climates, heat pumps are not, they're not that efficient. So there's a backup heat source on cold climates. Mr. Cottrell could talk about kind of some of the climate zones and the cold temperatures. So he might be able to explain a little bit better than I can.
Thank you. Now you're asked a series of questions about the company's clean heat plan and the fact that emissions will increase. Are there other gas utilities in Colorado that are experiencing similar outcomes?
Yeah, I just recently reviewed Atmos Energy's first report for their clean heat plan, and it showed unsurprising results to me, at least, which indicated that their emissions are increasing as well, which was similar to what we were modeling.
And can we pull up hearing exhibit 125? Please. And can you tell me what this is, Mr. Harrington?
Yeah, this is Atmos Energy's annual report that they filed in their clean heat proceeding.
And can we turn to page 12 real quickly? I'm sorry, page 13. And can you tell me what table 7 depicts, Mr. Harrington?
Yeah, so table 7 kind of shows their customer usage, their decatherms in the first section of the table. It shows that they have increased their overall usage. So their baseline, the 2015 amount, was 11.9 million decatherms, and through 2024 it increased. So the table shows that was an 8.8% increase in decatherms, and then the second part of the table shows the GHG, greenhouse gas emissions, and unsurprisingly that those also have increased, because that's kind of correlated to sales going up. But their emissions have gone up 6.9%. And so, what this shows too is that Atmos Energy is increasing their emissions despite the target of a 4% reduction.
Thank you. Could we pull up hearing exhibit 130? And while that's coming up, you were asked a series of questions regarding cost cap in the company's clean heat plan, the 2.5% not to exceed cost cap, and the 2023 Colorado Gas rate case. Do you recall those series of questions?
Yes, I do.
And
And-
I'm sorry, Mr. Koshin, there's an executable and a PDF. Which one did you want for 130?
Let's go with the PDF. Might be easier to read. And Mr. Harrington, can you tell me what hearing exhibit 130 shows?
Yeah, this is just one of the discovery responses that we provided in the proceeding. And if you just kind of look at that first column, that's the operating revenues from Black Hills Colorado Gas. So you can see the trend. And like I was having the conversation with Sweeps Council about, if you look at 2022 and 2023, that's when we had really high gas cost during that period. So you see a pretty significant increase in those revenues. What this exhibit here does is down in that second part, 2024, that is reflective of our 2024 actual revenues. And so you see it's now coming back down. And so, under Sweeps methodology of picking 2023, which was an extraordinary high year, that method that Sweep is using, it overstates what the 2.5% cap is. And so looking again at 2024, which is what our actual revenues were in 24, and then the 25, 26, 27, 28, those are our forecasted revenues. So you can see that we're forecasting a lot lower revenues than what Sweep was using as the basis for their analysis. So all this exhibit does to show the settlement agreement and the budget that's in the settlement agreement is really within the cost cap, the 2.5% cost cap.
Chairman Blank, I would move for admission of hearing exhibit 130.
Just looking at the hearing exhibit, can't really say it quite, but any objections?
I just have a question. Mr. Koshin, is this the same exhibit as hearing exhibit 113? I know a very similar spreadsheet was introduced at the hearing, and there was an objection by Mr. Hyatt. And I'm just not quite sure if this is that same exhibit or if this is a new exhibit.
Mr. Harrington, you know whether this is the same or a new?
It's the same exhibit with two changes. So the revenue amount for 2024. So that first column under 2024, where it says 266 million, that number was updated. And then and the rest of the numbers were the same or stayed the same. And then on the far right-hand side, there was reference to the budget under the first settlement agreement, and then I just removed those budget numbers that were from the first settlement agreement. And those are the only two changes that we made.
So I think the objection at the last hearing was that the title of this exhibit was a bit confusing because it indicates that this had been provided in discovery, which it has not been. I think this is the first time SWEEP is seeing these exhibits, but that exhibit, or the corresponding exhibit, was admitted last time. So I think subject to the clarification that I've tried to make right here, we wouldn't have an objection to this.
So admitted, subject to that clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Harrington, you were asked a series of questions regarding the delay that resulted in 2025 emissions not being realized, and a question about whether the delay is due to the company's withdrawal from the settlement, if that was the cause of the delay. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
What other causes might there be for the delay in the result that 2025 emissions weren't realized?
I mean, we had scheduling conflicts that kind of pushed out this hearing all the way until the end of October. I think that was another factor of just trying to find time for this scheduling of this rehearing. I think that's the other thing that comes to mind, Mr. Koshin.
We just looked at the ATMOS report a second ago. Do you believe that ATMOS is on a meaningful path to achieve their clean heat targets for 2030?
Well, in reviewing their annual report, I would say no, and that's a no indication or slight to ATMOS Energy. But what it appears to me is they are finding similar challenges of implementing, an emission reduction, their clean heat plan, and it does not appear that they are on a pathway to achieve the emission reduction goals established in the legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. Chairman Blank, I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you both. Mr. Harrington, you may be excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gilman, did you have questions for Mr. Lefevre?
I do.
Mr. Lefevre, are you out there, and can you pronounce your name for me?
Yes, I can. My name is Dan Lefevre, and I apologize. My camera's not working. I wish I could be on camera. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to testify today. Hello, Commissioner Gilman. How are you today?
I'm good.
Excellent.
Let me, can you hold up your right hand that we can't see?
Oh, I'm
And
apologize. It is up. I swear to you, it is up.
do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, all I have is some, a few write-ups here. I do have an opening statement, but I don't know if I'll be allowed to say anything. It's up to
Yeah,
you, obviously. No.
I don't think we're going to have any
Okay.
opening statements. If anybody, if things change and somebody is communicating with you, will you let us know?
Absolutely. Yeah, my door's shut. No one's here. So thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Cushion.
Thank you, Chairman Blank. Can you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Dan Lefevers, last name is Lefevers.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by GTI Energy. I am the Director of State and Consumer Programs, and I have been with GTI Energy since June 2001.
All right, and you are adopting the GTI report that has been admitted into evidence as hearing exhibit 101, attachment MJH2, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're also adopting portions of the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Harrington discussing that report from page 24, line 19 through page 35, line 17 of hearing exhibit 108. Is that correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Gilman, Mr. Lefevers is available for your questions.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Lefevers. Are you still with us?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Okay, good.
I am here.
I just have a couple of questions for you.
Yeah,
And I think they're all contained within the GTI report, which was hearing exhibit 101, attachment MJH2.
All right.
Sorry, took a lot of tries on that one. My first question is regarding table 1 there. Maybe we can pull it up, Ms. Federico.
Yes, sorry, it's a big one, so it's
Yeah, no, you're good.
loading.
And I will say that the page numbers in the document are different than the PDF pages, so I will just refer to the PDF pages so we can get there efficiently.
Okay. Are they going to put them up there on the screen so I can see what table you
We're
refer to?
gonna, yep, but if you have a copy too, I'm gonna go to, perfect, thanks, Ms. Federico. PDF page 17. We should see table 1. Yeah, and we're just gonna look at table 1. If you want to make it a little bigger, that'd be great. I just had a question about some of these figures. Something wasn't computing to me. So this table shows that between 2015 and 2020, there were about 1.7 million more electric heated homes of all types. Do you see that as the third line of data, the last 2 columns?
I don't.
So it goes from 40.9 million homes, all types of electric heating, to 42.6 million. Do you see those numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the next line down, in the same time period, the number of homes with electric heat pumps goes from 11.8 million to 17.2 million. So about 5.4 million more electric heat pump homes.
Yes.
But we only had an increase of 1.7 million in total electric homes of all types. So I'm kind of struggling to compute how those two things are true at the same time.
Well, because an electric heat pump could be used in an all-electric home that was previously utilizing, strip heating.
Okay,
So,
got it. So like 2/3 of those were upgrades from electric baseboard and like 1/3.
And in fact, most electric heat pumps that are being deployed are in fact upgrades from electric heat, making the current electric heat making it to better electric heat, right?
Okay, that's helpful.
Most heat pumps are not replacing natural gas heating. Most heat pumps are replacing electric heating.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you. And then I also wanted to understand, you talk about let me see if I accidentally used the wrong page numbers here. It gets a little confusing when the page numbers don't match. So on PDF page 21, there's a table 2 at the bottom, and this shows the estimated installed cost for natural gas furnace and electric heat pump. And it just kind of generally refers to DOE and NREL. And I was wondering if you could be more specific as to the source of this data.
I believe I have it right here. Let me see if there's more specifics about it. Hold on one second. Because we do talk about Voltus. It is it's from NREL Greet. Blah, 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 blah. Let me see if I can get you more details on that. But there is a report, supplemental information, EPA data sources. See, I kept all these notes, but I didn't. I'm looking through our full. Oh, I know, it's at the end of this. That's right. Hold on a second. It is, because that was the last question that we answered about the CapEx cost. Okay. No, that was the sizing of the equipment. I don't have it. Oh, here it is. For equipment capital cost relies on NREL's National Residential Efficiency Measures. That's NREM database for equipment costs. NREM, NRE.
Appreciate it. Any specific vintage or years that are utilized?
Well, I mean, this study itself is a little, I know this is updated. In fact, this study has been updated, by the way. It's on our website. It was updated again in 2024. So if anybody wants to look at it, you can. I believe that this is 2023 information of NREM. That is my recollection, but I mean, you can go into NREM and see, they may have updated NREM between now and then too.
Okay, got it. And that's national data, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there anything specific to Colorado or to Black Hills Gas and Service Territory?
No, because equipment, I mean, there may be, costs may be more in certain states because of cost of living or whatever, but it's a national database. I don't believe that they go into specific states.
Okay.
But I don't know that for sure, Commissioner Gilman. They may go into specific. My guess is, and this is just a guess, that Colorado is probably more expensive because things are generally a little more expensive in Colorado than other places.
Okay. Same question on the equipment lifetime range. Is there a specific place you can point me to in DOE or NREL where that is sourced from?
I think it may be the same place, the NREM data. I believe they have the same lifetime analysis too.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And then your analysis refers to the typical high efficiency electric kind of scenario as air source heat pump with an HSFP of 9.0. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And I was just curious, is that based on any information specific to Colorado or Black Hills service territory in terms of the most predominant units being deployed currently?
No. No, that would be looking at national data and cost and what most folks are replacing their heat pumps with. So there's a range of heat pumps, right? You have the lowest efficiency, which is the lowest cost. And there is information in the study, I believe, as to why that was chosen, though. I thought I saw something in that study, but I don't know exactly where it's at. But I know the analysts look at what was available. They didn't choose the least costly, but they chose something a little higher efficiency, but not the most efficient and the most costly. So That's kind of what I know. How they came to that selection, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And then looking at the different emission scenarios, I'm curious to what degree you utilized the Colorado statutory reductions for electric utilities and those assumptions.
I believe that also is mentioned in the study, and I think it was some kind of specific goal for the state. I had a name. I just don't remember what it's called. You all should know better than I, but it was a 80% reduction. I know there was four scenarios. They're all like outlined in the study, and they say specifically what they are. And again, they were based on a Colorado emission reduction plan that was put out by the governor or something. I don't remember the
I think
exact.
you're talking about page 29.
PDF page?
I think so.
The target was informed by similar goals presented in the Polis administration's roadmap to 100 renewable energy by 2040 and bold climate action and Colorado greenhouse pollution reduction roadmap, table 5 in the GTI Energy report details the potential future electric power generation mix. The bottom line is we did use, and I don't know if goals have changed or there's other things that have passed in the state, but those were the roadmaps and goals that we used to run our different scenarios.
Okay. And then curious with regard to the pricing for utilities. To my understanding, the pricing that was used was kind of current day pricing rather than projections out, like in terms of cost per therm, cost per kilowatt hour. Is that accurate?
No, it's not. No,
Okay.
we increased electric rates over time and other rates. So no, we looked at that's not accurate. No,
Okay,
I don't know.
Can you
Yeah.
just point me to where it shows what the assumptions were for the escalation of those rates?
And I'm looking at our comments to the this is the source factor. I am not able to find it. A lot of emissions rate stuff, but I can't find. I'm sure they did not use a static cost of electricity over all this analysis or a static cost of gas. They wouldn't have done that, but I just, okay, here we go. Projections for the year 2040 show that electric prices for residential customers in Colorado remain fairly steady with a minimal increase of 0.2%, and natural gas prices for residential customers in Colorado decrease by 0.2%.
Can
Please
you
note
give me a PDF page number or a document page number?
It says the major contributor to the metric ton cost of decarbonization, figure 41 of the GTI Energy report was annual energy cost using DOE's EIA's annual energy outlook for 2023. So the cost for natural gas and electric came from DOE's EIA's annual energy outlook 2023 data.
Okay, so it uses the 2023 EIA Energy Outlook data and then uses the escalations you mentioned?
According to the annual energy outlook for Colorado. That's correct.
Okay. And sorry, do you have a page number? I'm not finding.
I don't. I mean, I'm looking at the rebuttal information we provided, and I don't have the report in front of me, but I'm sure it's footnoted in the report. I'm 100% sure of that, but I don't know exactly where it is.
Okay. And then what did you say those escalation factors were again?
0.2 for electric and -0.2 for gas.
And upon what basis is the assumption that the gas rates will be going down?
Again, it's according to the annual energy outlook. I mean, we use theirs. So
And is that specific to Colorado, to Black Hills, Colorado gas?
it's specific to Colorado gas. I think that I don't believe and this is my knowledge of the annual energy outlook. I don't believe they look at specific utilities. They're going to look at electric rates and gas rates in Colorado.
Okay, okay. So their assumption is that those go down 0.2% year over year.
That's for 2040, I believe.
Year
So,
over year until 2040? What does that mean?
projection for the year 2040 show that electric prices for residential customers in Colorado remain fairly steady with a minimal increase of 0.2%, and the natural gas prices for residential customers in Colorado decrease by 0.2%. So I don't know. It doesn't tell me. I think that means that they only go up that much by 2040. That's how I'm reading this.
So it goes down a tiny percent by 2040 in natural gas pricing.
Yeah, and electricity goes up a small percent.
Okay. In creating the report for Black Hills, did you all vet that assumption at all with Black Hills Gas in terms of their rate projections?
I wouldn't know the answer to that question, Commission.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, I think those are my only questions. Thanks, Mr. LaFevers.
Can I make one comment? I just want everyone to know.
No,
Can't do that. All right,
you,
thanks.
you can do it. You can do it on redirect.
All right. Well,
I'm sure your counsel will.
I would like my counsel to do that.
Can you please take this down? Mr. Koshin, if you can stick on redirect to Commissioner Gilman's questions, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Mr. LaFevers, you were asked a series of questions at the end, and you indicated that you had a comment you wanted to add. What was that comment?
Just want to make sure that everybody understands we are not a policy organization. We are an R&D and analytical organization. We do not have positions of policy. The only position we have that we support is more money for research and development regarding energy with the Department of Energy. So I just want to make that clear. We don't take positions of any type. We only provide recommendations based on analysis that we have done.
And you weren't the one who actually drafted the report for GTI, is that accurate?
That is very accurate. Yeah. Bill Liss, who has retired, did the report, and the rebuttal questions were put together by a gentleman named Ram Dhamarajan, and unfortunately, he just isn't the type of person that he's a very analytical person in front of a computer, and he just didn't feel comfortable testifying. So I said that I would do it. So I have, and I got the answers to as many of these questions as I possibly could, and had this information in front of me so I could answer these questions to the best of my ability.
Well, I appreciate you stepping in. Nothing further from Mr. LaFevers, Chairman Blank.
Thank you, Mr. LaFevers. Appreciate you joining us, and you may be excused.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Garduna. Oh, Ms. Garduna. Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, they are not.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Mr. Koshin.
Thank you, Chairman Blank. Ms. Gardunia, can you please spell your last name for the record?
Yep, it's Maria Garduna, Garduna.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Black Hills Service Company. I am the Senior Manager of Climate and Sustainability for the company.
And you caused to be filed direct testimony and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding, which have been admitted into the record. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Ms. Gardunia is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Hyatt. 30 minutes and it's 2:25.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Gardunia. My name is Michael
Afternoon.
Hyatt. I'm going to be asking you questions today on behalf of SWEEP. And we are going to start by discussing renewable natural gas or RNG issues. So if we could please pull up here in Exhibit 109, which is Ms. Gardunia's rebuttal testimony. Let's go to page 10, please. So Ms. Gardunia, so can you see here, this is your rebuttal testimony. In the first paragraph of this renewable natural gas section, you summarize the intervener's answer testimony on RNG issues, correct?
That is correct.
And you explain here that initially in this case, all of the interveners opposed including RNG and this clean heat plan, right?
That is correct.
So all of the settling parties other than the company initially opposed including RNG in this plan.
That is correct. In our in my direct testimony, we had put a placeholder for renewable natural gas pricing that was based off of the RFI that was jointly issued by the utilities. We had limited information from that RFI on RNG pricing. So in the initial clean heat plan that we filed, there was an RNG abatement cost placeholder that was pretty conservative. It was about $1,200 per metric ton of CO2e. We received more information following that, which was included in the rebuttal testimony. We received some updated pricing information from a developer, which was then integrated into the rebuttal testimony. And that pricing was brought down significantly, down to about $390 a metric ton, which made it a more appealing clean heat plan resource based on the abatement cost.
Okay, thank you. We're going to talk about a lot of that here soon. The question was, isn't it the case that all the settling parties, other than the company, initially opposed including RNG in this clean heat plan, right?
Initially, yes, they did.
But in the second settlement agreement, staff, UCA, and the Energy Office all ended up agreeing to include RNG in the clean heat plan, right?
Yeah, part of the settlement negotiations was looking at what areas each entity could give or take on, and renewable natural gas, after we had presented our recommendations and the reasoning behind why we wanted to include it in our inaugural plan, we were able to reach a consensus with parties to include it in the settlement.
And just to level set, in the settlement agreement terms, Black Hills will not procure any RNG in 2026, and there's a $700,000 budget for RNG in 2027.
Yep, that is correct.
Okay, so we can take down this exhibit now. So isn't it the case that under the clean heat statute, only certain types of RNG are eligible for inclusion in a clean heat plan?
Yep, that is correct.
And is that because the clean heat statute states that to qualify as a clean heat resource, an RNG project must be located in Colorado and have an approved recovered methane protocol?
Yeah, that's correct. both the geographical location of the RNG project is a constraining factor, as well as the project would need to qualify under the existing protocols that were prescribed by CDPHE.
And I think you've briefly noted this, but so the company could better understand the cost and availability of RNG that qualifies for inclusion in a clean heat plan. Back in July 2023, the company and several other utilities submitted a joint request for information to RNG developers, right?
That's correct. We felt like there was limited information on if developers were familiar with the protocols that were included in the rulemaking. And so that was part of the RFI process, was to determine what availability there was for renewable natural gas that fit within the restrictions of the statute, as well as trying to quantify how many recovered methane credits could actually be generated from the projects. Most of the developers are much more familiar with the life cycle accounting, or the Argonne GREET model that's used by the federal level and several other states. So the RFI was really, it was to inform both pricing information as well as the number of credits that could be generated under each project.
Okay, and initially you received just one response to the RFI that included pricing information, and that price is $1,206 per megaton of CO2e reductions?
No, that's not correct. We received pricing information for more projects than that. It was the number of credits that would be generated under the protocols that was really an area that developers were generally not familiar with. They typically use their CI score accounting, carbon intensity score accounting, and then calculate the amount of emissions offset using that GREET model. So we had pricing information for a large number of the projects, but we were only able to get recovered methane credit generation under the specific protocol for one project in the initial RFI responses.
Okay, and in your direct testimony, the company's direct testimony in this case, they included, as you, I think, noted, a placeholder price for RNG, and that price was $1,206 per megaton of reductions. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
And that price came from the initial RFI responses?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And so after the company filed its direct testimony, you received an additional response to the RFI from a different developer, additional developer. And that additional developer provided a cost of $392 per megaton.
It was actually a developer that had submitted information in the initial RFI, but they did not submit how many credits would be generated. So we weren't able to calculate that abatement cost. And so following the RFI, they hired a consultant to help them quantify that. The protocols are very complex. And again, the developers were generally not familiar with them. So they needed to bring in a third party to help them with that. And they were not able to do that prior to the RFI being finalized. So following the RFI, they were able to hire a consultant, quantify the number of credits that were generated, and then submitted that supplemental information, which allowed us to calculate the abatement cost for that project.
Okay. So based on that additional submission you just described, the company changed the cost of RNG in this clean heat plan from $1,206 per ton to $392 per ton. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
So between its direct testimony and its rebuttal testimony, the company reduced the cost of RNG by about 67%.
That's correct.
And that 67% reduction is based solely on the additional information provided by that one RFI respondent?
That's correct.
And the company did not provide any documentation in the record here that shows the specifics of that developer's additional RFI response and those pricing details, did it?
We did not. We agreed with the other utilities that information had to be kept confidential. So we did include in my direct testimony an attachment that has all of the responses and the feedstock and the volume of the RNG that would be available, but we did not include pricing for confidentiality.
And because that was your direct testimony, that information was related to the initial RFI responses and not that additional response, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. So
Well,
now,
actually, sorry. So the project though that we did include in my rebuttal is on that list. So there really wouldn't, and we didn't disclose on that list the number of recovered methane credits generated from each site. So really there isn't any information that necessarily would have been out of date on that attachment in the rebuttal, if that makes sense.
okay. And so moving forward in time now to today in the second settlement agreement, the company is still using that $392 per megaton cost for RNGs, right?
Yep, that's correct. We have not solicited new information or, updated modeling since we were instructed to keep the record as it is. So the 392 is still what's being modeled in the second settlement agreement.
Okay, if we could please now pull up here in Exhibit 108, which is Mr. Harrington's rebuttal testimony. If we could please go to page 8. And scroll down to the bottom of this page, maybe zoom in a little bit on table MJH2 there. Thank you. So Ms. Gardunia, can you see that this table here for Mr. Harrington's rebuttal testimony includes that $392 per megaton cost for RNG we just discussed?
Yes, it does.
So doesn't this table show that a cost of $392 per ton, the cost of RNG is greater than the abatement cost for energy efficiency?
Yes, that is correct. RNG is one of the more expensive resources that we included in the portfolio, but we were very thoughtful about when and to what quantity we wanted to include that in the portfolio. Renewable natural gas is one of the resources that's within the direct control of the company. And so we felt like it is a way to reduce our risk in the portfolio by investing in something that we're able to directly procure. We don't necessarily have to rely on customer adoption. And so while it was one of the more expensive resources, there are benefits tied to it that we don't necessarily see in some of the other resources. So it was very much a balancing process.
Okay, and in fact, actually in this table, RNG is the most expensive clean heat resource listed here, isn't it?
It is. It's the most expensive resource in the plan that we proposed. It's not the most expensive resource that we modeled, though. So in our supplemental testimony that I know some of the other witnesses have discussed, we modeled some electrification scenarios that were more expensive than what we have shown here for RNG, but it is the most expensive resource that we chose to include.
And isn't it also the case that in this table and the resources you chose to include in this plan, RNG is the only resource that has a benefit cost ratio less than 1?
That is correct. We're not required to only select resources that are above 1. However, the portfolio as a whole does need to be above 1 and be cost effective, which in this case, the plan that we're proposing is.
Okay, let's talk briefly now about the recovered methane protocol, some of the standards that RNG must meet to be included in a clean heat plan. So if we could please pull up here in Exhibit 102 again, which is Ms. Gardunia's direct. Let's go to page 23. And let's go to the paragraph that begins on line 11 here. Maybe scroll in a little bit. And Ms. Gardunia, can you please review that paragraph and let me know when you're finished?
Okay, I've reviewed it.
Okay. So in this paragraph here, don't you state that while some developers are interested in selling RNG to Colorado's gas utilities for clean heat plans, RNG currently has a higher monetary value in other markets?
That is correct. Yep.
And in the last sentence of this paragraph, don't you state here that, quote, the constraint on sourcing RNG within Colorado for clean heat plans further limits the RNG availability at a cost competitive price point, particularly in the short term.
Yeah, that is correct. We modeled the $392, which was included in the second settlement agreement, which is modeled at that kind of premium price point to meet the qualifications for it to be a clean heat resource. In our initial clean heat plan filing, we also modeled a scenario where we used life cycle accounting and allowed for out-of-state sourcing of RNG. And you see that pricing come down closer to around $150 to $170 a metric ton of CO2e. And so that we went through that exercise intentionally to show the price difference and the premium that's paid for it to qualify under a clean heat plan. It has really nothing to do with the quality or the quantity of RNG in Colorado. It's really just purely an emission accounting difference that Colorado is doing versus other states, and the federal level is doing for the renewable fuel standard.
Okay, and given those factors, don't you state in this paragraph here that because RNG developers can make more money in selling their products to those other markets, there's limits to how much RNG is available in Colorado at a competitive price?
Well, the $392 that it's modeled at, that is at the premium price point, and that would be at the price that we would have to pay to be able to use that renewable natural gas for clean heat. So yes, I would say we're paying a premium, but that's been accounted for in the modeling and in the existing plans that we're proposing. Everything that we proposed in the settlement agreement follows the clean heat statute and rules on any sort of restrictions that there are on renewable natural gas.
Okay, and I guess my question here is, given your statements in these paragraphs about the fact that RNG developers can make more money selling elsewhere, is the company confident that it can procure as much RNG as it wishes that will qualify for inclusion in this clean heat plan?
I wouldn't say that there's an unlimited supply of RNG, but based on the RFI results and what we're proposing for a budget, we do feel that we would be able to secure a contract for that. Now, we have stipulations in the settlement agreement that we would need to bring these projects forward through the 60-90-day process, and we would need to receive approval for that. And if we're not able to secure an RNG project, those dollars would be shifted to DSM. So we've put some safeguards in there to ensure that if for whatever reason we're not able to secure an RNG contract, that those funds could be used elsewhere within the clean heat plan.
Okay. So you briefly acknowledged earlier, I believe, that the company has concerns with DSM and BE because those measures are reliant on customer adoption, and you feel it's reasonable to include RNG in the clean heat plan because RNG is not dependent on customer adoption. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't say we have concerns with DSM. We implement DSM programs very successfully right now. It's the magnitude that you can invest in it. There are certain limits that you have to DSM. And so by diversifying our resources where we're investing in things that are reducing the demand side management and relying on customer adoption, but also putting funds into things that are directly within our control, we're finding a balance between reducing overall emissions across the full value chain and also reducing the risk associated with the portfolio. So I wouldn't say we have concerns with DSM. It's just we need to be very thoughtful about how much money can we continue to put into that program, how much supplemental dollars can we put into that and still expect the same type of adoption levels with customers.
Okay, let's switch gears now slightly beyond just RNG and talk more broadly about recovered methane. And so we're on the same page. You're aware, aren't you, that recovered methane under the statute includes RNG, AMLD, and other types of recovered methane?
That's correct.
All right, let's go now to page 14. So do you see here that in this question answer at the top of the page, you discussed the fact the clean heat statute includes a recovered methane cap.
Yep, that's correct.
And if we could scroll down at the paragraph at the bottom of this page, that begins on line 19 there, you explain here that under the commission's rules, recovered methane can be used for up to 1/4 of the emissions reductions required to meet the 2025 emissions target.
That's correct.
And you also state here that recovered methane can be used for up to 5/22 of the emissions reductions required to meet the 2030 targets.
That's correct. That's our interpretation of the commission rules that were issued. Now, the CDPHE workbook calculates it to be the more restrictive approach that I explained in here, where it's 1/4 of the reductions below the 2015 baseline, which is significantly less recovered methane that's allowed. Our
And Ms.
settlement.
Gardunia, I don't mean to interrupt. My time's limited. I'll get to that in a second. So question being here is that you state here that according to the commission's rules, your interpretation, recovered methane can be used for up to 5/22 of the emissions reductions required to meet the 2030 target. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. And could you trust my math if I told you that 5/22 is equal to 22.7%?
Can you explain the 2% of what?
Sorry, if
Are you saying
the fraction 5/22 to convert that to a percentage, because 5/22 is a little bit of a mouthful, that would equal 22.7%.
yes, I'll trust you on that math.
All right. And just for purposes of this discussion, can we simplify things by rounding up that 22.7% to 23%?
That sounds good.
All right. So then, as you acknowledge here, under the statutory recovered methane cap, recovered methane can account for no more than approximately 23% of the emissions reductions required to meet the 2030 clean heat targets. That's your interpretation, right?
That's correct.
All right, if we can now please pull up here in Exhibit 123, the executable version of attachment MJH2.
Sorry, those Excel files always take a second to load.
Thank you. So now, Ms. Gardunia, can you see that this is the CDPHE verification workbook for the second settlement agreement?
Yes,
And are you familiar with this updated, most current verification workbook?
I am.
All right, if we could please now go to the tab that is titled Plan Summary, RM Cap Corrected. And I'm not looking for an explanation here, Ms. Gardunia, but just for background, this is the tab that reflects the company's interpretation of the recovered methane limit as you were discussing earlier. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. And the plan summary tab to the left, that is untouched from how CDPHE had built it. And so we are in compliance both with our interpretation and the way that it is built in the workbook. We just simply included this for additional information.
Okay. So we're going to focus here on my questions on column E, which shows the 2030 emissions reductions data. We might need to zoom in a little bit, but if we could go to column E, rows 26 and 27. Doesn't this show that the second settlement agreement is projected to reduce the company's greenhouse gas emissions by 63,971 metric tons of CO2e in 2030?
That is correct.
Okay. And if we look up now at row 15 of column E, this shows that 39,164 tons of those reductions come from demand side customer emissions reductions, correct?
That's correct.
So this means then that approximately 39,000 tons of the 2030 emissions reductions will come from DSM measures and the Rocky Ford beneficial electrification pilot.
That is
accurate?
correct.
Thanks. And now if we look at row 18 of column E, doesn't this show that 24,807 metric tons of the 2030 emissions reductions will come from recovered methane?
That is correct.
Okay, so taking a step back now, column E shows that the total 2030 emissions reductions are projected to be approximately 64,000 tons. The recovered methane will account for approximately 25,000 of those tons. That's what we're seeing here in this chart, right?
That's correct.
So if I just did a little bit of basic math here and told you that recovered methane therefore accounts for 39% of the total 2030 emissions reductions under this clean heat plan, would you agree with that percentage?
Yes, I would agree with that.
So if recovered methane then is responsible for 39% of the 2030 emissions reductions that we just established, settlement agreement includes a greater amount of recovered methane than that 23% statutory cap we discussed earlier, doesn't it?
No, I wouldn't agree with that because, and this is how the workbook is locked to do these calculations. So I'll state that on the tab to the left, that's untouched, again, the way that it was built. That cap is calculated to be 5% of the 22% required reduction. And so if the company is not able to get to the 22%, the way that the workbook is calculating it is that there is still an allowance there of the 22nd percents of the total reductions. It's not 20% of your reductions that you achieve.
Okay. So as a company's position, then, if we look at, again, column E, I guess it's row 20, it shows an allowable recovered methane emission limit of 145,000 tons. It's a company's position that so long as recovered methane emissions are less than 145,000 tons, then it is permissible under the Clean Heat Statute.
Assuming that you are able to design a plan that is implementable and cost effective as a whole, that would be our interpretation from the PUC rules.
And then if we look again down on column E, rows 26, 27, we see again, this plan has about 64,000 tons of emissions reductions, right?
That is correct.
So under your interpretation, 100%, all of those emissions reductions, 63,971 tons, could come exclusively from recovered methane. And that would be permissible because that would be less recovered methane than that 145,000 ton limit.
That is our interpretation of the PUC rules, but I just want to emphasize again that the tab to the left is untouched and we are also within compliance of that. And that follows all the Clean Heat Statute rules and limitations with recovered methane. This was purely provided for supplemental information.
Thank you, Ms. Gardunia. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Gilman, questions for Ms. Garduna?
Yeah, just a few. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I actually have a question about the AQCC verification workbook and calculations for you. So Mr. Harrington indicated that, say, a new construction project goes all electric and never connects to the gas system, basically, perhaps doesn't even interact with the gas utility in any way. Mr. Harrington indicated that the company would count those emissions reductions that basically never happened as savings in the emissions reduction workbook. And I wanted to see if you agree with that perspective and how you communicated that. And then I'd probably like to open the workbook and take a look.
Yep, my interpretation of that is within the AQCC workbook, we're only including intentional projects that we are investing in and that we are realizing emission reductions from. If we have a community that decides not to pursue natural gas and they go all electric, that would show up in our annual reporting because you would just naturally have less natural gas throughput. So you're going to have less emissions associated with the combustion of natural gas. But they wouldn't necessarily be quantified as specific projects within the workbook unless we were specifically implementing that as an electrification project.
Okay, got it. So I think that, I don't know if you listened when I was talking with Mr. Harrington, to my understanding that differs a bit from what he said. So your understanding is it kind of naturally flows through in just lower sales, which clearly have lower emissions associated with them, but there is not a specific entry whereby the company is taking credit for those reductions unless you were somehow directly involved with them choosing to do so.
Right, unless we were somehow funding that through the clean heat dollars and it was a specific project that we're quantifying the emission reductions associated with it. Otherwise, it'll just naturally flow through to the annual reporting.
Okay. And then if you were specifically funding it, is there a certain line item that goes, or is that again just a natural consequence whereby your sales are lower, so it is counted in that way? Or is there a certain place in the emission reduction workbook that it would be entered?
Yeah, there's, I believe, a section for demand side management programs, which is where if we were implementing some sort of electrification project, that is where that would show up as. So it would be a separate line item if it was a specific electrification project being funded by our clean heat plan.
Okay. And in that case, you put it in there, take essentially credit for the reduction there. And your sales would go down? Both?
So the way that it works here is we're looking at projections in the workbook, and then we're subtracting out plan projects from those projections. So if we have an electrification plan project, for example, or a lot of our plan relies on demand side management, we're taking what our projection would be without those projects and then layering them in. Where it naturally flows through is when we would actually do our annual reporting and we're reporting our actual true throughput, and then that's where the reductions would show up. So it's not like it's being double counted necessarily in the workbook or anything. That natural flow of reduced gas throughput would be through that annual reporting process.
Okay, got it. And then just a couple questions on RNG also. So the second settlement agreement includes RNG, states the company can make purchases beginning in 2027 with a budget of $700,000. And I was just curious, is that an annual budget? Like, is the company interpreting that as an annual budget or as the totality of some investment? You know, how do we interpret that when seeing it only for 1 year?
Yeah, that's a good question because we have a condensed time frame for the clean heat plan. The way we were viewing it is that is $700,000 allotted to RNG in 2027 only. And then when we file our next clean heat plan, which would be 2028 through 2032, then we would look at what kind of funding we would be seeking approval for in that clean heat plan. So it's just a single annual budget for RNG within the 2027 calendar year.
So does that mean as part of looking at and pursuing RNG, the company is really only looking at single year procurement unless or until the adjudication of the next clean heat plan happens to dictate what should happen for any investments for future years?
For 2027, we probably would be, just because we have limitations on the cost recovery associated with it. Going into the next clean heat plan, if we're successful in locating projects that are cost effective, I think we would likely be asking for approval for a project that has a longer contractual time frame. Obviously, we want to be able to secure a contract that's more like that 10 to 15 year time frame can be pretty common for RNG projects. So we would have to pursue something that would be specific to 2027 in this particular case, and then reevaluate in the next clean heat plan.
Okay. And do you have any idea if the RNG kind of market locally would support just a single year procurement like that?
We'd have to hash out those details when we'd actually start the negotiation process and the contracting process. In some of our discussions with developers, we made them aware of some of the limitations that we have under clean heat regarding contractual timelines and the protocols. And I'd say there was still interest in the projects. Obviously, the RFI was not binding in any sort of way to developers, so they're not obligated to fulfill that for a single year for us. But it's something that we would be assuming if we received approval within this clean heat plan, we would start those conversations on how we could structure that potentially a little bit more creatively for this clean heat plan. Okay.
And then seeing that your sample set seems quite small for the cost expectations of RNG, as I think Mr. Hyatt pointed out, we had a 2/3 reduction in the cost just from one respondent's response. So is there any expectation that RNG procured, either kind of explicit by the settling parties or implied, that any RNG that the company tries to procure would kind of meet or be lower than the abatement costs or achieve at least the cost effectiveness identified in the settlement agreement, the second settlement agreement?
Yeah, I mean, I can't commit, obviously, to being able to find RNG at a very specific price point right now, but I do think that there could be opportunity that RNG could come in at a lower price point. We would obviously be seeking the most cost-effective RNG that we could find that would meet the clean heat requirements and be a good resource for the company and for our customers. And so we would definitely be actively seeking the most cost-effective RNG that would be available. So I'd say there's potential that the cost fluctuations can change with RNG, as with any fuels on the market. We can see fluctuations with that. And with us targeting the 2027 year, there certainly could be changes in cost between now and then.
Is there any specific limit that the company is anticipating in terms of abatement cost by which you wouldn't even pursue or bring it to the 60-90 day process?
Yeah, we included the $392 in the settlement agreement that we would abide by that. If for some reason we weren't able to secure RNG at that price point, we can bring projects forward through that 60-90 day notice process. And so we would just need to evaluate availability and pricing as we get closer to that 2027 mark.
Okay, and I'm just trying to understand, does the company have any kind of upper limit by which you think it would not be useful to even bring it forward in the 60-90 day process if you're not finding RNG at the cost that you heard from that one respondent?
Yeah, I wouldn't say we have a hard line in the sand. It has to be below this price point to necessarily consider it. Certainly, we need to keep our overall portfolio cost effective and above that one mark. So that would be a factor that we would have to weigh in to make sure that the overall portfolio is cost effective. And so the abatement price would obviously impact that. But I wouldn't say that there's a line in the sand. It has to be below this exact dollar amount.
Okay. And then one more question. The GTI study used an RNG price of $18 per MMBTU in their analyses. And since your prices are in carbon abatement, which they could have different carbon intensities, I can't really do a direct comparison to understand what GTR analyzed and what you all are analyzing. So I was curious, do you have any pricing per MMBTU or a way for me to compare the different information provided by Black Hills?
Yeah, we did get pricing per MMBTU in the RFI. Again, we left that off of my attachment for confidentiality, but I can visit with Mr. Koshin on what would be the best way to potentially provide that information if it's redacted. But we did receive information on that per MMBTU basis that would allow for that comparison.
Okay. So you received that information and instead of submitting it under the commission's confidentiality provisions, just declined to include it at all?
Yeah, that was a decision with the utilities that we wanted to try to keep it simple on the attachment that we could all include. So you'll notice that we all have similar attachments in our proceedings to be consistent with what was provided. And so the decision was to leave the pricing off of that at this time.
Could be wrong, but I think we've seen it confidentially in other proceedings. Okay, so you're not able to tell how it compares even broadly to the $18 in MMBTU?
I wouldn't be able to say just off the top of my head, but we would certainly be able to get that information for you.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my other questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Plant?
I have no questions. Thanks.
Nor do I. Mr. Koshin, redirect.
Thank you, Chairman Blank. Just a couple of quick questions. Ms. Gardunia, Sweeps Council seemed to raise concerns about the price and percentage of recovered methane in the CDPHE guidance and workbook. Can you describe whether the second settlement agreement is in compliance with both statutes and commission rules as it relates to recovered methane?
Yes, it is in compliance, and that's demonstrated in the workbook that was attached to Mr. Harrington's second settlement testimony.
You're also responding to questions regarding the CDPHE guidance and workbook when you were cut off by Mr. Hyatt. Do you recall what you were trying to express?
I'm not sure I do now.
Fair enough. And you had a series of questions asked about the developers and the basis for the change in price that occurred from the filing direct testimony to rebuttal testimony. Can you explain why developers needed to hire consultants and why developers were struggling to find and figure out how to evaluate RNG?
Yes, it's due to the recovered methane protocols or the RNG protocols that are outlined in the clean heat rules. Every developer, or just about every developer, provided carbon intensity scores, pricing per MMBTU, which can be used to pretty quickly calculate abatement costs. All the developers are generally familiar with that. It was really just the protocols themselves that caused quite a bit of confusion on how they're supposed to calculate credits, and the complexity of the protocols really required a third party to step in and assist with that because these developers just did not have familiarity with the calculations.
And you were asked a series of questions about the availability of RNG and the testimony that you provided that due to other states having better markets for RNG, whether it's going to be available in Colorado. And can you describe, based on your analysis, whether it will be or not?
Yeah, it really comes down to that price premium that utilities in Colorado would have to pay to secure that RNG. And we've included that premium pricing in there, and we're able to design a portfolio that is still cost effective, and we definitely believe is in the best interest of our customers and for the company. If Colorado at some point were to adopt accounting methodologies that is more aligned with surrounding states or at the federal level, that abatement cost will significantly decrease. And again, it has nothing to do with the quality or the quantity of RNG in Colorado. It's just an accounting change. And so if that were something that Colorado would entertain, which I included quite a bit of description of that in my direct testimony, the cost competitiveness of RNG would increase significantly.
And so that price premium is already factored into the $392 per metric ton CO2e that the company provided in its rebuttal as cost effective in the cost effective table. I think you looked at table MJH2. I just want to make sure that
Yep.
premium price is already included.
It is. Yep, that is the premium price. Without that premium in there, you probably see pricing closer to $150 a metric ton.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gardunia. Chairman Blank, I have nothing further.
Ms. Garduna, you may be excused. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Let's take a 10-minute break till 3:20.
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Dixon? Yeah.
just, Ms. Garduna indicated she had a confidential number she could provide. And it would seem to me that should be filed as a late filed exhibit. I was going to try and get in before you started to call a recess. But I was asking that document might be filed as a late filed confidential exhibit that we all can have use of.
Mr. Cushion?
The company is happy to do so. I would request the opportunity to determine if the other utilities filed it as highly confidential or simply confidential. But we're happy to get that prepared and filed hopefully by tomorrow.
That'd be great. And Commissioner Gilman, did you have questions for Mr. Downey?
I do, but only a couple.
Okay. So we'll come back at 3:20 with Mr. Downey.
Hey, Siri, call Leslie Henry.
Mr. Downey, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to
sir.
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, sir.
That changes. Will you let us know?
Yes, sir.
Back to you, Mr. Koshin.
Thank you, Chairman Blank. Good afternoon, Mr. Downey.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Downey, Downey.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Black Hills, Colorado Gas. I'm the general manager of operations.
And did you prepare hearing exhibit 103, the direct testimony of Christopher L. Downey that was filed and admitted into the record in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Blank, this witness is available for questions.
Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, thanks, Mr. Downey. Good to see you. Just have a few questions all around AMLD.
Yep.
So curious, how did the company calculate the estimated greenhouse gas abatement of the AMLD program?
So at a very high level for you, we calculated it based off of detection rates that have been seen by other utilities who've deployed AMLD technology, and the intervals at which they're able to gather those leaks, and used a calculation from that perspective.
Okay, so that includes basically your assumed leaks that are found with the technology. Is that another way of saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
Identified something, right? Okay. Does and then I think I understood from Mr. Harrington that the budget in Clean Heat anticipates the purchase and essentially operation of the AMLD equipment. Is that correct?
So slight correction to that. It does include the purchase of the equipment and operation, but it also includes the incremental leak repairs that would be found in addition to what we typically find using the traditional equipment.
Okay. Help walk me through that. Give me the next step of explanation on what that means.
Yeah, so rough numbers, not to be precise or anything, because I don't have anything in front of me here to give me the exact numbers. But if we typically have discovered from our PHMSA annual reports 1,000 leaks annually, this new equipment is hopeful to help us find and detect up to 1,500. We have a 500 leak increment to repair.
Okay.
It would be the cost for those 500.
Okay. So let me then revert to my previous question about greenhouse gas calculation. On the greenhouse gas calculation, is that greenhouse gas just the delta between the estimate of what you would find with your current technology and what you'll find with AMLD, or it's the totality of what you expect to find with AMLD?
That's probably a question that's better suited for one of the other witnesses, Ms. Gilman. The actual emissions calculation portion I'm not involved in.
Well, what all leaks are you counting? That's what we had discussed just a few questions ago. And if you really don't know, that's fine. But this is kind of the exact question I asked before was, what are you counting in greenhouse gas? And I think you said the assumed rate of leaks that we'll find, rather than the difference between the rate of leaks you'll find minus the rate of leaks you find with your current technology.
Okay, so I believe I understand your question. Correct me if I get it incorrect here. But ultimately, with the AMLD technology, we would be doing a more frequent leak survey at a higher sensitivity than what codes and regulations and proposed rules would require. So therefore, all of the leaks that to some degree or another would count for emissions reductions. The cost of the repairs and such, some of them are just standard operational, and some of them are in excess due to the increased sensitivity.
Does
Okay.
that answer your question, Ms. Gilman?
I think so. I'll try to polish it up and make sure I get exactly what you're saying. So then in terms of the cost for your AMLD program, you've included you've definitively included the cost for the equipment and the operation of the equipment, right? And then you've included the cost for some repairs, the incremental repairs between what you think you would have found under standard operating procedures before this program and what you expect to find now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How do you anticipate the expected cost of repairs?
So based off of historic run rates of where we've detected leaks in the past, what type of increased indications other utilities have seen, we have average costing for a typical above ground leak versus a below ground leak versus a leak that's under a street versus in a grassed area or something to that effect. So we've extrapolated out our historical leak data based off of what other utilities have found and tried to forecast what we expect to see. As noted in my testimony, we also kind of note that we'll have to reevaluate that kind of as we get some data against our system going, so that we can come back and true everything up.
Okay. And then the cost to fix the other leaks that you kind of would have fixed otherwise, I guess, is that those are not included?
Correct. Those would be considered under the normal operations budget.
Okay. So I think part of what I'm trying to sort out, and maybe you'll be with me on this, is it sounds to me like in the greenhouse gas accounting side of things, we're counting the totality of the leaks, those that would have been found with the old system and those found with the new system. But on the cost side of the ledger, we're only accounting for costs associated with fixing that incremental, not actually reducing all of the leaks within the abatement cost calculation.
So I think it's in how you look at the numbers there. The actual capturing all of them for the emissions profile. There is funding within the AMLD program, which would be considered the actual acceleration of the survey effort, right? That helps that program to yield additional benefit over the 5-year interval, right? That makes those leak repairs eligible for this type of accreditation. The actual repair, right, as opposed to waiting 5 years to spend $10,000 to fix a leak, that leak would be fixed immediately because you would get the survey executed quicker. But that funding to execute the survey quicker and find those leaks quicker would be included within the program.
Okay. And so for any greenhouse gas credit you're taking here, your assumption is you are also physically remediating that leak within the same time period as taking credit for those greenhouse gas emissions reductions?
Correct.
Okay. I think those are my only questions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Koshin. Redirect.
No redirect, Chairman Blake. Thank you so much.
Mr. Donnie, you may be excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Mr. Cottrell. Hey, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, sir.
That changes. Will you let us know?
Yes, sir.
Back to you, Mr. Koshin.
Thank you, Chairman Blake. Mr. Cottrell, could you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Andrew Cottrell, Cottrell.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I work for Scott Madden as a partner in the energy practice.
And did you prepare and cause to be filed direct testimony, supplemental direct testimony, and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, sir, I did.
Those have all been admitted into the record. Chairman Blank, Mr. Cottrell is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Ms. Coleman, I have 75 minutes and it's 3:30.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Cottrell. I know we haven't met before. I'm Leslie Coleman, and I'll be asking you questions today on behalf of SWEEP.
Afternoon.
So I have two overarching topics that I'd like to discuss with you today. The first is DSM, and the second is beneficial electrification. So, Mr. Cottrell, you conducted the cost effectiveness analysis for this proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And DSM is one of the clean heat resources that you analyzed?
Yes, it was.
And your analysis showed that DSM is in fact the lowest cost resource, didn't it?
Double check, but I believe so, yes. That is correct.
And do you recall that every other party in this case recommended in their answer testimonies that the company should increase the budget for DSM?
I don't specifically recall each party's positions on the amount of investment in DSM, no.
Could we go ahead and pull up hearing exhibit 110, please? And here we have your rebuttal testimony. And can we please go to page 6? And then let's see, can we kind of zoom in starting at line 4 and then also capturing the table below it, please? All right, and then at line 4, it says each of the interveners makes suggestions to increase the funding for DSM well in excess of what the company proposed in the preferred plan. And then there's table AWW-1, although I think that should probably say AWC-1. Does this jog your memory about the other parties in the case recommendations?
It does. I probably should have clarified in retrospect that CEO did not recommend an increase in DSM funding. They recommended same values that the company had in 25 and 26. But besides that, yes, I see it.
All right. We can go ahead and take this down. So, Mr. Cottrell, it's your position that the diminishing marginal returns of DSM constrain the company in its ability to add more DSM to the clean heat plan?
At some point, there are limitations on DSM. I believe Commissioner Gilman asked questions earlier today about the ability of the company of how much DSM budget has been spent and how many times the utility has exceeded their budget within the DSM plan recently. And within those years, it's been relatively few and far between. So that suggests that there is somewhat of I'll call it an artificial limit on budgets associated with DSM due to customer uptake. So short answer is yes, there are some diminishing marginal returns as you get up the cost scale and as you get up the demand scale. But then there also is a limitation as far as customer uptake and how much is available within the marketplace.
Okay, so I'd like to look at a little bit more detail at how you analyze different levels of DSM in your modeling. And could we please pull up hearing exhibit 104, attachment AWC 1, Rev 1. And this is the company's clean heat plan. And then let's go to page 40, please. Okay, and then can we please zoom in on table 8? Thank you. So, Mr. Cottrell, this table shows the cost effectiveness of various clean heat resources under the target achievement scenario that you analyzed.
Yes, that is correct.
And just for clarity's sake, the target achievement scenario wasn't ultimately pursued by the company. It was just something that was modeled in this document.
The target achievement scenario was we'll call it a hypothetical scenario of if the company was able to achieve the clean heat targets, what a hypothetical portfolio could look like, whether that was realistic to achieve, whether it could be achievable in the marketplace. But yes, that is what the target achievement scenario represents.
All right, so if we could look at rows 2, 3, and 4 in this table, where it lists energy efficiency, CHP, and then there's tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. These 3 different tiers represent different levels of DSM. Would you agree with that?
Correct. Those were, I think it's mentioned in the footnote, but they are clean heat plan funded energy efficiency based on the company's most recent DSM potential study. So it was based on the achievable economic and technical potential associated with DSM within the service territory.
Okay, so we're going to get into the details of all of these in sort of a stepwise fashion, but would you agree that tier 3 tier 1 DSM is the least expensive and tier 3 DSM is the most expensive as reflected in this chart?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
All right, and would you agree that tier 1 DSM is what's reflected in the second settlement agreement?
I believe that is accurate. There may be some slight differences, but I believe that is accurate.
All right. So the company is not proposing to pursue tier 2 or tier 3 DSM in this clean heat plan, is it?
Correct.
And I want to talk about the cost of these different tiers of DSM and what the company would cover. So for tier 2 DSM measures that are shown here in table 8, the company would cover the full incremental cost of the installed measure. Is that your understanding?
Correct. So those were based on up to the economic potential associated with energy efficiency available within the marketplace. And in order to incentivize customers to participate, that they would need to cover the entire incremental cost, which is the difference between the baseline and the efficient unit, in order to have them participate. Yes.
Okay.
That was the assumption that was made.
Got it. And, just for context, not asking you to provide an opinion on it, you're aware that Sweet Witness Mr. Brandt used the tier 2 DSM resources in his recommended portfolio?
I'm not specifically aware that he used tier 2, but I'll take your word.
Okay, yeah, we can just assume for purposes of my questions and we won't go into it. It's just more for background.
Sure.
So for the tier 3 DSM measures that are shown in table 8, the company would cover the full equipment cost and the full labor cost of the installed measures. Is that your understanding?
Correct. So again, this was an assumed scenario, not necessarily based on expected customer uptake or what could realistically be achieved or available within the marketplace. Because generally when you get to those harder to reach customers, folks that are not likely to participate, that you need to provide either the full cost or some other additional incentive to have them participate in the program or achieve those savings. Yes.
So I'd like to look at how the cost of tier 2 and tier 3 DSM compares to RNG. And I realized that the cost effectiveness values for RNG were later updated in your rebuttal testimony. So when we make this comparison, we're going to use the updated numbers. And I'll represent to you, you probably remember this from Ms. Garduña's testimony if you were listening, that the updated benefit cost ratio for RNG was 0.45. Does that sound accurate to you?
My rebuttal, I can cross-check very quickly. Yes, I can confirm that.
Okay. And so as shown in table 8 here, tier 2 DSM has a higher cost, but higher benefit cost ratio than RNG. Is that right?
Correct. I would point out, though, that cost effectiveness ratios are just one component and one piece of information that goes in to determine whether a resource is viable or could be available to the company. So DSM tier 3, I think most folks within the DSM world or implementation would agree that it's not reasonable in order to get all customers to participate within the portfolio and to incentivize them to go in. Whereas RNG, even though it is a higher cost and does not have a benefit cost ratio above 1, is more controllable, and you can actually achieve those emission reductions versus the tier 3 DSM. But yes, I would agree that the cost effectiveness ratios are relatively similar between those.
Okay, so my question was actually about tier 2 DSM, which here is listed as a benefit cost ratio of 1.22. And I'm asking whether you agree that tier 2 DSM has a higher benefit cost ratio than RNG, which was 0.45.
Oh, understood. Apologize if I say tier 3. Yes, I would agree with that.
All right. And then turning now to carbon abatement costs, I'll represent to you that the updated carbon abatement costs for RNG was $392 per ton of CO2e. Does that sound right?
Correct.
And so, as shown in table 8 here, both tier 2 and tier 3 DSM would have a lower carbon abatement cost than RNG.
I would agree, but again, I would reiterate the availability in the marketplace and how likely someone is to participate in DSM and actually achieve that carbon abatement cost versus the control of RNG. But yes, I would agree about the carbon abatement cost and the comparison between them.
All right, we can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you. So I'd like to ask you about some of the DSM incentives that the company plans to offer through the Clean Heat Plan. Did you hear the commissioner's questions of Mr. Harrington this morning about the relationship between the company's DSM plan and its Clean Heat Plan?
I did.
Okay. And I know Mr. Harrington deferred some of those questions to you, and I know that you also sponsored several of the discovery responses about DSM, so I'm hoping we can kind of clarify some of those DSM issues this afternoon.
Sure.
Now, the DSM budget in the Clean Heat Plan is in addition to the company's existing DSM plan. Is that right?
That is correct, yes. Well, there are two components. So
which I'll ask you about right now.
All right.
Thank you. Just to kind of keep things streamlined. I know it's getting to the end of the day.
Sure.
So, for example, one of those components is that the Clean Heat Plan would include funding for types of measures that are not included in the existing DSM plan at all. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the second component is that the Clean Heat Plan would also provide more funding for the company's existing DSM programs.
Yes, I don't know if I said I characterize more funding, but the ability for more customers to participate in the existing DSM programs, yes.
Okay. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 516 from Box, please? All right. This is CEO Discovery Request CEO 3-2. And then if we can zoom in on paragraph B towards the middle of the page. And here, this paragraph B requests a comprehensive list of measures for which Black Hills intends to provide incentives via its CHP. I know the text is kind of small, but can you see that?
I can.
Okay. And then can we scroll down to page 2, please? And do you see that you were the sponsor of this discovery response?
I do.
And then in paragraph B here, your response to that question is, please see CHP comprehensive measure list attachment. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, Chair, I'll move for the admission of hearing exhibit 516.
Any objections?
No objections.
So moved.
Okay, we can take this one down, and then I'd like to look at the attachment that was referenced in the response to CEO Discovery Request 3-2. So if we could please pull up hearing exhibit 517 from Box.
Yes, just a second. Since it's an executable, it's going to take me a second.
Thank you. And an unfortunate warning that I have several executable attachments to go through today, so I'll be patient. Okay, so this is the attachment referenced in the response to CEO 3-2, and it's titled CHP Comprehensive Measure List. Mr. Cottrell, is this the attachment that you sponsored?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, and I'll move for the admission of a hearing exhibit 517.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, and we will try to blow up certain areas of this as we walk through it, but I'd like us to discuss just a few examples of the DSM measures that are included on this list, and happy to point you to different cells as you need it. But in terms of the things that are not appliances, would you agree that this list includes drain water heat recovery? We can go to row 17 if that's helpful.
I see it, yes.
Okay, perfect. Would you agree that it includes thermostats? Or we can look at rows.
I see them in
32
to 33. I do.
And then scrolling down a little bit, a few rows, row 44 refers to water pipe insulation.
Yes, I see that.
All right, and then row 45 refers to water savings kits, which include shower heads, kitchen aerators, and faucet aerators. Can you see that?
I do.
Okay, I just wanted to walk through a few of the different non-appliance measures here, since I know that's been an issue in this case. So switching gears to new construction incentives, if we could scroll down and try to capture rows 63 through 98, or at least as much of it as we can. Perfect. Rows 63 through 98 show the measures the company plans to offer for residential new construction. Does that look right? I think we might need to scroll. Yeah, I think we need to scroll horizontally to the left side.
The other way.
Okay, there we go.
I see the listing.
And then can we take a look at row 94 and just try to make it a little bit bigger?
I can make it bigger, but I will cut off this end. So
okay,
which
I think this looks good. So in row 94, we see that the company plans to offer an incentive of $1,800 for a driveway snow melt system. Do you see that?
I do.
And since this incentive is for new residential construction, it's fair to say that snow melt system wouldn't be replacing an existing, less efficient snow melt system, wouldn't it?
think that's a fair characterization. Yes.
Okay, we can take this exhibit down now. Thank you. All right, so I'd like to turn to our second overarching topic, which is beneficial electrification. And I have a few different subtopics I'd like to go through with you. So in its initial filing, the company analyzed BE only as part of the Rocky Ford pilot. Is that your understanding?
In the initial filing as well as rebuttal, yes, correct.
And then in response to an order from the commission, you modeled 2 additional electrification scenarios for your supplemental direct testimony?
That is correct, yes. A full and partial electrification.
And in developing your cost assumptions for those BE scenarios that you referenced, you used the GTI report to inform some of your cost assumptions. Would you agree with that?
No, it did not. The GTI report was not used for inputs in any of the modeling throughout the clean heat plan, in supplemental, in direct, rebuttal. It was only just used as additional source of information and confirmative in certain results, but it wasn't used as a direct input. The cost inputs that were used for supplemental was actually from Rewire in America for the cost of, assuming the cost of heat pumps and other installation.
Okay. I just want to make sure I have clarity here. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 110, which is your rebuttal testimony.
Sure.
And then let's please go to page 13. And we'll look at lines 14 to 15. And then here it states, SWEEP disagrees with the results of the Gas Technology Institute, or GTI, report that the company relied on to inform some cost assumptions for BE. And Mr. Cottrell, is the correct interpretation of that statement there that the cost assumptions for BE, where the company relied on the Gas Technology Institute, those were separate from your BE modeling in the supplemental direct? Do I understand that correctly?
So this is quoting SWEEP's disagreement. This does not state that this is what the company used for benefit justification modeling. We didn't use any GTI data or results from the report in our benefit justification modeling. I think this is just characterizing what SWEEP either assumed or included or criticized. We didn't use any of the GTI outputs as inputs into our model. Just for clarification.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful in terms of understanding this statement. And we can take this exhibit down now. Thank you. So, Mr. Cottrell, in the 2 electrification scenarios you developed, BE accounted for 15% of the plan's emission reductions. Is that right?
Depends on the scenario, I believe. I believe one scenario had 15% and the other was total, but I could be wrong. It depended. So it's been versus the full versus the hybrid scenario, but in the full electrification scenario, yes, it was 15% of total emissions.
And what was the hybrid electrification scenario?
I apologize, I misspoke. Let me rewind. Yes, in both cases, it was 15% of total emissions because the majority of emissions were coming from DSM, non-clean heat funded DSM. So yes, it was 15% of total emission reductions. I apologize.
Okay, understood. Yep. And as you mentioned, that first scenario was for full heating electrification where the heat pump would fully replace the gas system.
Correct.
And the second scenario was for hybrid electrification where the customer would install a heat pump, but they would also keep their gas heating system.
That is correct, yes.
And then you also included heat pump water heaters in each scenario. Is that right?
We did, that is correct.
And based on your modeling, you concluded that neither electrification scenario would be cost effective?
Correct. Mainly due to the high cost of electrification in order to install the heat pump, the labor, administration, and all the other adders associated with. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and we're going to go through, I think, many of those components in just a bit here. And we can pull up your testimony if needed, but just to kind of set the stage, I'll represent that your full electrification scenario would cost 308 per ton CO2e reduced, and your hybrid electrification scenario would cost $582 per ton. Do those numbers sound right to you?
I have in front of me, yes, on page 9 of my supplemental testimony. I would agree.
Okay. And then I'm not asking you to opine on the validity of sweeps analysis, but just for context here, you're aware that Mr. Brandt found that BE would cost $56 per ton. Does that seem like the right ballpark?
We have it. It seems approximately correct. Yeah, mainly due to the difference of opinions on the cost in order to incentivize customers to participate. Yes, I would agree.
All right, so as I mentioned before, we're going to walk through a few different aspects of your BE analysis. And I'd like to start with the issue of cross-subsidization. You explained in your direct testimony that if electrification leads Black Hills customers to exit the gas system, fixed charges would be spread across a smaller pool of customers and those customers' rates could increase. Do you remember that testimony?
I do. Yeah, it's generally related to what Chairman Blank referred to earlier of basically the rim test across both gas and electric, where if you are losing revenue on one side, rates will increase for those remaining customers. And the reverse would happen on the electric side, where if you are increasing revenue and throughput of electric, the rates would generally decrease. So yes, I recall and would agree with that statement.
And in your BE modeling, you modeled the number of customers who would receive electrification incentives under each of the two modeling scenarios, didn't you?
In order to achieve the 15%, correct, yes.
All right, let's please pull up hearing exhibit 518 from Box. And hearing exhibit 518 is sweep discovery request 2-3, or I guess it's listed as sweep 2.3 here. And I'll represent that the request asks for supporting documentation related to a workbook that the company had previously provided. And then if we could go to page 2. And here, can you see that you're the sponsor of this response?
Yes, I see that.
I'll move for the admission of hearing exhibit 518.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Now, Mr. Cottrell, you sponsored 2 attachments for this response. One is a public version of a calculation workbook. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the other attachment is a spreadsheet containing BE assumptions and sources.
I see that, yes.
Okay, we're going to walk through both of those attachments. So we can take this document down. And then the first attachment I'd like to look at is hearing exhibit 519, and that's in Sweeps box folder. All right, and then could we go to the beneficial electric? Oh. Is there a tab on here?
The document's still loading.
Oh, I see.
It's possible that one is here and hasn't loaded yet, but at this moment, no.
Okay, we'll see what happens. I'll check my copy to make sure it's the right exhibit too. Yeah, it looks like there's about 12 tabs, so it may just need a second.
Yeah. Let me try something else. Hang on.
Sure.
At this moment, my whole screen is frozen, so give me a second. Okay, what tab did you want?
Beneficial electrification, please. It's the fourth one in. All right. Mr. Cottrell, this spreadsheet is one of the attachments that you provided in your response to Sweep Discovery Request 2-3. Is that right?
It looks familiar, yes.
And among other things, this spreadsheet contains your BE modeling.
Yes, it does.
Chair, I'll move for the admission of a hearing exhibit 519.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Okay, and then I'd like us to zoom into a table that appears at cell Q139.
Is that big enough and the about right spot?
If we could just scroll a little bit to the right to get that full table in there, and I'm looking at the one that's titled Cumulative Participants. Can you see that all right, Mr. Cottrell?
I do.
Okay. So this table shows the cumulative number of participants between 2025 and 2030 for both the full electrification and the hybrid electrification scenarios.
In these supplemental scenarios, yes, I would agree.
And for the full electrification scenario, the cumulative number of participants over 6 years was modeled at 1,095 customers.
So it's blocked for me. Yes, I see it.
And for the partial electrification scenario, it was 2,013 customers.
Correct. Because the natural gas reduction, because the goals are only natural gas reduction throughput for carbon abatement and including reduction. So you would need significantly more in the partial. Yes.
Got it. We can take this exhibit down now. Thank you. So, Mr. Cottrell, you're aware that Black Hills has more than 200,000 customers?
I am in that range, yes.
So under either of your electrification scenarios, less than 1% of Black Hills customers would electrify their space or water heating systems between 2025 and 2030. Would you agree with that?
If you to hit the 15% of that target, yes, that's approximately how many customers it would take. Yeah, I would agree.
And would you agree that at least some of those customers would still have gas cooking equipment or a gas fireplace?
They could, not necessarily. They would have an equal likelihood of either. I don't know. I don't have the market research to show whether if someone goes to electrify their heating system, if they would then still be on gas cooking and gas fireplace. I don't have that information in front of me.
And there's nothing in the record you're aware of that shows the percentage of Black Hills customers that would have a gas fireplace or a gas cooking equipment, for example?
I don't have that in front of me, no. I do know that I believe Excel in their modeling assumed between 10 to 20% of customers that were electrifying would then be removed fully from the gas system. But we don't have anything in the Black Hills record that shows that, no, not that I'm aware of.
And relatedly, you did not specifically evaluate the likelihood that Black Hills customers who accept an electrification rebate of any type would subsequently disconnect their gas service, did you? That wasn't part of your modeling?
Did not have those assumptions or included within the modeling, no.
And then you didn't perform any quantitative analysis of the impact of potential customer exit on the remaining customers' gas bills?
What type of quantitative analysis?
Anything involving numbers or probabilities
So
versus a more qualitative statement.
We did not look at the likelihood or percentage of customers that would remove themselves from the system, no. If I'm understanding your question correctly, I'm not sure I am.
Sure. Let me rephrase that. So
Sure.
in terms of your concern earlier that you had raised about customers exiting and then the remaining customers who are still on the system then having to bear a higher share of the fixed costs of the gas system, there's no quantitative analysis in this record about the impact of customer exit on those remaining customers' gas bills in terms of rates. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, so it's still a concern that those customers would exit, but we don't have a specific quantitative analysis associated with it now.
All right, so we're going to switch gears here and talk about equipment costs, which I know you mentioned as a difference between sweeps analysis and your analysis. And we're going to talk about heat pumps and heat pump water heaters. So for both the full and the hybrid electrification scenarios, you assume that the company would need to cover the full cost of equipment and installation. Is that right?
Correct. Given the significant hurdles that folks have seen to get folks to fuel switch and go to electrification, we assume that it would take covering the entire cost of the system to convince customers to move to electrification. Yes, we did.
Okay, and can we please pull up hearing exhibit 520 from Sweeps Box? And this is another executable spreadsheet, so it may take a moment.
While that's pulling up, Ms. Coleman, do you recall the exhibit number that had the measure list? And the reason I ask is because Commissioner Gilman was asking for those, so we can reference those later. So just want to streamline that a little bit for her.
Sure, that was exhibit 516.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Just so you know, I've got it pulled up, but it's frozen my computer and giving me the spinning wheel of death again. It's something about the enabling content that it doesn't want me to do. So I'm trying, but it's loading.
This one does at least have a lot fewer tabs and cells in it, so hopefully it will be a little more cooperative.
Let me know if this is right. I've still got a spinning wheel on my end, but I see tabs, so.
It looks good from my end. Okay, so Mr. Cottrell, this is the other attachment that you provided in your discovery response to Suite 2-3. And up at the top there, you can see it's titled Attachment Suite 2-3 Beta K. Do you see that?
Yes, it looks familiar.
Okay, and this spreadsheet shows the assumptions and inputs that you used in your BE modeling.
That looks correct, yes.
I'll move for the admission of hearing exhibit 520.
Any objections?
No objection.
So moved.
And if we could turn to the project costs tab, please. And then if it's possible, just to zoom in on this text a bit. Thank you. So this tab shows that for the full electrification scenario that you looked at, the company's total cost for a heat pump and heat pump water heater package would be $31,284. Would you agree with that?
Including installation, administration, and all of those. Yes, I would agree.
And then for the hybrid electrification scenario, the company's total costs for the heat pump, hybrid heat pump and heat pump water heater would be $29,160.
Correct, because you can remove the tonnage adder because you'd need a slightly smaller heat pump if you had a natural gas backup. So yes. If you see in row 19,
I do.
That's the
Yes.
differential between the full and the partial is the removal of the tonnage adder. So you can have a smaller heat pump when you have natural gas backup to make up for
Got
the
it.
difference.
Got it. But the cold climate adder is the same as the full electrification scenario still?
Correct. So we included cold climate for both scenarios, especially obviously electrification one, because the Department of Energy breaks up the country into climate zones. So it's basically climate zones 1 through 8, 1 being Florida, hot, humid, 8 being northern Alaska, and Colorado gas service territory is mainly in the 6-7 region, which is dry and cold. So basically just shy of northern Alaska as far as temperature. And the Department of Energy recommends any climate zone 4 or greater to use cold climate heat pumps. So yes, we included the cold climate adder for both of those. That's correct.
Okay, we can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you. So, Mr. Cottrell, are you aware of any commission-approved BE programs in Colorado that cover the entire cost of equipment and installation for non-income qualified customers?
Not that I'm aware of. There could be, but I don't know if there are any.
Understood. And can you point me to anything in this record that indicates that in 2025 and beyond, Black Hills customers will generally need the company to cover the full cost before they decide to electrify their space or water heating?
Evidence in other jurisdictions, not necessarily in this record, but evidence in other jurisdictions where the uptake of electrification from current existing natural gas is very low, even at full cost of implementation and full cost of equipment. We've seen in Illinois recently where they cover the full cost of equipment and participation is very low to close to zero based on that. So not in this record as part of surveys of customers and what it would take, but we've seen it baselines in other areas though, yes.
All right. So we're going to move on to another electrification subtopic, and that's the benefits side of your analysis. So moving on from costs. In your cost effectiveness analysis, you did not include any indoor air quality benefits associated with BE, did you?
We didn't include that across any of the resources, DSM, BE, or anything else, no.
And is that also true for any public health benefits?
We did include the cost of carbon, the social cost of carbon and social cost of methane. So those two are included. So I would wrap those in as kind of a proxy for public health, but not an explicit adder, like a NEBS adder like we have in other dockets. But I think you could loosely consider social cost of methane and social cost of carbon as public health adders.
Got it, but not a separate sort of line item for public health benefits.
No separate line item for public health benefits, no.
All right, so turning to methane leakage within the Black Hills system. In your cost benefit analysis for BE, you did not include benefits associated with reduced methane leakage, did you?
Upstream, we did not. No, I believe that we've established that, yeah, throughout this record, yes.
And you would generally agree that a reduction in gas throughput will lead to some amount of reduction in methane leakage throughout Black Hills distribution system?
Could be a minor incremental amount, but yes, would technically be some.
Are you generally aware that Black Hills filed an application with this commission for its 2024 to 2025 DSM plan?
Yes, they're currently implementing it. It's almost over.
Okay, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 521 from Fox, please. And Mr. Cottrell, can you see that this is a recommended decision approving a unanimous settlement in the 2024 to 2025 DSM plan proceeding?
I do.
And if we could go to page 11, and once we're there, look at paragraph 40. So here, this paragraph 40 states that Black Hills regulatory manager testified that factoring methane leakage into its DSM plan acknowledges that based on the reduced throughput associated with DSM implementation, there is an accompanying reduction in methane leakage throughout the natural gas value chain. Did I read that correctly?
You did, but if I'm not mistaken, this is dated March of 2024, and we filed in December of 2023. So this came out after we filed our clean heat plan.
But not after the rebuttal testimony was submitted? Can't quite tell the date on this.
Yeah, I believe it's March of 2024, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Chair, I request that the commission take administrative notice of hearing exhibit 521.
Any objection?
No objection.
So noticed.
And then for methane leakage, for this clean heat plan, you didn't include the benefits of reduced methane leakage in your cost effectiveness analysis of DSM either. Is that right?
With this clean heat plan, we did not, no. Similar reasoning is that this came out after we filed our initial clean heat plan, and then we were consistent with the methodology throughout the process.
All right, Mr. Cottrell, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Gilman, questions for Mr. Cottrell?
Yeah, I have a few. And I would say if we're still going in the morning, I've actually never seen those attachments before. So I would really like an opportunity to go through them, which I haven't had yet. So I don't know if we'll still be going in the morning, if we'll have an opportunity to ask any additional questions, Chairman.
Yeah, maybe let's see if we can finish with your questions today, and then maybe we can make Mr. Cottrell available tomorrow morning if you have additional questions. Would that work for you, Mr. Cottrell?
I'll be available tomorrow morning. Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't want to miss an opportunity, just since I haven't seen them before. So thank you. Appreciate it. So first question, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So broadly within the plan documents, as well as testimony, there are listings of abatement costs and cost effectiveness results. So can you direct me to where would be the most appropriate resource within the record to identify what assumptions or calculations were used in determining those?
Yeah, great question. So there was the spreadsheets, and this was a question that we were just discussing a bit earlier, is they're mainly based in the work papers that have been provided to the parties and to the interveners, is the calculation workbooks where all of the assumptions break down, and some of them which have been also put through discovery. So those were the items that I had marked down that Ms. Coleman had admitted into evidence, which were the calculations workbook, which is 519 or exhibit 519. And then also the DSM measure list was another one, which is exhibit 516. Those two would probably be that some of your earlier questions of what were the DSM measures that were included. You could look there in exhibit 516 and see listed out which measures were included as, we call it supplemental to DSM, which is included in the DSM plan, and the Clean Heat Plan will provide supplemental funding, and incremental or additional to DSM. And those are listed out measure by measure. So that's the first component for DSM. The second one, as far as calculations, assumptions, that's all in the calculation workbooks. That'd be part of the work papers.
Those same exhibits, or a different exhibit, or not an exhibit?
Correct. So it would be the same. So exhibit 519 is all of the math and the calculations associated, assumptions and the like would all be included in there.
Okay, and those were only provided in discovery to the party. Those have not been included in the record by the company prior to that?
Correct.
Okay. So apologies if I have questions for you in the morning, but that's why.
No problem.
I have not seen them yet. And I was looking through the record. As part of, just help me understand, as the company evaluates kind of the different tiers of DSM and different options to kind of move past what you're seeing in terms of adoption right now, has the company evaluated the opportunities around enhanced funding for existing measures to improve uptake?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we had discussed it with the DSM implementation team and actually the implementers themselves about what was needed within the marketplace and what they were seeing. And if increased incentives could be needed, if we needed to just increase funding in certain areas, certain programs. And the general consensus among folks was that increased incentives wouldn't necessarily drive additional customer throughput, additional customer participation, but there are certain programs that were oversubscribed and they've been shut down earlier throughout recent program years, so that just additional funding that could be made available to them so they don't have to shut down specific programs would be the most helpful for them, not necessarily increased incentives. And they wouldn't expect to have additional throughput or additional participation because of that.
Okay, and specifically, are you aware of what measures were oversubscribed in previous years?
One of the major ones is residential new construction. So the new construction program has had to be shut down typically by Q3, sometimes early in Q4, because it's been oversubscribed and has had a backlog. So they have to shut the program down and not accept any new participants in multiple program years. That's the main one. There may be others, but that's one of the main ones.
Okay, and can you explain to me what the qualifications for residential new construction incentives are, just broadly?
Sure. So there's two different tiers for residential new construction. So the first is a whole home approach, which is through ResNet. So it's basically looking at a baseline home versus a more efficient home using the ResNet energy modeling software. And if you are, I forget the percentage, I believe it's 15%, but a specific percentage above a baseline home, then that deems it basically an Energy Star home and you get the incentive. I believe it's $2,500, but that's subject to check. We could look in the most recent DSM file. So that is one component. That's the whole home, which needs an energy efficiency rater, and you have to use pretty specific modeling software. The other component is more of a prescriptive component. Think of a menu-based approach, where there are certain measures that get a specific incentive associated with it. Could be a high efficiency furnace, could be insulation, air sealing, duct sealing, et cetera. And it's a menu that can add up to be another incentive. So there's the menu-based approach or the whole home approach.
Okay. Do you have any analysis to indicate what percentage of new construction, especially in this service area, will utilize high efficiency gas heating unincentivized? In other words, like what is the difference making of providing an upfront rebate for new gas equipment in new construction?
Don't specifically have that. So I think what you're asking basically is that it could be two components. One would be basically a customer interest / uptake survey would be one route to get at that. And the other could potentially be looking at base sales data and for new construction to look at the difference. I don't have that specifically offhand, no.
Okay. Do you have any information with regard to within the service territory, municipalities or counties that already require high efficiency gas heating equipment if gas heating equipment is utilized as a minimum code standard?
I do not.
Does the company still provide rebates for new construction gas-fired, high efficiency gas-fired equipment if it is a local building code requirement to have that equipment?
Good question. I would have to check. Generally for new construction, whether it's commercial or residential, it would need to be in excess of code. So I would expect not, but I would have to double check for you on that. But typically those are in excess of code. So that's what the software is generally based on. If you do the whole home approach, is that it's a baseline home, a baseline code home, and then you'd have to be 15% more efficient than the baseline code home. So it would take into account building codes in that area.
Now, if a building code has specifically like a 92 or 95% efficient minimum boiler or furnace, I'm not familiar with how that would be incorporated into the ResNet software. Certainly you can set a minimum IECC code year, but I'm not familiar of any way to manipulate it to then assume these other assumptions specifically that relate to certain equipment requirements. Are you aware?
Yeah, I think it would, by assumption, we could subject to check, it would increase the baseline. So your baseline usage would increase based on the equipment and your expected usage using baseline equipment. So we could confirm with the new construction implementation contractor on exactly how that would work. But reality is the vast majority of your savings are coming from insulation, air sealing, and the like.
Okay. And it's your understanding that the new construction team catalogs the exact local building code requirements in every jurisdiction and then compares that to what is being submitted in each application for that specific locality?
I would have to check. I believe it's part of the software, but I would have to check. It's based on location.
Part of what software? Sorry, something internal for the prescriptive rebates or?
No, I believe as for ResNet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think you can set the minimum IECC standard that it's using, but I'm not familiar with any way where you would somehow manipulate what the equipment standards would be in there. Okay. So, but for the prescriptive rebates, is the company cataloging and keeping somehow a listing of what the local code requirements are in every jurisdiction to determine that they're only providing rebates for things that are above code in each location?
Would have to confirm with the implementation team.
Okay. My understanding from Mr. Harrington earlier today was perhaps there is not a comprehensive list of local building code requirements for every municipality that's being served by Black Hills Gas. Do you think that might be a fair assumption?
Again, I'm not sure. We'd have to talk with the implementation team on how they process and compare that by location.
Okay. Let me see. So one of the main takeaways from the GTI report that's in this record, their first recommendation was a core focus emphasis on building envelope efficiency improvements. And I'm curious if the company has in any way modified their DSM plans, especially in what they're providing in this clean heat plan, in acknowledgement of that number one recommendation from the GTI report to focus on those building envelope improvements.
I mean, in the current DSM plan, which was settled and I think before the commission for final approval now, building envelope insulation air sealing is a core measure within the portfolio. So yeah, it's fully integrated throughout.
But have you looked at any enhancements kind of given that suggestion, or assumed that your current programming fulfills that core focus, as GTI put it?
It's relatively consistent with the current offerings, so not additional enhancements for a large number of those building envelope incentives now.
Okay. And then the number 4 recommendation within that GTI report was expanded use of hybrid space conditioning that essentially utilizes high efficiency gas, natural gas furnace with an electric heat pump. And I'm curious if in any way that recommendation from GTI has been incorporated in your DSM planning or implementation associated with the Clean Heat Plan DSM.
So Colorado Gas only has incentives for natural gas measures as being a gas-only utility. So there's no hybrid heating incentives or any non-gas savings measures within the DSM plan.
Okay. And is the company aware in any way as to what % of its gas customers already have condensing or high efficiency gas equipment?
I think we could provide the participation of the efficiency program within the last number of years. I don't know what that number value is off the top of my head. Outside of those participants, I don't think we have that exact saturation, but it's probably safe to assume that most customers make economic decisions, and without an incentive to go higher efficiency, normally they don't. That's typically what we see within energy efficiency. So I think it's probably a reasonable proxy. We could compile participation over the last 5 to 10 years and give us a reasonable proxy for the percentage of customers.
And when you say economic, I can't remember the word you said, economic decision, you're talking only about upfront cost and not about the ongoing operational cost, which would obviously be lower with a high efficiency unit.
Generally, yes. So I think most market research across DSM has shown, this is through, I've been doing DSM for a little over, actually probably, a little over 20 years now, is that due to the higher incremental upfront costs that customers are expected to pay to go to higher efficiency, they need some type of monetary incentive in order to push them to the higher efficiency. In a lot of cases, they request, in order to participate, they would need that full incremental cost covered versus the baseline cost. So yes, we generally see that unless they're giving that financial incentive and the financial benefit to push to higher efficiency, they'll make the cheaper economic decision and go with the baseline unit.
Okay. And then I had brought up with Mr. Harrington the 2024 annual report for DSM, which reported about 51% achievement related to the target in 2024. So if we look at that example, that would essentially have resulted, if we copy and paste what happened there to 2026, let's say, that would result in no expenditures or additional DSM measures being deployed as part of the DSM under the Clean Heat Plan. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily. So there is a provision in the settlement agreement so DSM has 110% budget, so you can go 10% above their total budget, but there's also a provision, I believe, that you can't exceed more than 200% of your program budget. So let's say there were specific programs that were tremendously successful, commercial prescriptive, commercial custom, residential new construction, any program that exceeded that 200% for the individual program, the Clean Heat Plan would then take up the slack so customers could continue to participate within that program. So is that highly likely? Not necessarily, but there could be a scenario or situation where there could be clean heat funding going to DSM just for specific programs, not just the portfolio writ large.
Okay. And are there specific programs that you understand to be overwhelmingly successful or overprescribed in addition to the residential new construction?
That's the main driver of being highly successful. I believe a business custom in certain years has been tremendously successful. That program typically is cyclical based on large projects that come in. So that would be another one that could potentially, business new construction as well can be cyclical based on macroeconomics, projects coming in, new construction in the service territory. So those are probably the big three, I would say, that would have the highest likelihood of being well oversubscribed.
Okay. But in looking at recent past performance and, you know, looking at your expected potential in the years to come, is the company optimistic that they will see, you know, interest at the levels of the DSM budget and the clean heat plan materialize in that time frame? I'm just curious where, if there's a confidence there and where that confidence comes from given the past interest.
It could, especially given the enhanced focus and funding for income qualified as well. I apologize, I forgot to mention that there's specific carve out of funding in clean heat for income qualified DSM. So that is one area that basically there's always demand for income qualified, and there's typically a backlog of income qualified DSM. So that's another area that could go in. So short answer is yes, in specific programs and targeted areas, it could easily be achieved. I wouldn't say easily, I apologize. Let me track that. It could be achieved within certain areas if you have that push and effort.
Okay. And in looking at some of the documents, you know, it looked like certainly over the years, the clean heat plan DSM funding began to be significantly more than the DSM plan, DSM funding. Is that accurate? Did I say that right? The DSM funding in the clean heat plan starts to outpace the DSM plan, DSM spending. I think specifically, if I got my note right, it was hearing exhibit 104, AWC1, table 7 on PDF page 39.
I'll have to look. I don't.
So that's the actual plan document.
The clean heat plan. So just for clarification, I believe that is only in the target achievement scenario. In that, I'll call it the hypothetical target achievement scenario, which use DSM as the ratchet to achieve the total clean heat targets. So it wouldn't be expected that those levels of DSM are actually achievable within the marketplace. We just used it as the hypothetical, the ratchet or the adder to get to the targets.
Okay, got it. Let me scroll us to the page with your preferred plan. I see it, sorry. Effective policy. Okay, so your preferred plan then is on PDF page 46, like same graphic.
Correct.
Okay.
And in that case, DSM funding from clean heat actually decreases to stay within the cost cap because it starts to fund other DSM resources. So I think if you go to the one page previously, please. Page 40, yes, that table there. Thank you very much. So if you notice post 2026, it stays at a flat $2 million in the preferred plan, at least in our initial filing, in order to stay under the cost cap because it starts to, more dollars go towards RNG and other resources.
Okay. Which are seen to be more cost effective than expansion of the DSM?
They're not.
Oh, but the point is to stay below the cost cap, so you cap the amount
Correct.
you're DSM?
Yes.
How would deployment of more expensive resources help you stay below the cost cap and less deployment of DSM?
This is a question when we looked at resources that were within the company's control and not relying as much on customer uptake So we modeled it as RNG coming into play in 2027 and then staying consistent throughout the time period. And then in order to stay within the cost cap, we've reduced DSM as part of that.
Okay, so step one was include RNG. Step two was reduce DSM to stay in the cost cap.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Order of operations issue though. Okay. Okay, let me get back to a few questions. Mr. Harrington sent you. Is just curious with regard to one of the settlement terms that the company will clearly identify how its cost effectiveness analysis complies with Commission Rule 4731 D1E. I had this in my list that Mr. Harrington sent to you. Do you, to your understanding, those exhibits, would those be the best place to look to understand all of the cost-effective analysis done for this, for each of the resources in this plan?
Correct. Yeah, it includes the calculations for each of those. I may need to be refreshed on the full exact list of those requirements from that specific rule, but yes, that all the calculations are in there and we believe it's fully in compliance.
Okay, that was my question. Is your understanding that it is in compliance now?
Yes.
Just question on that settlement term. If the company already believes they're in compliance with the cost effectiveness analysis, what was the operation of this provision? Would this include like providing the analysis upfront rather than what was done here where it had to be obtained through discovery?
So we provided it to all the parties directly after submission for each one of the testimonies as a work paper. So the parties have had it directly after testimony. So it's been in their hands without discovery, just it's been provided to them.
But it wasn't provided to the commission or in the record of the proceeding?
No, typically that's not the case where the cost effectiveness work papers, at least I've been involved in a number of Colorado dockets, mainly DSM and BE on behalf of the company. I can't recall a time when we've submitted the full working model as an exhibit, or at least it's never come up in a case that I've been involved with. So that's been the standard practice where it hasn't been submitted as evidence. It's been a work paper that's been provided to the parties.
Okay. I wanted to go to the Rocky Ford pilot really quick. That's represented in the second settlement agreement. So to my understanding, the budget for the Rocky Ford electrification pilot is $20,000 a year from the gas utility. And then the majority of the funding, it sounds like from testimony today, is coming from the electric utility.
So it's $40,000 from the gas utility per year. And there's a description of the Rocky Ford pilot on page 27 of exhibit 104. So in the actual clean heat plan itself, where it talks about what is actually entailed. So the main funding comes, so there's about $80,000 a year from Colorado Electric, $40,000 a year from Colorado Gas, and that's mainly to cover administrative type costs. And then that is in conjunction working with the Colorado Energy Office to use federal funding. So basically the homes and the HRA incentive programs to incentivize those customers using federal dollars for the rebates. So the incentive dollars are coming from the federal government or projected to come from the federal government through Colorado Energy Office, not from either one of the Black Hills utilities.
Okay, and do you understand those incentives to still be available and expected from the federal government?
My understanding is that they have not come through yet through the Colorado Energy Office. They could be coming through, but they haven't come through yet, and they implementation has not started yet.
Okay. To the extent that the federal funding does not materialize, what would be the fate of this pilot?
I think it would have to be revisited because the pilot was contingent and reliant upon the federal incentive dollars in order to fund the equipment costs for those customers.
Okay. And is there any way where I can see the expected incentive costs that were expected to be provided for the customers?
I'm not sure in this docket, but yes, I believe it is included. It may be in Discovery. So I'd have to check, but should have it. We have it somewhere. I just don't recall the exact specific exhibit or where it is.
Okay.
We can provide that.
And is Black Hills Colorado Gas doing the outreach to try to solicit customers for participation in the pilot?
That I do not know.
Okay. Are you familiar with any of the outreach plans for the pilot?
I do not. I think it's in coordination with Colorado Gas or Electric and the Clean Energy Office. I'm not sure on the implementation and how those discussions have gone.
Okay. And I think Mr. Harrington represented that it was his understanding there might be 0 participants at this point. Do you have any more up-to-date information on that?
Correct. Checked on it this morning. Since there are no federal funds yet, there has been 0 participants in that pilot. Yes.
Okay. And you have really no way to fund them at this point, even if there was interest.
My understanding is yes, there's no way to fund it yet because the Energy Office hasn't received the funding from the federal government. That is correct.
Okay.
For distribution.
Okay. And then I should be able to find information, it sounds like, within these new hearing exhibits with regard to the number of units deployed that you're expecting under each of the electrification scenarios.
Or supplemental?
Trying to understand with the budgets, like for example, the $5.7 million average annual budget in the supplemental direct scenarios provided by the company, like how many units are expected to be part of that? Is that something that's kind of clearly apparent in those exhibits?
Yeah, so those would be in the exhibit 520 that Ms. Coleman introduced in the beneficial electrification tab.
Okay.
So it has both incremental and cumulative participation in both the full and partial scenarios.
Okay, got it. And did you mention it's the company's assumption that the program will pay the full cost of the equipment?
Correct, in both. That is correct, yes.
Okay. And that's full cost or full incremental cost on the differential between gas equipment and the electric equipment?
Full cost.
Okay. And let's see. Curious if the company has any information with regard to BE implementation in its gas service territory currently to understand kind of the market conditions and market uptake rates of beneficial electrification more generally across the territory.
That is information that I have now. The company may, but I don't have any of that information.
Okay. And as part of the analysis at all, did you or the company consider what programs or incentives may be available through electric utilities that overlap the company's gas service territory?
In what way?
In terms of understanding customer economics and the totality of incentives that may be available to cover that total cost.
I believe in where we overlap with Excel, they offer benefits electrification programs. So they have programs that are similar to what Power Electric offers for BE. Aside from that, I don't know what the other munis, co-ops, and smallers offer, but I know that Excel offers BE programs to their electric customers.
Okay, and were any considerations made in your evaluation of those outside incentives that may be offered by the overlapping electric utilities?
We only included I apologize, which scenario are we discussing?
Either of the electrification scenarios, really. So if the company's assumption is that the full cost of the measure needs to be covered to get uptake, and in certain cases, we may have electric utilities providing some level of incentive or program already, then the full cost there likely looks different than the full cost where there are no overlapping other incentives from an outside entity. So just curious if that outside infusion of, incentives for those measures in certain areas were taken into account at all in your analysis.
Understood. So for the MTRC, the Modified Total Resource Cost Test, where the dollars come from, if we're paying for the full cost of equipment, it doesn't matter really, because if it was, let's say it was a combination of Excel and Black Hills, Excel from electric, Black Hills from the gas side, it would still be the same societal costs that would be paying for that equipment and the same societal benefits that would then be accruing as a result of those electrification. So from an MTRC perspective, it doesn't really matter where the dollars come from if it's paying for the entire installation. Now, if you looked at it purely from a utility cost perspective, only from Black Hills perspective, then yes, that would improve some of the cost effectiveness associated with it. But using the MTRC, it doesn't matter where the dollars come from, whether it's from Excel or Black Hills, it would still be the same cost effectiveness result and outcome.
Right. And so with regard though to the abatement costs, that would be utility specific, correct?
Depends on your perspective. It could be. If you're looking at the societal carbon abatement cost, you need to factor in what both utilities were contributing. But if you're looking only from Black Hills perspective, yes, I would agree.
Yeah, maybe identify that the commission had some significant issues with this overlap in prior clean heat plan litigated by Public Service Company of Colorado in terms of none of the outside incentives being considered. And then I think that might be it. Oh, no, I have a couple more. With regard to the greenhouse gas comparison, how did the company determine what greenhouse gas emissions to attribute, especially to their electrification scenarios?
So for carbon abatement, that's using the designated value within the legislation, avoided natural gas, only includes that. So that's consistent between Sweet and Black Hills. For, I think I'm making an assumption, but I assume you're referring to the discussion of the emissions associated with the increased electricity usage.
Correct.
We used eGrid data, which is emissions associated with power plant production within the state of Colorado.
Okay. And does that look at only specific time periods or specific unit deployment, or is it some sort of long run average? How is that information compiled?
It's total production for all generated units within the state over an entire calendar year.
Okay, so
basically just simply, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It's just an annual average independent of the actual timing of the load.
Correct. Yeah, I call it a weighted average because it's the full generation associated divided by the total emissions. And it's just a simple division between the two.
Okay, got it. And let's see. Let me just see what other questions I have. I had a lot of questions about how the benefit cost ratios and abatement costs were identified. So now I have my homework cut out for me tonight to actually look at the data I have. Okay, I think those are my only questions. But Chairman, I do anticipate I'll look at those exhibits tonight and likely have a few questions in the morning regarding calculations.
Sounds good. Commissioner Plant, any questions for Mr. Cottrell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Cottrell. You're almost at the finish line, at least for the day.
Sounds good.
A couple of quick questions. On page 4 of your direct testimony, you say that Senate Bill 21-264 directs the utilities to value the social cost of carbon at the most recent assessment developed by the federal government using a discount rate of 2.5% or less, which starts at $68.95 per short ton, escalates, blah, blah, blah. Can you clarify, is the dollar amount you use $68.95 per short ton with the escalator or the most recent assessment by the federal government?
Can you just refer to me to the page just so I can see the language,
I was
please?
on page 4 of your direct testimony, I believe. My notes are right, which is no guarantee. That's true. Oh, I may be wrong. Let me look back. Oh, I'm sorry, page 13.
Got it. Okay. And your question, so we took that $68.95 and escalated at 2.5% per year, compounding 2.5% year over year to determine what the social cost of carbon is. So it's not
Yep.
$68.95, it's that escalated to whatever the current
So,
year
yeah,
value in nominal dollars.
I guess the question I'm asking is you say at the most recent assessment developed by the federal government, and then you say using a discount rate at 68.95, but isn't that 68.95 the whatever it was 2016 assessment by the federal government?
No, I believe that was the value in 2020. I could
Okay.
double check. We could provide the full values, but yeah, so we started at the initial carbon value and then escalated it 2.5% compounded annually.
And are you aware of the federal assessment from November 2023?
Off the top of my head, no.
And if there's another assessment November 2023, would that then their values take the place of the values that were set in 2020?
I guess hypothetically they could. These are the consistent values we've used for DSM, I believe, consistency across dockets. But if there were updated values, we could certainly update these within the modeling relatively easily.
Okay, thank you. And a quick question, in the table 8 that you looked at with Ms. Coleman comparing tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, they had different cost effectiveness scores. I think it was 1.67 for tier 1, 1.22 for tier 2, and 0.43 for tier 3. And if I understood your description correctly, you said those were based on different levels of incentives. I think tier 2 was covering full incremental cost and tier 3 was covering full cost. Is that right?
Correct. So it's based on two things. One is level of incentive, and two is where those available savings fall basically within the supply curve. So if you think about DSM that's available and was identified within the DSM potential study, it has 3 main buckets. So one bucket, which is really tier 1, is within the achievable potential. Tier 2 is economic potential. So it's all energy efficiency that's economic and has a MTRC above 1, and tier 3 would be technical potential. So it's ones that aren't economic, don't have past cost effectiveness, but could still hypothetically be available within the marketplace. And
Well,
our assumption,
I'm sorry if I could clarify real quick. That's one of the questions I had, because your MTRC is using the total participant and inclusive of incentive cost. So if you change the incentive cost, if you're looking at the inclusion of incentive and participant, it's basically the total cost. It doesn't change, right? If you have a furnace that costs $10,000 and you give a $2,000 incentive or a $5,000 incentive or a $10,000 incentive, the total cost used in the TRC is still $10,000, right? For all 3.
no. So for the first 2, it would be that incremental cost, whatever the incremental cost is. So the incentive cost is not factored into a TRC value, excuse me, the MTRC value, because it's a pass-through amount. So it's just a transfer payment from the company to a customer, and it nets each other out societally. What's really calculated in the MTRC is the incremental cost. So it's the incremental cost of what it need to achieve, how much additional cost. The efficient measure is than the baseline measure. So using your furnace example, if a baseline measure was $1,000, efficient measure was $2,000, the incremental cost would be $2,000. So the difference in these tiers mainly is that the incremental cost versus the savings associated with it, as well as the implementation needed in order to drive participation, will be higher based on the tiers. Now, the one caveat I would say is that in tier 3, a piece of the MTRC is that if you provide incentives in excess of the incremental cost, that counts as a cost within the MTRC because it's an additional cost to society in order to pay for that installation. So that is accounted for within tier 3.
So the total cost of the furnace, for example, is going to be your total cost used in your MTRC. And if you incentivized above that total cost, that would get added into your total cost. Is that what you're saying?
No, only the incremental cost. So the difference between the baseline and the efficient is the cost in your MTRC.
Okay. So if you're okay, I think I understand why tier 3. So you're saying if your baseline cost for a furnace is $5,000 and your incremental cost for an efficient furnace is $10,000, or your total cost is $10,000, covering the incremental value would be $5,000, right?
Correct.
And then the additional $5,000 that would be in tier 3 would go on top. So you would call the cost of that furnace $15,000 within the model, even though it costs the company $10,000.
It would be 10,000. So an equivalent would be if you look at income qualified programs. So you can think about it as incremental cost to society. So if a standard customer is going from a baseline to an efficient, the incremental cost to society is $1,000 in that example we gave. It was $1,000 for the baseline, $2,000 for the efficient. So because you have to pay those extra dollars to get to the more efficient unit. In that same scenario, if you look at an income qualified customer, you pay for the entire cost of the measure and the entire cost of the project. So that's the whole cost of the project is an incremental cost to society because that economic decision wouldn't have already been made. Because the one other component, I apologize, I didn't mention, is that the reason incremental cost is used as the standard is because the general assumption is that customers who participate in DSM are replacing their equipment on failure, which means in the example of the furnace, their current furnace goes out. They have to go out and buy a new furnace. And then they are making a decision of to buy a baseline or an efficient unit. So no matter what they have to spend, if the baseline unit is $1,000, the efficient unit is $2,000, they have to spend $1,000 no matter what. And that's going to be their cost on that. In order to go higher efficient, they need to spend an extra $1,000. And that's where that incremental cost comes from on the MTRC. Because we're basing our assessment on additional savings above the baseline as well as additional costs above the baseline.
Okay. So you would not, if that furnace that you gave as an example, if that was $2,000 and you had $1,000 incentive, you would count in total costs in your TRC, you would count $1,000 against the incremental benefit of the furnace. And if that incentive were $500, you would still count $1,000 against.
Absolutely correct.
And if it were $100, you'd still count $1,000. So the level of incentive doesn't impact the cost effectiveness unless it exceeds the incremental cost.
Exactly. Yes, that's correct.
So I guess the difference between tier 1 and tier 2 in the example, we'll leave out tier 3 because that goes beyond the incremental, right?
Sure.
Tier 1 and tier 2, why would they not be the same?
Yeah, good question. So it's because those measures in that tier, they just get less bang for your buck. So they have less savings associated with the costs it takes in order to implement and install them incremental cost-wise.
So you're saying the benefits are lower?
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Because there are fewer furnaces installed, or what?
It's just they're different types of measures. So you could also think about it as buckets, where in tier 1 would be the measures you typically see in portfolios, some insulation, air sealing,
Okay.
maybe
So these are different measures.
different
I
measures.
thought we were
Yes.
comparing the same thing.
No, sir.
Okay. All right.
Different measures per bucket. Yeah. So
Okay.
the measures get more expensive and the savings get less as you go up that cost curve.
And to sort of, I think Commissioner Gilman asked this a little bit, and I think you said that you looked at it and didn't think it would make a difference. But do you look at all at what I recognize that the level of incentive doesn't change the cost effectiveness calculation, but do you ever look at the level of incentive that can move the market? That is, if you offer a $50 incentive for a $5,000 furnace, maybe that's not really going to make people think, oh, I should go get that furnace. But if you offered $1,000 incentive, maybe that would get them to go get that furnace. Do you ever look at that sort of market impact of an incentive?
Yeah, that's a terrific question. So the short answer is yes. And that's based on a combination of a variety of information. You can look at customer saturation surveys and interest surveys about what their likelihood to participate is based on different incentive levels. So that's basically a propensity surveying information. We look at program participation and what moves the market and what we've seen within the service territory and how customers have responded to different incentives and how that works. We also look at benchmarking of other similar or even national leading utilities to see what's successful in other utilities in other areas that could work within the Colorado Gas service territory, and how could we apply that and move it over and do it over. So it's a whole combination of could be some market research, some benchmarking, some experience in the service territory. We also rely on experience of the boots on the ground and the implementation contractors and the feedback they receive from customers on a regular basis. So it's a combination of all those things. But the short answer is yes, that we regularly update and look at incentive levels and what needs to change and be tweaked in order to get the best response within the marketplace.
And so is there in the if I understand correctly, in the settlement that was proposed, there wouldn't be any increase in incentives offered through the clean heat program. It would just pick up if those other incentives were fully subscribed, and it sounds like that's mostly new construction, if I understood your testimony with Commissioner Gilman correctly.
The current design is correct, not to be additional, but to have supplemental incentives up on top of what the current DSM offering is, would be to pick up where the DSM funding runs out. So those customers could still be served, yeah.
Did the company look at what the impact would be of having an additive incentive from the CHP program into the DSM program? So for example, that furnace that's $5,000 and it's getting, I don't know, $1,000 incentive from the DSM program, it got another $1,000. That $2,000 would then impact a certain additional number of people to put in that furnace. Did you look at that comparative impact at all?
We did. We considered it and discussed it with the DSM team, and came to the resolution that there could be a number of, it depends on how it was structured. If it was structured as once you hit a certain level, then DSM funding would kick in, or if you just double the incentives for all customers within the marketplace from day one. And the general consensus and what we settled on was just to provide additional funding above and beyond that. Current incentives were generally receiving uptake and positive received, and that we did not want to do that, at least in this initial clean heat filing and the initial clean heat plan, to, for example, hypothetical example, double incentives for insulation, air sealing. But no, we discussed it with the DSM team and decided not to go that route and just to provide when DSM funding ran out.
Okay.
We looked at it, considered it though, yes.
And as it relates to that new, the new building program, I think you said it was, what was it, $2,500 incentive if you do the whole house sort of. Does that apply to, for example, a new development? Maybe a new development has 100 units and they're going to build at a certain level. They get a $2,500 incentive for each unit. Is that?
It could, correct, yes.
And is that as it relates to the line extension policy, would that then be able to go toward a line extension if there wasn't a line already there?
That I'm not aware of that crossover.
Okay.
That's not in my area. I apologize.
No worries. No worries. Make sure I've got. I think that's everything I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Commissioner Plant. Let's call it a day. Mr. Cottrell, if you could come back tomorrow morning, and we'll see if Commissioner Gilman has any additional questions. Ms. Dundas, do you have something before we break?
Yeah, really quickly, Chair, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Sweep admitted into the record today 517, 519, and 520, which are executable documents. The legal assistant noted that they haven't provided PDF copies of this, so if it's possible to create PDFs and upload those in the morning, that would be great. I do realize, though, that these were big Excel documents, so if that's not possible, we can just cover that in the morning.
Mr. Koshin, if you could help us with that tomorrow, that'd be great, or Ms. Coleman.
Yes, will do. Should we put those into box?
Ms. Dundas?
Yeah, we can put those into box and we won't need to readmit them since the substance has already been admitted.
Will do.
One thing for you, Commissioner Gilman, I may be a little late in the morning. Do you mind starting the hearing at 9 a.m. tomorrow?
Yes, no problem. Do you have questioning of Mr. Cottrell? We'll need to.
I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
All right. Yep. No worries.
Anything else before we break for the day? Let's reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow with Commissioner Gilman's questioning of Mr. Cottrell. Thanks all.